Hello, and welcome to take two of our live audio stream where we're having a look and analysing the US election 2020 results as and when they come in for election night tonight. This is Political Election 2020. I'm Ian Smith. I'm joined by Connor
No,
Allen.
sorry, I thought I was going to go in there like we used to do. Hi, I'm Connor Allen, and I can publicly verify we actually have audio this time, which always helps.
It does help. It's really useful. Yeah, so now kind of got to repeat everything I just said. We've got a whole host of things going on. We've got a whole host of devices and tools to help us analyze, give an idea of what's actually happening in this election as the results come in. The polls have closed in 15 minutes in a few states, and we're going to get an influx of results as and when they come in. Here's what we're using to kind of analyze what's happening. We've got the live odds state by state, and we should hopefully see some changes there early on to give us an indication of what's happening. Of course, we have the actual results themselves as and when they come in. Right now, only Kentucky, Indiana have actually reported anything. Oh, and there's about 16 votes in New Hampshire as well in that small village. And we're going to compare these against the results from 2016. See if there's kind of like any indication of anything happening, any idea of what's actually going on. And of course, we'll know. I kind of got a bit of a guide to see what's happening as the day goes on, where we can expect the results to be. Like, are they going to be like start with Trump and then swing to Biden, or start with Biden and swing to Trump because of the whole mail-in election day divide that there seems to be? And then one last thing as well, I thought have a look at the stock market. The stock market, right? There's a lot of smart people trading on the stock market, I'm told. They're trading on there, because they have an idea of what's going on. Well, how will we know if up or down means, good or bad for who? I thought, well, what's one stock that's going to give us a good indication? Let's have a look at the oil industry. So I've got Chevron stock here, and we're going to have a look at Chevron stock over the course of the night to see whether or not it's going up, because I would imagine it goes up if Trump's doing well. I imagine it goes down if Biden's doing well, or as expected, shall we say, since he is the expected winner going into this.
He has said he's going to end fracking, of course, and we know that's probably not good for the oil industry.
Exactly. There are 10 votes reported in Minnesota right now as well, so that's interesting stuff. So initially, we've not really seen much so far. We've just seen these early votes coming in. I'm going to take a look at them shortly, but right now, we've already had the exit polls, which looked really, really favourable towards Trump, but we kind of expected that anyway, because the exit polls come from, people who were out voting on election day. We already knew that Trump was going to win the election day voting anyway, so it's not that big of a deal, right?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we knew that. I mean, if you're a Democrat, the thing is, you are far, far more likely to be scared about the coronavirus. You're far, far more scared. Well, not even saying scared, because that sounds a bit off, doesn't it? But you're going to be more concerned, at least, about going and standing in line in a polling station, people coughing, maybe the weather's bad. You've probably already cast your vote, haven't you, if you're a Democrat? Whereas the Republicans, we know scientifically from the data that they have a massive it's the opposite way around, not really that bothered about coronavirus. So we're expecting higher Republican turnout on election day, and so that probably means in about 9 minutes, when we get the Florida vote, we're going to see a huge Biden advantage, although at the moment we're looking that might not be the case. But we're expecting to see larger Biden numbers at the beginning than later on when we count the votes.
Yeah, so the first real indication is going to be Florida, North Carolina. It's weird because, like, again, you can look at it and you go, oh, well, that's good, and then you sort of realize, I don't really know if that's good. We've got Georgia and Ohio as well. The thing about Georgia and Ohio is they had to start counting the votes today, so it's kind of hard to read much into it. But North Carolina and Florida, they've been able to count the votes for a little while now already. So they've already had like a large number of those votes counted. So they're going to dump those votes in, I think, 10 minutes maybe. I'm not sure. I think it might even be a little bit later than that. But they're going to dump the votes in 10 minutes. We're going to have a bit of an idea of what's going on. I said to you, or we said in that last video, that with Florida, that's a good one to look at, because if Florida's like 8.5 million votes, I think there's been early voting. So if they've come up and they say, look, we've counted 8.5 million votes, when they get to that 8.5 million votes, we should have kind of like an idea up against the polls of how well like either candidate's doing. So that's going to be the first inclination of what's going on. But I think I don't know exactly what time I'm expecting that. The polls are going to close in 10 minutes in those areas, but when or not we actually get the updates on it, I'm not too sure.
I think in Florida we do, right, because it's the only state to be providing real-time data and this sort of thing. So we get Florida first of all. Don't see a real reason why it isn't like 1 minute after. We'll see in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, the thing is about Florida, like as you say, like they've been putting out that data like real time, hour by hour. There is a guy on, he's done kind of like a get up here where he's like showing the data in Florida. I don't know if this is live now as and when it comes in, but the sort of advantages that that Biden has built up in these southern counties like haven't been enough so far. He's not really got the turnout, it seems, so far. And the Democrats seem to be kind of saying that Florida is going to be a tough one for them to win. So they almost kind of like not concede it, but they obviously, but they seem kind of bummed out about Florida. Apparently, though, they're sort of more looking towards Georgia and North Carolina. The thing is, though, Florida is the only place that we actually have data in terms of like turnout, like whether it's Republican or Democrats, and it seems that Republicans are turning out like in big numbers. So, but we only got that.
If I might just interrupt you for a second, we have our first ever question ever. Our first ever comment from sorry to interrupt you, from Deng Xiao Shaw. Arizona, Michigan, Pennsylvania. What are your thoughts today? Have you moved from your predictions?
Wow.
That's interesting because we were talking about Arizona before, weren't we?
Yeah. Trump seems really confident in Arizona, but the Biden campaign seems kind of confident in Arizona as well. I pretty sure I said I think Biden will win Arizona. You think Trump might win it? I think it's going to be super close. It's kind of hard to say about that one. In terms of Michigan, there's not really anything to indicate anything right now at the minute of what's going on there. And same with Pennsylvania, really, just because what I've heard in Pennsylvania is that there's large numbers in the rural areas, in the rural counties, of Republican voters turning up. So they're expecting like a big turnout from the rural areas, bigger than they've ever seen. So Pennsylvania kind of is looking all right. Arizona, Trump seems to be pretty confident about. I think if he's doing well in Pennsylvania, I think he's got a good chance in Michigan. It's just a case of like how well he's doing in Pennsylvania. So it's kind of hard to say anything just yet at this moment, but I'd still be like, I went in today obviously kind of confident that Trump has a good chance there, and there's nothing that's really changed my opinion so far that's the case.
Kind of same here for me. I predicted Arizona to go to Trump. Everything we've seen today seems to indicate it's going to Trump, right? Possibly even Nevada too, hopefully, but we'll see. Michigan and Pennsylvania, real nerve-wracking states, especially Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
I don't see anything other than neck and neck, but I think on a good night we take Michigan.
Well,
or even in a statistically 50-50 night.
Yeah. So I'll tell you what's interesting then. Let's have a look. We'll have a look at in Indiana here. Some of the counties are kind of already 70% in, which is kind of cool because we've got one. So Bartholomew County, 75% in. It's showing Trump 75.5. I guess that's like more early vote, but we can have a look and see what. I don't actually know how you spell that. 1 second. Oh, it's got an R in it. Okay, I'm being. So Bartholomew. Okay, so that's kind of like an interesting one. So that was 20,000 to 9,000 for Trump in Indiana in 2016. So, and right now it is 15,000 to 11,000 Trump. So early indicators are like that's. I guess it's only 75% in, so it isn't far. But already Biden's already got more votes in there than Hillary Clinton did. That's in Indiana as well. So, but again, it's kind of like hard to tell because I imagine a lot of it comes from that's Iowa. I imagine a lot of it comes from the early votes. Indiana's got like 61% early votes, so I imagine the early votes are what are counted first. So it's really, like I was saying at the beginning, when you're looking at the votes, you can't. Many of them are going to be like, Florida and stuff. They're going to count the early votes first, and they're going to be like, "Wow, Biden's winning by like 80% or whatever." And then as the more votes come in, it's sort of the picture changes. So with that one in Indiana, it's kind of like hard to read into it too much. But when we've got a county that's kind of got like 100% in, that's going to be kind of interesting to see what's happening there. But obviously, the thing is as well, again, the other side that you have to look at it is Hillary Clinton. Biden is doing better than Clinton in terms of the national vote. That's kind of obvious. It's just a case of where is he doing better than Hillary Clinton in the national vote? Is he doing better than her in the states he needs to win, and by how much? Or is he just racking up votes in California and places that he's not going to win anyway?
And that's interesting because I saw earlier today record polling numbers in California, record polling numbers in New York. Okay, we're seeing huge turnouts in those huge states. Doesn't mean anything. If anything, it's far better for Trump that there is a large turnout in those areas, right?
Yeah, definitely, because it means that advantage that Biden has nationally is like, coming from areas that he was always going to win anyway. And if he's chipping away at Donald Trump's leads in states where Trump's going to win anyway, then that's good as well. From Trump's perspective, like, so yeah, but like Kentucky 14% in and Trump ahead 51.9 to 47 in terms of Kentucky on the final day. Trump, I assume, won by around 20 to 30 points, but yeah, we'll kind of
we should head back to the stream now. About 1 minute until post goes.
Yeah, so I've got 1 minute until. So I assume we're going to get. I assume on that moment they will actually release the numbers straight off the bat, but I'm not actually sure. I think with North Carolina they have to wait until half an hour, but which is yeah.
It's interesting you were mentioning Indiana before because of course we in our Political People series we of course interviewed Hannah from Indiana, didn't we?
Yeah.
Who was voting Libertarian this election.
Yeah, so if we see one Libertarian vote in Indiana, which is possible, then we know where it's come from. But at least that means that her vote was counted, so she should be happy about that. Especially just like literally emailing. She said she emailed a clerk, just emailed a clerk, and she has no idea whether or not like they didn't even respond to the email. So that gives you really good confidence in the electoral system and the counting system.
So fingers crossed for Hannah. Our
see if
first results, so close.
yeah, we'll see if there we are.
2, 1.
Does this actually lead to anything? Hey, I like these 3D graphics, man. These are good.
Fancy, aren't they?
Mm.
Like lightsabers.
He's got Virginia and Vermont.
Biden landslide.
Oh, listen, I don't want to tempt fate with comments like that. Mm. So we've had a couple of declarations. Then Virginia, they don't even have any votes on here, so that's kind of weird. They've not actually shown what the votes are.
I guess it's new data, so it's coming in fast.
Yeah, but they've not actually put it on the site yet. It's kind of weird.
That's a bit of an anticlimax.
What?
Florida coming in.
Is it coming in? Oh yeah.
55,000 counted. Trump ahead.
1%. 1% of the vote in. What county is this from? Actually, this will be interesting.
We're looking for Miami-Dade in particular, aren't we, to see a good indicator of how the state's going to go?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not actually got it down by county to yet, by county to county yet. So, right. So I guess those numbers are going to start coming in like thick and fast in Florida now. Then, now that the polls have closed there. Remember as well, like you don't get in Florida, you don't get more votes in. The sort of final votes start coming in from like the Panhandle until later on as well. Because I feel like they're in a different time zone. I feel like the polls actually open longer there. But
Kentucky declared for Trump.
It's been declared already.
Kentucky declared for Trump. It's 16% in. At least it is on my screen. I don't know about yours.
Georgia presidential race too early to call. Well, you'd expect so, wouldn't you? So Kentucky called. That's kind of interesting, though. I see. It feels like kind of an early call. I'm surprised they called Virginia so early, though.
Why?
Just because I just don't remember it being called. I'm pretty sure like the last time the first county to be called was Kentucky. You don't expect Virginia until like a little bit later on. But obviously, that kind of must be confident.
Flying Hellfish is here. Flying Hellfish is here, who is a subscriber. Are you a Flying Hellfish? I hope you are. And he's commented in quite a few of our videos recently. So, of course, you can hang out with us. We'd love to have you around.
Yeah.
Hopefully you want to hear us mumble about the results.
Yeah, hopefully we can offer some kind of insight.
It's a bit different, isn't it? Like to the videos and everything. It's such a hugely different dynamic. Like I was really unsure of how this would go.
Yeah, but I think like the thing about live streams, it's just kind of this is the chilled out environment. People can see just how we are, like when we're not doing like 8 different takes for a video.
We've never done 8 takes for a video.
No, we don't. No, to be fair, I've never done that many. So in Florida, like I just, man, we need more of the voting already because it's still like super early. I feel like with North Carolina then in 25 minutes. On North Carolina, that's when we get the like big. They just dump all of the early votes that they've been counting because they've been able to count them for like 2 days before already. What we really need is like some counties or something to kind of have reported in with like full numbers so that we can kind of get an idea and compare them to last time. Let's take a look at the odds. I tell you what, this website Predictit is actually kind of half crashing. It's not loading up, so I imagine there's a lot of people betting right now on there.
Kind of expected on election day, right?
Yeah.
Flying Hellfish, what's your prediction for tonight? If I can ask. It'd probably take a few seconds for him to.
It's a couple of seconds behind.
A few minutes into time.
Do you have any early feelings?
You're asking me or Flying Hellfish?
Well, both. What's your early
feelings? We've been nervous all day, haven't we? Like, because we're both kind of confidently predicting a Trump victory, but at the same time, when it comes down to it and you start seeing the results flow in, it's a lot hard. It's a lot harder, isn't it, when you're looking at it?
Yeah.
You've been quite the mess, haven't you?
I have been a mess. I'm trying not to read like too much into anything. Here we go. Like Pasco County, that's what's brought in like loads of votes, so we can kind of have a look on there, how they were doing. There's like a bunch of Pasco counties in Florida.
Flying Hellfish, well, in New Hampshire, I can tell you I've never seen lines so huge. I was in line for an hour. Bloody hell.
To think about New Hampshire as well, because that's kind of interesting. I'm pretty sure New Hampshire's got a pretty low, or is it Maine I might be thinking of? Oh yeah, so New Hampshire only had 23% from early ballots, which is like pretty low compared to everywhere else. Like, you've got places like Texas where they're like on 106% or something, and then New Hampshire has only got 23%. So I guess that's should be one of like the busiest places, because you've still got 75% of people still to vote. But what are you like in a kind of like heavy Trump area, or like in a sort of more, I guess I assume it'd be like a more urban area? Oh, we
all know the United States in its entirety is a pro-Trump area.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny as well, because in the UK you kind of just walk into a church and you're out in like 2-3 minutes, aren't you? But in America you have to stand in huge lines for potentially hours on end.
Yeah, I think do you know what? I don't actually know what the reason why. I guess I feel like, I don't know. I imagine like the whole coronavirus situation has obviously impacted. With the queues though as well, you got to remember, like, I guess everyone's social distancing or whatever in the queues. So the queue is actually 10 times longer than it normally would look, basically. So we have kind of like a full result in St. John's, I'm pretty sure anyway. And it's looking like a sort of slight swing to Biden. Is it 90 to 57? Where is it before? It was, yeah. So he's kind of picked up a little bit in there. So that's sort of like already like an early indicator in Florida. But again, it's just one, so it's kind of like hard to read too much. But
Flying Hellfish, my county is definitely Trump County, but southern New Hampshire, aka northern Massachusetts, things get dicey. New Hampshire's votes actually started to come in now, and we see 16 votes for Donald Trump and 10 votes for Joe Biden. So it was worth it, Flying Hellfish. Your vote's there. That's you. But because like in the UK media as well, we kind of get more weird stories about the election because they have to kind of fill content, right? So I mean, what we've been seeing today is things like this tiny village like out in the outskirts of New Hampshire, and tiny villages in like rural Maine and things like that, where there's like 8 people who live there, and they're showing the votes from those tiny villages. It's really funny.
Yes. So, see, like I said, kind of like Virginia was called really early. It seemed like it was called really early. CNN haven't actually called it. Obviously, I'm sure Biden wins Virginia. I just thought it was kind of interesting that they called it so early on Fox, but it must be that because I guess it's just dependent because everyone's afraid to call things too early and get it wrong. So you always have these, depending on the channel. Like they usually get it from the Associated Press, I think, who call it, and then they just kind of follow from them. But oh man, I'm just so like nervous, man. I'm so nervous. So nervous.
Let's look at one website. Sorry to interrupt, but one website I was certainly just talking to you just before we came online was joeisdone.github, right? And it's
Yeah.
like Florida GOP people who are super analyzing the result. If anyone wants to check it out, it's joeisdone.github.io. They're all reporting Florida advantage for Republicans, aren't they? Like plus 200,000 election day plus maiden voting, if I've read it correctly. Yeah, and you like numbers more than me. Don't know what you think of those numbers.
In where? Sorry.
Florida.
So far, the one's already in.
Mm-hmm.
It's they're surprising. I mean, the so you have Madison County are in as well. I guess like it just depends what the counties. We really need kind of like multiple results from all of the counties to kind of have an idea of what's going on. The thing is, as well as what's interesting about this election is we expect Trump to do worse in like predominantly white areas, but make up for it because he's improved his support with like black and Hispanic voters. So it's like we need to see, is he performing well with in like predominantly, so like listen, he's not going to win places like, you know, Miami-Dade or whatever, but it should give us a good indication of by the lead that Biden has there whether or not people are turning up in Miami-Dade. But yeah, just waiting to see what happens. But yeah, certainly already in the, so we've got Madison County there already 100% reported in, and that was 5741, and now it is. So here's the thing. So you've got Madison County now. So I showed, like, before you had St. John's, and that was 60-38, but then Madison County, Trump's increased his lead there over last time. So I don't know. My brother says that CNN are getting excited, so that's he thinks that's bad for Trump.
I've just seen on Twitter, Team Trump have declared victory in Indiana, but that's not on the map, is it?
No, I think it will be there soon. No,
declared they've won Indiana and Kentucky, which, yeah, expected news. What are CNN getting excited about? Did your brother say?
I guess just looking at Florida, but as we said, I think they've just jumped ahead of the gun there a little bit because when we looked at Florida, they were like, oh, here we go. So we've got kind of like some of the early results in Miami-Dade and Broward, which is good. So we can have a look at them in a bit. But so like in St. Johns County, Trump's underperformed, but then in Madison County, he's like overperformed. So this is, again, it's kind of, I don't want to read too much into it. We need more results to come in. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. What have you got? Have you got any new information?
Me, I've got no new information coming in. This thing we just got to kind of kill time for a bit. I don't know. I mean, I'm obviously I'm like, because you have to have the stream open and everything, so you have to have things in front of you. But I'm kind of trawling Twitter and the usual websites, and no, not much happening yet. Just a lot of like, speculation over early numbers and things like that. So nothing in particular. Oh, Fish, if you're still here, did you see our polling videos, our prediction videos? Like, you agree? Like, what do you think is going to happen? Without anyone in chat, actually, let us know what you think is going to happen.
They have. If you take a look, we can have a look at the. So some of the Georgia vote is in, but.
I mean, it's just so early, isn't it? Anything below 50% total counted, it's not even worth speculating on.
So
especially if they expect it to be close.
But in Florida, they've so some like we've already got 43% in Florida now, 2.6 million to 2.4 million. If I have a look at the early voting in Florida.
Well, this is to be expected, right? Like, you've always expected Biden to initially come out of the gates in Florida.
Yeah, so he should have gone in with the early vote advantage by like, so these numbers actually kind of look half decent. Predictor has gone down, which means that people are voting a lot, which means people are betting a lot. But yeah, the early numbers in so like Broward County, Miami-Dade, they're actually kind of tight. Like Miami-Dade is 54-45 right now to Biden, which what was it last year or last election it was 63-34, so he's not. That's kind of what they were. I remember we were talking about that article and they were sort of like sounding the alarm bells, so to speak, in Miami-Dade because they weren't getting the turnout that they want there, and it kind of doesn't seem to be an indicator that he that Biden's doing particularly well there. I think Florida is looking decent. Yeah, I agree with you, Hellfish.
He's a good man watching everything we put out. Have you shared it and liked it too? Yeah, they are. I've noticed that as well. Dems are worried there too. I've commented on this already. Every Democrat I speak to, or who I've interacted with, or I've seen on social media, has kind of been posting these things like, "Oh, whatever happens, we did our best," and they're all this. This is not the attitude you expect from a landslide victory, right? And especially people who hate Trump with a passion, and we know they do. You'd expect them to be like dancing a jig right now. Is it just because they were burnt so badly in 2016, or like, what do you think? Do they actually think they might lose? I'm not implying that these kind of social media Democrats have any insider information that we don't, but soon polls closing in Battleground, North Carolina, and Ohio.
Oh, okay. So so the polls close in North Carolina then in 10 minutes, I guess, is it?
Soon, it says on Fox.
North Carolina. So, quick count. As with Florida, we expect early in nearly all mail ballots first and fast. Mr. Biden will take an early lead, followed by an election day vote and Trump come back. We'll see whether it's enough, but we could easily have enough votes for a call by midnight, even in a close race. So that's one of the ones that accepts. They accept. So in North Carolina, they're doing same with Pennsylvania, where they accept the absentees for like 3 days after it or whatever, with the postmarks or whatever. So I don't know. The thingy.
So we hope to be taking that on the day, don't we? Just so we don't have to live stream for 4 days.
Predict it is that's it. We could just wait until all the votes are counted, man. But I think YouTube would kick us off because we don't have 8 months or whatever to count all of the Democrat votes. Which I feel like I've made that joke, but never gets old.
There's no harm in repeating the joke. No harm in repeating. But perhaps this is a good moment to reveal our little bet, Ryan. So to everyone watching, obviously I started out when we first made this channel about 2 months ago. I started out as a Joe Biden supporter, and I saw the light very quickly on. But me and Ryan made a bet, and I thought Joe Biden was going to win, and he thought Donald Trump was going to win. So if
This was
Joe
back in the
Biden
day, though.
back in the day, yeah. So if Joe Biden wins the election, then Ryan has to post a picture on his social media wearing a pro-Biden hat, and if Donald Trump wins the election, I have to post a picture on my social media wearing a MAGA hat. And if you check out my Twitter profile, and everyone who hates us on Reddit has already done this. I have lots of. I work in Brussels. I used to work in the European Parliament, so I have lots of liberal bubble friends who are going to defend me instantly. Oh dear.
But it's sad, isn't it? You got to keep your political opinions to yourself, man.
Yeah.
But
no respect anymore in politics, is there?
But I agree.
They bend themselves into pretzels, try and convince everyone more like themselves that 2020 has no similarities to 2016. I think voters haven't learned to access Trump vote. That's what you've been saying a lot, isn't it, guys?
Yeah, certainly. Like there are a lot of similarities. That's the thing, and it's just, especially like towards the end, because if you remember, I saw a bunch of videos on like Real Clear Politics, and they were like, "Oh, this is absolutely nothing like last time." Like, obviously, Biden still obviously can win, and no one's disputing that. Like, he is, going to be with most. Like, it's weird because in America they think that Trump's going to win. Like, every state thinks Trump's going to win, but yeah, obviously, like all the polls and everything indicate that Biden should win. But just in terms of, like you said, the similarities with 2016, just like the average polling just tightened up loads towards the end, and it just looks so similar in so many states. But it's kind of like what we were talking about before with, has Biden done enough in the states that he needs to? There's no doubt he's increased his popular vote count, So like a place like Kentucky and, like Indiana and whatnot like that, where Trump obviously is still going to win it, but Biden makes up a little bit of ground. It's basically, that's in many ways a good sign for Trump, because we're not really disputing the national vote all that much. Like, we think, maybe, I think they've got it averaging now at 7 or whatever. We think it's closer than that, but it's a lot more closer in the battleground states. So I don't know. We'll see. Again, it's just so hard. It's just so hard to read into it. So Biden's like 200,000 up in Florida with 53% in, which I imagine is like largely all the early vote, which is kind of in line with similar to what we expect. We've got some more counties that we can kind of look at as well. So
in fact, we actually said this in our most latest video, didn't we? Oh no, actually, it wasn't in a video. It was just before.
I was wrong about St. John's. Sorry, I said St. John's is Trump's doing worse. Well, that's because it said it was 100% reported, but actually it's only 85. So we'll probably make that up now of election day turnout. So I don't know. Florida's looking good because he's improved in Madison County, which is 100% in. Let's have a look at Bradford, and that's.
Our Twitter feed is kind of blowing up with people like really scared that Florida's going blue at the moment, and that's just because at the moment the Democrats are counting is ahead, right?
They always do this. Like, Florida goes back and forth all the time. In 2016, it was like Trump ahead, then Clinton ahead, then Trump ahead, then Clinton like slowly hacked away at the lead a little bit, but it wasn't enough, and Trump won in the end. But even more so now, it's like mental, because you just can't read anything into it. You can't look at the overall picture in Florida and say, oh yeah, this is definitely what's happening, because these are all early votes, and we're expecting the election day votes, which are going to be predominantly Trump, to come in towards the end. And on top of that, right now, like, you've got 11% in some counties, like 100% in others. So there's like, you really can't read too much of that. I'd feel pretty confident about Georgia. If you're looking for areas where can Biden make an upset, it's Georgia. Sorry, I just said Georgia now, but it's Florida. So I feel like Trump's doing okay in Florida. It's Georgia where like that's where the potential upset is, I'd be really concerned about Georgia and, you know, North Carolina to a lesser extent, but certainly North Carolina as well. But
Miami-Dade's looking good for us. Looking really good for us.
yeah, again, it's kind of hard to read too much into it, but yeah. So these votes are coming in quick though in Florida. They're coming in really quick. I think let's take a bit of time to actually look at these. So in Bradford County, it is 75 to 23, and it was before 73 to 24. So he's increased his lead in Bradford County. He's increased his lead in Madison County. So just in terms of those Republican rural areas, he's actually increasing his lead. He's doing better in Florida than he did in 2016. So just early indicators, at least in the rural areas, that he's doing pretty good up in the north of Florida. So an early good sign.
Elfie says not to forget the Panhandle.
Yeah, well, that's it. The Panhandle. I don't even know if he's going to need the Panhandle. Which I mean, I feel like I'm getting ahead of myself. But obviously, the Panhandle. Yeah, he's going to get those extra votes that come in late on. But I don't know. The Democrats seem like really bummed out about Florida coming into this, and I can see why. Like early so far, it looks good. I'm more concerned. Like, and we said this coming in. I said, a dark horse for the Democrats might be Georgia. They could win that, and they might be surprised about it. And people, maybe even they might be surprised about it. I don't know. Obama was in Georgia today, so he's obviously they feel like they can do something there. I was kind of I felt good about that Trafalgar poll that came out, and it showed like Trump ahead 4 in Georgia. I was like, well, at least if Trafalgar are right, about the way that they do their polling, and they're good at polling the Trump vote, and everyone else is wrong, then at least then hopefully they're consistent. But we've got Webster County in Georgia, so we can have a look at that as well. Like, it's really hard to again read too much into it because it's kind of a rural county as well. So.
I find it quite funny. Sorry, just to go off a bit off topic. So Nate Silver said he's going to take a mental health day off. He said he's going to not follow the election night results. And you can't begrudge him that. It's kind of stressful time for anyone in politics. And guess what he's doing?
What? Watching it.
Yeah, he's on the Twitter. He's not taking a mental health day off.
It's kind of impossible to, isn't it? Let's be honest. Here we go. Webster County. I mean, it's such a small county. It's 630 to 473 for Trump last time. 630 to 473. And now it's 627 to 412. So a couple, like if Webster County was an indication, that's basically a poll of 1,000 people, though, to be fair. That is the same that you get from pollsters. But yeah, so I forgot actually what I just said. 56 to 42. So he's increased his lead in Webster County. So I think this is going to be this will be the story of the day. I think in the really rural areas, Trump's doing better than he was. I think in the suburban areas, Biden's doing better than he was. And I think in the urban areas, Trump that have got like high Hispanic or black demographics, I think Trump's doing, like, Biden's still winning, but Trump doing better than expected because he's actually pulling over some of those black voters. I mean, I've seen numbers showing him doing 14 or more %. And those are coming from like left pollsters showing that he's got like 40% of the black vote. So it will be interesting.
Yeah, we've got about 30 seconds till the next polls close. So your suspicions might just be confirmed very soon.
Yeah. So I guess this is going to be North Carolina then.
It has to be, doesn't it? And Iowa, I think.
Yeah. Let's have a look what we got in Florida. More of the vote in. Yeah, so Trump's closing in on that lead now. 60% reported in. He looks on track then like the Republicans think they're winning it by 500,000. So
Mm.
I think probably something like 400,000, like 300,000. But um, Trump's closing in on Florida. It's looking good. 70,000 away now, with 60% in. And like I said, he's doing better in those counties.
So sorry, just those states that just closed. It's Ohio
And North Carolina. Yeah, thought so. Yeah. I think he's doing really well in Ohio. Like I say, the ones I'm really worried about early on are North Carolina and Georgia. Like, you know, I just if he's really competitive in those states, like once we've got some 100% counties in, and we can actually properly compare county to county, like that's gonna maybe.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, sorry, West Virginia Senate race. Is that what you said?
Yeah, West Virginia in. Shock of the night.
Shock
that
of
indicate.
the night.
You know what? I'm happy. I'm happy.
Yeah. No Senate landslide, at least. That's
No
put
Senate
that one to the
landslide.
side. I mean, to be fair, Georgia's only 4% in. Yeah. Let's. I'm hoping then we're going to get a big update on North Carolina soon, then, which is going to be good. These Georgia votes are just going to trickle in, like bit by bit by bit. I mean, what's interesting look at this Webster County is what you actually see with this Webster. I mean, maybe the demographic, maybe the it's a tiny county with 1,000 people living in it, but maybe people have moved out of there or whatever. I don't know. But Trump has 3 less votes in Webster County now than he did in 2016. I feel insane, like reporting on a county of 1,000 people. Like, oh, what can we learn from this? But Biden's lost 15 votes over Hillary Clinton, and Trump's only lost 3. So I don't know. Could be an indicator for the election for the night. I don't know. I'm just gonna try and stay positive, even if things look negative. Okay, because that at the end of the day, we have to. There will be a time to vote again. Not that we're American, but I mean, hopefully we're going to be voting in America in 4 years. That's my goal anyway. So,
which state would you move to? Because I asked you this a few times. You never made your mind up.
Yeah, I'd pick Florida or Texas. I think
Texas, good state.
Yeah, Texas is a fantastic state. Amazing state, brilliant state. Love Texas.
Apparently, New Hampshire has some sane people in it as well. So
yes. Well, we know that because New Hampshire was close in 2016. We know that like a good portion of them are actually fairly sane. So it is encouraging. It is encouraging.
I've just seen a tweet from a Florida Democratic Party data analyst who is saying Miami-Dade numbers are bad. Early absentees in. Biden 54-45. That is atrocious.
Yeah,
Clinton won it by 30 points. This is going to hurt.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of confirming what we were saying.
Yeah, that's
Even
it.
The Democrats are saying it.
That's it. So, like with this, there was 2 things we were looking at. Were the Democrats getting the vote in Miami-Dade primarily, but obviously to a bigger extent, well, also, but to a lesser extent, Palm Beach and Broward. And how was Trump doing in the rural areas? Trump has infused his base even more in the rural areas. We didn't think it was actually possible, but already it seems like that is the case. Man, this is just heating. This is just turning out like really exciting. The way that everything, all that shifting dynamics is amazing. This is brilliant. So we need to see some more counties in Georgia reporting in, because we don't really have much from there, and so many of them are absolutely tiny as well. So it's hard to read into it, but yeah. Let's see. Hopefully we get that North Carolina bit soon. I'm gonna go grab a drink, so I'll be back in a bit.
Okay. I will take over the stream for a second there. So if you are kind of tuning in to us, I see we have 8 people in chat right now, which is far exceeded our expectations. Or if you are watching the VOD, please do remember to subscribe to us if this is your first time visiting the political channel. Basically, what we're 2 British guys. We really like politics. We are conservatives, and we are basically creating this channel to talk about politics. We create videos. We've been following the election. We have a lot of things planned for after the election. We're not quite ready to announce them, but we're thinking about, really building this into like a conservative media organization. And we are certainly going to stick around and continue this project a while longer. And also follow us on social media if you haven't already. We are on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Normally as political, but sometimes as political pod. That kind of goes back to our foundings, where we were initially a kind of Joe Rogan style podcast, but we abandoned that concept pretty early on. It wasn't very popular. And you are watching our election day coverage. And I'm just sort of mesmerized at the moment by all of the results coming in. Yeah, nothing to report so far. We're just kind of killing time. We're just kind of waiting for things to come in. We've already seen West Virginia, Kentucky declare for Trump. The Trump campaign has declared they've won in Indiana too, but Indiana hasn't actually declared. Whereas Virginia and Vermont, unsurprisingly, have backed Biden. If you are in our chat, so Aaron Hellfish, when you guys make it big, don't forget old Hellfish was on the ground floor. Lol. I was thinking about this. I remember, and this is surprising because I have a really terrible memory, but I remember almost every single comment made by every single subscriber. And we have 215 now, so it's not tiny amount by any means. But Hellfish, for example, you came in quite recently, didn't you? You were here like a week ago, and you're mentioning about the Democrats, what we call the phenomenon, and how Trump kind of revolutionized the Republican Party. I didn't think I'll be able to remember any of this, but it's been really cool, like seeing everyone interact with us and sharing their opinions, and we have these people who are contributing to this community and building it, and we definitely won't forget about you. We'll give you some sort of position of honor, some kind of,
Hello.
I don't know, gold star or something. Hello, Yayan. I was just talking a bit about the future of the channel and everything, and Hellfish asked us not to forget about him when we make it big.
Of course not, man. We'll you'll be in like when people, the
Hall of Fame. That's what we need.
You'll be on the list. We'll do a list, won't we, of like, all of our early supporters and all that, and your name will be on there.
This is what I was saying, because I have a terrible memory, and I really forget people's names all the time, right? But with all of the kind of subscribers and the people who are posting comments, I remember everyone, and I remember people who commented on our first video, never commented again, and then commented on our last video. I'm like, oh, this guy's back. It's so good.
Yeah, no, it's brilliant. I don't know, it's quite flattering, because I mean, obviously, I feel like we do kind of we have good conversations, sometimes better than other times in the videos, but it's kind of like my ego's not that high that I expected other people to actually really like watching us talk about random crap about the election. So I guess as well, the thing is you do obviously, but I don't know that many other politically obsessed people. So if I ever try and talk to most people about politics, they just get bored. So it's I suppose I've got built into that mentality of no one wants to really listen. But it's been amazing, because we just decided, listen, we're just going to do this, and we're doing it for 2 months now, and it's cool, man. It's really, really cool to just have people who are like, yeah, I like your stuff. So it's really encouraging. So yeah, really
flattering in a way. Yeah, really flattering, and as well like-minded people, because as I was saying before, I live in Brussels. I work near the European Parliament, right? Everybody I meet has a particular mindset, as you can imagine, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with having a different opinion, unless it's from the other side looking at us, right? In which case, there's a massive problem. So it's good to speak to people who are kind of on the same wavelength and kind of won't jump down your throat.
Okay, more good news.
Good news, we have news.
More good news. The Gulf. I'm just looking at these rural counties. Gulf County, which is on the Panhandle, they're 100% in. Trump has improved his support 2% now. 2% up, and that's the common theme we've seen in all of these 100% counties. Trump doing a couple of percent better. So all that tells us, though, is in these deep rural areas, which are predominantly white, you know, a lot of them are going to be like farmers and stuff like this. So I mean, it shouldn't really be a surprise, should it? When you consider what Trump's done in the past 4 years, it shouldn't really be a surprise that he's doing well with, you know, like rural voters. But you know, it's good to see, because my brother's watching CNN. He's like, it's the only channel that you can get over here, like on our like version of cable or whatever. And he's messaging me like, oh, it's not looking good. I'm really bummed out. I was like, why? I said, what are you watching? He's like, CNN. I said, stop watching CNN. And no wonder you're bummed out. I was watching it before and I was like, fuck, man. I just felt dead depressed. I was like, this is fucking this is shit, man. Trump's, you know, they're going on and about coronavirus and all that. I was like, oh man, this is bad. And then I stopped watching it and suddenly my mood picked up again. You know, I didn't want to go outside and Molotov cocktail a car. You know, I suddenly realized that things are okay.
Even their like kind of demeanor is like, it's not exciting, and these people are expecting an election landslide, right? But they're approaching it like someone's died. They should be jumping. They should be like sat there like as they were in 2016, smug as hell. And
yeah.
But no,
Fox
stick with political.
Yeah, Fox are doing the same analysis that I'm doing right now. They're actually doing the same analysis. They're looking at North Carolina.
Oh, things are coming in.
Yeah, okay. Let's have a look at North Carolina then, because this is really the big one.
I see Ohio on my screen.
Yeah, I don't see anything in North Carolina just yet. Let's refresh the page, see if that makes any difference. No, I don't see any votes reported in on this live one. I'll have a look at CNN, see if they've got any stuff reported in yet.
Yeah, Hellfish, you stick with political, buddy. Like, you don't need that CNN.
Yeah, CNN are doing my analysis as well now. They're looking at the rural counties. But the thing is, they're looking. Here's the thing, and this is why he's bummed out, because they're looking at the super urban areas like Broward and going, look, Joe Biden's got to run it up here. He's got to start doing really well, and he is. And that's because they're only 6% in, and they're all mail votes. Yeah, they're not taking into account. They're not taking into account all of the election votes. But it's CNN, so they can't come in and go, yeah, it's looking bleak for Biden and, you know, in Florida right now, because then everyone's gonna be like, well, I'm just turning off CNN then, going to bed. You know, they need to hear that Biden's doing well, otherwise no one's watching. So, but I don't know, like what I see. Sorry, I just want to say, so what I see in Florida right now is good, but listen, there's a long way to go yet.
Yeah, and we have. I'm seeing the Republican date run list I mentioned before. Pinellas County closing the gap fast too. That's where. It's either where Tampa is or it's like suburbs of Tampa. So 49.7% Biden, 49% Donald Trump. Broward, in 2016 it was 66.5 to 31.4. Now it's 66.3 to 33.
Yeah. Exactly. Here's the thing, right?
Trump's getting better.
Yeah, he's doing better in these rural counties. But this is the thing: we can't look at one county though and then just swing it to all the other counties. Obviously, we expect him to do better in those rural areas. We expect you know, I was talking just to you about before of Brexit. You know, and I don't know if you know much about Brexit, Hellfish, but like basically when the votes came in, the first votes came in the north, and we were like, oh, yeah, this is really good. You like for the Brexit vote, and then the votes started coming in the south, and they were looking really good for the Remain, and then it was like, oh. So we had no idea what was going on again, because we jumped to the early conclusion. Obviously, they won in the end. The Brexit vote won in the end, but it's one of them. Like Trump's doing really well in the rural areas, and he looks on track to do well in Florida. But I can't jump to any conclusions right now. The gap is 150.
Mitch McConnell won his race.
Well, what, in Kentucky? I mean, it's not exactly a surprise. I saw an article that was saying, "Oh yeah, we need to not just get rid of Trump, we need to get rid of Mitch as well." I was like, well, probably going to be a tough one, that. Yeah.
Just going back to the Brexit though, I remember because I was on the Remain side of the Brexit vote, and I remember the feeling.
You did work in the EU at the time, just to be. You
Well,
had a
listen,
good reason, but I'm joking.
Yeah, I'm a pro-European, right?
Yeah.
Like, I would genuinely like to see a United States of Europe, and not everyone agrees with me, and that's fine. I'm also a conservative, so I kind of think Europe needs to be reformed a bit, and I think it needs kind of like it's a bit crap at the moment, and it's really bad for the economy. So it needs to be less francophone and a bit more Anglo in its outlook. But I remember that night, the first result that came in, my stomach plunged, and like kind of I knew in that moment that things weren't going quite as well as I'd expected. And I think we're seeing the same in Florida, because I think there's a lot of Democrats looking at the race now.
Yeah.
They're looking at Florida and their stomachs are plunging, and they're thinking, "Oh crap, maybe those Biden plus 20 polls might have been wrong."
Yeah. So Truton County 67-32. Right now it's okay. So Trump is doing better in the rural areas in Georgia as well. So it's a similar picture.
Dassam's here. Dassam, hello, and thank you for the kind words. And Ian Smith.
Yeah.
Well, is Ian Smith you, Ryan?
No. I know who Dassam is,
names.
though. I'm going to call it, I hope it doesn't mind if I call him by his real name, but in front of all these viewers. But what do you think of the results so far, Daryl? Are you feeling positive or negative?
And to the same question to Ian too, actually. Yeah. And thanks for the kind words, mate. Pretty quiet
on the stream. Or it might be because I got a little bit kind of away from the microphone. Sorry.
Dassam saying it too.
Could I up the volume? I'll have a look. 1 second.
Be an OBS, yeah. And hello to Scott Harris too, who's dropped in. Hey guys, let us know about the volume too. And let us know if it equalizes, if we go out higher or anything. It's the first time we've done a live stream. So, I mean, we literally started the live stream before, and we did it for like 15 minutes, and then we realized there's no audio at all. So we had to restart it. So it's a bit of a learning process for us. Volume's fine with Hellfish.
Yeah, I guess it's depends if you're using headphones or not. I mean, I've just upped it like 5 decibels, so it should be a little bit higher now anyway, at least. Okay, so so last thing I was just saying, Georgia. I mean, these rural areas are looking great for Trump. They certainly do not reflect the national polls, at least. But I don't know, because it could be that just Biden is absolutely smashing it everywhere else, and that is totally a possibility. But the rural, like, Trump has really enthused these rural areas. They've come out and turned out massive for him. Well, I say massive. They already turned out massive for him in 2016. They've done that and then a bit more this time. So, but these are the first tests for Trump. These were the first tests. The early counties in places like in Florida and Georgia and North Carolina, was he going to be doing good enough there to or was it looking like his voters were disenfranchised, like not turning up? They're turning up. So there are more tests to come, but we'll see. Florida 80% in, and it's pretty much neck and neck. Biden ahead by 70,000 votes. Yeah.
That's so exactly where we want to be, isn't
55,000. Well, I said with 8. The thing is, I don't know where all the votes coming from, but I said from the mail-in votes, Biden should be sort of like a few 100,000 ahead, and that's when the vote gets to that sort of 90 odd percent count. So I think it's looking really good. Really now for Biden, and he needs to. The Miami-Dade numbers are shocking. If he's going to win now, he needs like unprecedented levels in Broward and Palm Beach, really. So I don't know, but these are early votes. They're 40%, 41% in, and those are like early mail votes. So I mean, if we just take a look, Palm Beach is 58 to 41, and you would expect that to slowly go tighten up as it comes to the election day votes. But that's 58 to 41, and it was 56 to 41. So he's doing a little bit better in Palm Beach, but you would expect that to tighten up as they start to count the election day numbers.
I mean, in chat, I mean, everyone's agreeing with you. Ian Smith feeling very positive about the election. Dazen 2 feeling good about the election. Flying Hellfish just saying that Biden's underperforming really early on. So I think we have a good positive mindset here, don't we?
So far, but I mean, the thing is, it feels like an obstacle course for Trump in many ways, because it's like, okay, here's the first obstacle. Oh, and he's passed that. And then the next obstacle, oh, and he's passed that. So right now the obstacles are Florida, Georgia, North Carolina. If he passes them, then we look to Arizona, Iowa, Ohio. If he passes them, then we're like, can he pick off one of these Rust Belt states? So this is just the first obstacle. But I don't know. I'm feeling positive about Florida. It is looking good. It's now down. Well, it's 60,000 votes, so still about the same. 80% of the vote in. Certainly, they're not landslide numbers anyway. I can tell you that now in Florida. So that's what it feels like anyway. North Carolina, we've got a bit of the vote in North Carolina, and no 100% vote in counties though, so I can't really read too much into it.
Just need a bit more time for that, don't we? But what do you think about? So, I mean, Ian alluded to this. So he was saying he feared for the business owners in DC if the once the result comes out. I have friends in DC, and they all have like evacuation plans in case like their house gets blown up and stuff. And they have like friends, and then friends of friends, and then friends of friends of friends to go to, just in case the mob gets out of control. Do you reckon there could be like any election violence? Like,
well, I mean, everyone's bordering up their windows, aren't they, and stuff.
Yeah.
So, I mean, in DC, like you said, and I think there's going to be violence regardless from the left. But obviously more so if Trump does win.
I mean, they caught those BLM activists planning for it for months, didn't they? It's crazy.
Yeah. Man, I wish I could get the odds, but they're just not really changing. Because this website's like broken because I guess so many people are trying to bet right now. I think Florida is looking good though. I don't know if I feel like the stock market might be closed and that's why this one isn't changing. But Exxon stock, yeah, because I guess they stopped at 4 o'clock. The stock market closed, so I guess we need like an international stock that is a good indicator. I forgot about that, to be honest. But yeah, I've looked at another couple of counties in Georgia. So Pulaski, what's that? So 69 to 30, and then so he's doing slightly better. He's done slightly better in Pulaski. So this idea of Trump picking up extra votes in the rural areas seems to be a common theme everywhere now, which is kind of what we saw in what we heard in Pennsylvania. But yeah. But how could America vote for Biden? Well, this is it. If Trump was just like an ordinary, yeah, exactly. If Trump was a ordinary, just like Republican candidate that was just only every now and again compared to Hitler, instead of like considered Hitler or worse than Hitler, then people would have gone, yeah, no, I don't like that Republican guy, but I mean, we can't really vote for this Joe Biden guy who is a literal corpse that, if he falls, like normal people, old people, they fall and they break their hip. Joe Biden, if he fell over, he'd disintegrate. It would be like, if anyone's ever seen Buffy the Vampire Slayer, when they killed the vampires, that's what would happen to Joe Biden. Yeah, he just turned to dust if he died. Well, he'd turn to dust if he died. Like, coronavirus would be like, if Joe Biden got coronavirus, it wouldn't even affect him because he doesn't even have that many living cells that it can replicate in. So he'd be fine. Whereas Trump's so high energy.
Bounce right back up and open a business and make $1 billion.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, that's the National Guard's on standby at the moment, aren't they? Just in case it does get violent. Jay Grundy thinks there's going to be violence either way. And I mean, I think it's inevitable, isn't it? Like, it just feels so radicalized, this, because you've had 4 years of people saying Trump is a literal Nazi, and then you have this candidate who used big tech to suppress a story about his son funneling money to him from China. I mean, I just think this is going to get. I think it's going to get really out of control. I hope it doesn't. I have lots of friends in America, and even the guys in the chat, like, I want nothing to happen to you, but I'd be scared.
But, it poses an interesting question, though, and Trump wears a mask to protect COVID, exactly, man. But do you, like, if you're in that situation where you're like, well, I really like this Trump guy, but I feel like if I vote for him, then there's going to be violence and chaos. Like, it's a difficult position to be in, because, you shouldn't let that kind of influence your democratic right to vote who you think is in your best interest. But I imagine that's the heavy thing that was probably weighing on a lot of people's conscience going in. They were like, I know if I vote Trump now and Trump wins, there's going to be loads of violence where I live, or affect people that I know, or even people that I don't know.
It's a left-wing thing. The implication of violence, you see it of all far-left movements, and we saw that even in the UK with Jeremy Corbyn. Okay, and I'm not sure if you remember, but do you remember all those reports that there's going to be a civil war and violence in the street and anarchy if Boris Johnson won, or even on the other side if Brexit was stopped? Go on.
I was going to say breaking. I'm going to say breaking. We're doing a breaking. Ooh. I wish I had a thing for breaking. Trump has now taken the lead in Florida, 81% in. He's caught up and he's cut away at the early mail-in ballot lead. It's eviscerated, like Joe Biden, if he fell over. And I don't know. I'm feeling confident about that now. I feel like as that more and more of that reports in, I think Trump just continues to increase his lead in Florida. I'm expecting, like I said, him to win by about 300,000 in Florida. I expect him to win by about 300,000 in Florida. But yeah.
What's Miami-Dade doing? Because it was about 80% done 20 minutes ago.
Miami-Dade was 80% done. It's 23% done.
Oh, then I was just looking at something completely different.
Yeah. I mean, let's have a look at Hendry County, okay? Because Hendry County... Oh, okay, all right. Sarasota... God, I don't know any of these places. Sarasota County, because that's quite a significant county. It's got, a couple of 100,000 votes. That's 53.5 to 58. It's hard to tell with that one because it has got a mixed thingy. So it's 54-42.
1 minute to the next polls close.
Yeah. Sorry, 54-42. And it's now 54. So Biden's actually doing a little bit. He's done a little bit better in a place like Sarasota. So, like I say, it's kind of hard to call it. Hillsborough, 95% in. So, but we are seeing like this consistent thing now, which is Trump doing really well in these rural areas, like doing better than he was doing before. And I think Alabama's just been called for Trump, by the way.
polls closed in 30 seconds in Alabama. So that's
yeah, it's been called already. Yeah,
but you know what? Fair enough. Fair
Yeah.
enough.
Let's see then if there's been any more things.
Well, what do you think about these reports of dodgy dealings in? So Ian Smith says a lady had gifts for old people. Yeah, we saw the election fraud in Texas, I believe it
Oh
was.
yeah, with Veritas, yeah.
But you're really scared for Pennsylvania, aren't you?
I think Pennsylvania is
The dirty tricks. You're going a bit quiet there.
Sorry, yeah, I went away. I think Pennsylvania, of all of the states, is the one that's most susceptible to voter fraud right now because they've got the turnout just seems kind of low and weird. And I just think I've seen article after article, story after story of dodgy stuff happening in Pennsylvania. So
no surprises from these results. Illinois, Maryland, New Jersey, nothing surprising.
So
what
should we do? Should we do this? We could do the CNN test, but I don't know. Go on. Sorry.
What's the CNN test?
Well, we have a look at CNN and we see what they look like, if they look happy or not. It gives us an indication of how things are going.
Do it.
But I don't know. Oh, come on. Okay.
I mean, they never really look happy.
That's true.
Is that a happy man?
Wolf Blitzer never looks happy, to be fair.
Oh, yeah. Colonel Sanders.
Virginia's already been called, hasn't it?
Yeah.
This is what I was saying. I thought that was kind of bizarre. They called Virginia, though, so there we go.
What do you think of Dassam or Darrell mentioned the Reform Party? That's obviously Nigel Farage's new party. And we saw Nigel Farage campaigning for Trump. I'm a pro-European, right? But I actually quite like the idea of it. You know, anti-lockdown, UK liberal. I'm actually, quite tempted to support it. Actually, they have quite a lot of good things going on.
What, the Reform Party?
It's the Brexit Party, but the rebranding is an anti-lockdown party.
Yeah. Oh, had it. Well, that's it, isn't it? I think what's good about Nigel Farage is he takes like that issue that he thinks that there is a kind of sentiment for, and he gives it a platform and he gives it a voice. And he did that with Brexit, and he got the referendum. And obviously, whether or not, I guess, you agree or disagree, I suppose it's a good thing that we have more referendums, or at least feel as though we're kind of having a bit more direct democracy. I don't know. I guess some people would disagree with that, but I don't know. I think, I think there's a growing anti-lockdown sentiment now in the UK. I'd be like, certainly, if he's doing that, it gives people a platform to express that sentiment. But I think, I don't know, I suppose the point is now we're in November, and there's probably going to be a vaccine within the end of the year, and then that will probably be deployed to a large amount of people within the 3 months after that. And I think things will largely turn back to normal then anyway, so any of these talks about, they'll be able to just kind of keep everyone, they'll be able to maintain that, to ride that pressure of the lockdown sentiment until it actually gets to the point that they don't need one anyway. But yeah, so still not really much going on. I mean, in Georgia, again, it's just all the rural counties. So there's not really much I can read into it. In North Carolina, still don't have anything that's reported in significant numbers.
Still early days. Still early doors. Super
early days. I thought with North Carolina we were going to see this big dump of votes. Which I've not.
That
really
was the
seen
impression
yet,
I got.
Yeah. but it's not really come yet. I guess it's going to be. I'm getting so nervous. I don't know if you can tell, like in my voice, but I'm actually kind of shaking a little bit because I'm just scared. Because at any moment in time, like there could just be, oh, and here's some results. Oh, and it looks like Biden's absolutely smashing it.
Biden took approval spell. Game over.
Yeah.
We're positive here. We're positive here, Ryan.
I want to be positive, yeah. There's still so much to go. But this is the first hurdle, these results, like we said, in the southeast corner. And it's looking good in the rural areas. Biden's doing a bit better in some of these suburban areas, which we expected. The question is, does he have enough support with minorities in the urban areas to take him over the line? Miami-Dade is actually shocking for them right now. I mean, it's 53-45. 53 to 45 for Biden.
Clinton won by 30 points.
She won by 30 points, yeah.
And Miami-Dade, of course, right where it's about 50% Latino, about 25% Black, right? Like give or take those numbers. I reckon those Miami-Dade numbers transfer over into Florida at large, and Georgia and North Carolina, and we see a very good night for Trump. That's what I'm kind of like edging towards at the moment.
I don't know. Well, yeah, I think for Biden, like it's hard to read into many of these rural because I'm just looking at a couple of rural areas here now, a couple of others. So like Baker County, 84 to 15. I mean that was right now. It was now last year is 81 to 17. So I mean he's increasing his vote in all of these rural places. That's another only a few hundred votes, but he's doing it all over the place in all the rural counties, and they're underperforming. I don't know. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but Florida's looking great. It's looking brilliant.
I think people in chat asking about Texas. I don't think we're worried about Texas, are we? I mean, it's showing them at the moment, but...
Well, here's the thing about Texas. So, in case anyone isn't aware, Texas, in terms of their early voting, are just mental. They're facing like a giant kind of coronavirus spike there now, and so everyone just started voting early. 170% of last election... 107% of last election turned up and has already voted early voting, and you would obviously expect it to be about 109% anyway because of the increase in population and eligible voters. So, but there's nothing too frightening about the numbers. Like Democrats have slightly increased their share of the vote, but Trump won it by 9 points in 2016. So Biden would need like a very significant number of like Texas suburban voters that are registered as Republicans but just turning up for Biden, and that's the only real way that I see. When I mean, so I don't know. There's nothing. I wasn't worried about Texas coming in. As soon as we actually get like a county for 100% in, we can have a look. Okay, so Clay County. This is another rural county, but Clay County is 87-11.
If I just might interject for 1 second, the New York Times have a needle where they make their estimates, right?
Yeah.
So they are saying Trump takes Florida in all of their estimates now.
Yeah.
It ranges from Trump plus 1.7 to Trump plus 5. Trump takes Georgia in most of the time. Biden
can you send me a link to this so I can show everything?
It's from a tweet, but
okay.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah, because we need one of those needles that we can keep referring to that gives us an idea of what's going on, right? So the Fox News needle election. I don't know if we can see anything.
I just sent you a link to the website.
Okay, forecast needles. Okay, let's have a look at this one. It's all about the needles, folks.
It says North Carolina currently swinging Dem, but with less than 1% of the vote.
They're saying anywhere from Biden 10 to Trump plus 6. Yeah. But they're pretty much saying Georgia and Florida are looking good.
They've given up on
Biden, North
Florida.
Carolina. Yeah, they've 95% likely Trump in Florida. Georgia, 78% likely Trump. North Carolina with only 1% in, so this will be very erratic at the minute. +2 Biden, tilting Biden 66, so we'll see.
Maybe did they have a Texas one just to further allay the fears of our boys in chat?
I guess this gets updated.
Michigan results coming in Michigan.
Wow. Okay, that's significant, then. That's very significant.
Or votes coming in.
Suffice to say, like, I'm not too concerned about Texas. I don't really pay too much attention to it. But right now, anyway, it's 22% in. Obviously, Biden has the early lead because that will be the very, very early mail-in votes that are being counted now, which would have been heavy Democrat. The fact that they're not more heavier than that is probably a very good sign because you would expect it to close in from there. And he doesn't really have a very significant lead. So some votes coming in Michigan, though. Let's have a look at them. There's not much really. Oakland, 0. I mean, it's basically 0% in, so we can't really do much with that. I'm eager to see what's happening in, like we said before, though. Georgia is doing really well in the rural counties in Georgia, so feeling good about Georgia. Until we've got.
Sorry, go on.
Go on. I was going to say until we've got 100% in a county in North Carolina, it's kind of hard for me to even think about it right now.
No, it's very hard to judge, isn't it? And we're just kind of going off all speculation at the moment. But Ian Smith said he had a friend from North Carolina, and there were no fan of the Democrats. This is back in Obama's day. And I just wanted to make the point, quite interesting, that Biden's something of the establishment figure, isn't he? Because... obviously, because he was part of the Obama administration, there's a lot of people who, after 4 years of a Trump administration, still consider Biden to be part of the establishment, which is weird. But there you go. It just shows what a dinosaur that man is.
So
are we gonna call Florida? I want to call Florida.
I don't think we can call it just yet.
I'm calling Florida.
You're calling Florida. You're gonna risk
Political doesn't
face.
call Florida, but Connor Allen calls Florida.
But this vote, look at this vote share though. They're saying, right, 1.7 Trump worst case scenario. Right now with 87 in. So you'd think that with 87% in, that's looking decent. So 3.3. Let's have a look at
people want it. They're calling for us to call Florida, Ian.
Okay, Florida's been called. Political election 2020 have called Florida. You should put a tweet out. Folks. Put a tweet out that we've called Florida.
Okay.
We've called Florida for Trump. But yeah, let's have a look. I was going to have a look at the polls in Florida because I want to give everyone a kind of indication of exactly.
Joe Biden tweet: "Stay in line, folks." He's all getting a bit nervous, isn't it, Joe? Oh,
panic stations. Have we got an election needle? Have we got like an election needle? You know, a full election needle?
I will take a look now. I sent you the link to.
Yeah, I've got this needle. Oh, here we go. President election needle. It's still not giving us much right now. Oh, this is interesting then. Okay, so we'll refer back to this because this is great for like forecasts and things. Trump 95, more than a 95% chance to win Florida right now. Georgia, 86% chance in Georgia. I said, looking at the rural counties there, it looks really good. It actually looks like he's going to do, I don't know if he's going to do better, but he's looks like he's going to win Georgia. anywhere up to Trump plus 12. Like, can we just take a minute though, right, Connor? Because they're saying now with 90% of the vote in, that worst case scenario, Trump does 1.9, is winning by 1.9 in Florida. The polls had him minus. The polls had him minus 2.5. The polls had him minus 2.5. Yes, I would be a little bit scared in the Biden camp now because certainly the polls are wrong. We can say that much.
Is it 2016 all over again? Because
it's looking good, isn't it?
Those plus 15 Democrat polls and all these nonsense that nobody with two eyes believes and nobody with a brain between their ears believes. So obviously everyone except the far left. And they're wrong again.
Well, they're wrong about Florida. We know that much, at least right now. Or we're confident. I just want to say Trafalgar Group, and we're like basically relying on Trafalgar Group to not be a maverick, but a visionary in the polling industry. They had Trump plus 3 in Florida in their last poll that they did before the election. So if he's winning it plus 3 or better, and right now they're saying, oh, now that's gone up anywhere between 2 to 5. If he's on track, then maybe that gives us a bit of confidence in Trafalgar's other polls. And what did Trafalgar say? They say that Trump's going to win the election. So I don't know. I'm going to go get another drink. I'll be back momentarily, mate.
You're thirsty today, aren't you?
Yeah, indeed. I'm drinking some good old American Budweiser. Or is it 1992? Is he referring to Bill Clinton's victory despite losing Florida?
Gareth is here. Hi, Gareth. I met you like 20 years ago. Like 15 years ago I met Gareth, isn't it? I can't remember. What else is going on in the chat? Talk about Biden defecating himself. Listen, that's not just if he loses. He does that all the time, you know? Like, the man's a... Chill out, guys. You want to see some Rees, of course. I mean, this is going to be the best part of the election. If Trump does it again, I want to see those compilation videos. We're going to be, actually, we were talking about this. We're going to make some anyway. But I just want to see all the liberal tears. It's going to be so beautiful because they never in a million years could imagine this result. It's going to be beautiful. Beer flavored water, yeah. Budweiser isn't a beer. Come to Belgium. Like, if any of you in chat are thinking about it, come to Belgium because I will give you some of the most beautiful beers you've ever tasted. But not Budweiser, not Coors Light, anything like that. They really are. I don't know why America has bad beer, but they do. Is he delusional at the moment considering his rallies? He looks like a babbling tool. What I've seen of the Biden rallies, I can't really call them rallies because it's like 40 socially distanced people who like sit down and then Joe Biden, comes out with some intellectual comment like, and then those 40 socially distanced people who are sat down politely break into applause, and then everyone goes home. And they say, the mainstream media reports massive Biden holds a rally, or Biden and Trump hold competing rallies. But then, Trump has a rally with 100,000 people in it. I don't really see how the mainstream media labels them as competing. Yeah, 12 people isn't a rally. It's nonsense. Yeah, incredible beer, Ian Smith. My granddad came to visit me here, and my granddad knows how to drink. He's like, working class. He's like worked in construction for like 40 years. He's very much a man's man. He has a bit of weight on him too. He can take a beer or two. And I've never seen my granddad drunk. And that was Belgian beer's fault. He just loved it. And I remember I gave him a beer. It was called Rochefort Wheat, which is like a 10.5% beer. And he drank it. And he took a sip of it and he went, oh, that's nice. And then he just downed the entire bottle. He thought it was like 4%, but it was actually 10. I've never seen my granddad that drunk. It was amazing. Well, Jay Grundy, they probably paid to be there. I mean, the special interest in the Biden campaign, it's unreal the amount of money they flood into that campaign just to gain access to Joe. I mean, I'm sure there were Burisma executives in the front line in every single one. Yeah, 10.5% is massive. Yeah, Obama rallies, because the thing is, everyone always forgets. If you look at Obama rallies, on say on YouTube, and I'm a political nerd. Part of my old job was to write speeches for people. So I used to. Listen, Obama's a good speaker, so I used to watch Obama YouTube videos, and they always show just in the background loads and loads of people, right? But that they were the only people there. It's very, very rarely that Obama managed to generate a large crowd in his speeches, as opposed to Donald Trump. Okay, so you always have that shot with people stood just behind Trump, but then you actually zoom out and you see just how epic these crowds are. Hundreds of thousands of people. It's really a brilliant thing, and the fact that he's just so natural. I don't think he prepares his speeches, does he? Because he just gets up and rambles, and everyone loves it. Like, he really is a truly great speaker. And again, guys, just at the moment, just while we're waiting for Yan to get back with another beer, please do subscribe to us if you haven't subscribed already. We are a new channel. We've only been active for 2 months, but we've already built this kind of cool conservative community. It's really great to see everyone participating. And to be honest, we thought we'd get 0 viewers for this live stream. So to see, quite a few people in chat and everyone engaging and having fun, it's really cool. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram too. We have a lot of exciting things planned for after the election, and I don't know. I think a few more live streams are in order. Do you reckon we should do some more live streams? Maybe maybe on like Friday night or something. I don't know. If you have any feedback as well, just let us know. That's pretty cool. And I'm looking at the so basically Yayan has control of the stream visuals, so I can't really control the stream at the moment. But I'm looking at the Fox News stream, and nothing much is going on still. So Indiana declared for Trump, along with Missouri. No real surprises there, guys. You've been to 3 Trump rallies? Hellfish. That's really cool. I'm kind of sad actually, because
Hello.
I don't think me or Yayan. Hey,
Sorry.
I don't think me or Yayan will ever get the chance to go to a Trump rally, and it's really going to be a once in a lifetime thing.
I mean, he still does rallies. Well, he still do rallies when he's president. But can I just say, sorry, I just wanted to say, North Carolina was 66% Biden. It's now tilted towards 57% Biden. So it's now going in Trump's favor as the votes start to come in. It's 55% reported in. So it's weird, isn't it? Because these needles, they're going to go as Biden, but then we don't know how many Trump voters have turned out on election day. So it's like the votes just come in, and then they come in a bit more, and then they come in a bit more, and then it's like, oh, actually, Trump's got loads of votes here. So I wouldn't read too much into these needles until more of the vote comes in. But having said that, he seems to be doing really well in Georgia, doesn't he? The fact that the needle is that far Trump when it should be a bit towards Biden, at least early on, is kind of encouraging. But sorry, anyway.
Yeah, so I was just mentioning about the rallies, and then I also asked for some feedback from the guys as well. And Dasm said he shared it in a few places. Thank you so much for that. Views are going up a bit. People should come and see how detailed and good this is. Thanks so much, man. That really, every time we get a compliment, like I get a big smile on my face. To add to the huge smile of Trump ending victory too. Gareth says it all comes down to North Carolina. I think it does at this point, Ryan, doesn't it? Because we need to secure the South, and then we look to the Rust Belt.
I said to you at the start of the day, by the way, that's tilted a little bit more again now, I think. So I said at the start of the day, I mean, they're saying that 60% are reported in, which obviously we haven't got on our map now, but I said it's an obstacle course for Trump. Here's the first obstacle. Well, the first obstacle of the night was Florida. He's passed it. The second obstacle of the night was Georgia. He's doing well. The third obstacle of the night is North Carolina. That's where we're focusing on right now. we've got Cleveland County in, so we can have a look at Cleveland County and compare that. I imagine, I mean, I don't know, because they're saying that he's not doing so well, so we'll see what Cleveland County is saying. Cleveland is kind of a good one, actually, to look at, because it's kind of like that 2-1 vote, and there's quite a significant number of people there. But that's what, 64 to 35. There it is. So it's about the same. Biden's maybe gained a little bit there, has he? Yeah, he's gained like 1%, 64-35. So it's kind of. But here's the thing: like Trump won North Carolina by.
Whoa! Big news! On the Team Trump Twitter, President Trump wins Florida. So they've confirmed our call.
So I think they were waiting for us to call it first before they felt confident doing it. But there you go. I think a landslide will be a tough one. I think
retweeted it on our Twitter. We called it, Ian. We called it. Ahead of the curve.
Look at this. Tucker is like, the election going on, but I'm still going to do my Tucker Carlson tonight. And they've gone, right, we can give you 10% of the screen, Tucker. And then he's got, no, it's not enough. All right, okay, we'll give you 2/3. He's got his 2/3 now.
What do you boys in chat think of Tucker? Because he's something of a hero to us. And if you notice in our videos, we do sometimes try to mirror Tucker sometimes.
Whoa, okay, here's a big one, lads. Trump is winning Scotland County, has won Scotland County in North Carolina, 50-48. Hillary Clinton won that one, 53-45.
He's making gains.
Connor, that's 13,000 votes in North Carolina, in Scotland County. That's mental. That is crazy. Trump is now the favourite in North Carolina as the votes come in.
Trump's a
Hold on. Listen, I don't want to get ahead of myself. Here's the polling averages in. Sorry, Connor, I'm talking. I'm going on with myself. But
no. You do your thing with your numbers.
Georgia was Biden's by 1.2. That's what Nate Silver said. He's an expert. He knows what he's talking about. What's going on, though? Because I'm looking at it and I'm seeing Georgia +4. Maybe, oh my God. These numbers, Connor, are more incredible than I could have imagined at this point in time.
I think so.
They're incredible. They are incredible.
Is this the moment the landslide begins?
I'm sorry, but this is incredible. What the hell? You know what? I don't want to be part of a compilation video if Biden wins. So I'm gonna tone it down. But I said at the start of the day, it's impossible to read too much into anything because the demographics have changed so much, and Trump is doing better with blacks. He's doing better with Hispanic. Scotland County, man, I don't know. What's the demographics of Scotland County? Can we even find that out?
If you can't find it out in 2 seconds, it isn't on the internet.
Oh, it's 32% black African American. Why might he be doing really well in Scotland County?
Said it. We said
because he's smashing the black vote. He's smashing it. I mean, let's do the CNN test very quickly, because I'd be freaking out if I was on CNN right now.
So, for the viewers, Yayan and me, we talk about the election off stream and off video too, and we were saying one of the sweetest things ever would be for Biden to lose because of a radical shift in the minority votes. The radical left to be destroyed by the people that they consider, to be the champions of. It would be so sweet, wouldn't it?
Do they look?
Have you found? Sorry, go
Yeah,
on.
sorry. Do they look? How do they look on CNN? Do they look happy or not?
I think they're looking a little nervous. I think that's nerves.
Yeah, they're trying to talk about how Biden. They're talking about how Biden's really tried his. They're kind of defending Biden a little bit. It sounds defensive. Sounds like defensive language. I don't want to get ahead of myself. Connor. Can we just take a moment, like Robert Cahaley, though? Can we say at least now? Okay, he looks like a genius, does he not? What did he say would happen in Florida? He said in Florida. Oh, do you know what? I'm just gonna get his Twitter up because it's much easier. Everything, all of his website's getting crashed right now by all the people that are double checking what he was right. He said that Trump wins in Florida by 3. Mm-hmm. And where's my election needle? Trump's winning 3.1. He said Trump wins in Georgia by 4. Right now it's 5. He said Trump wins in North Carolina by 2. Right now it's tilting more and more towards Trump as the night goes on. It was 63. It's still 63, but they're saying anywhere from 0.8 to +4 for Trump. So it's looking good anyway. Daryl's calling it now already. He's calling it. I mean, if you want to make that call, that's fine. But I don't know if we can make that call already. I don't know if we can make that call for the landslide just yet. I don't know. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I just want to give some appreciation to this man, though, right now, because this man is not a maverick as much as he looks like one. He kind of reminds me of someone who might have been a pirate ship captain. But he is not that. He is actually a visionary. No, this is Robert Cahaley, the head pollster and founder of Trafalgar Group, who, against all the other polls, said that Trump's doing really well. He's going to win Florida. He said not only is Trump going to win Florida, he said Trump's going to win Florida by 3, which the average polls showed Biden winning Florida by 2.5. So, man, I'm getting excited, and I don't want to build myself up to let myself down, so I'm going to try and tone it down a little bit. But he said Trump wins Florida by 2.7.
So if anything, he's understated it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Connor, I mean, doesn't quite head on there. None of this is going how the Dems said it would.
Yeah. Trafalgar Group is a joke. Can we just... Oh, no, we shouldn't do this just yet, so it should be. Sorry, go on.
We'll listen. We've got all night, man. We've got all night. So Gareth says the Dems are still ahead by 10%, 60% in. Yeah, but what happens is in certain states they count all the mail-in ballots first, okay, and they've counted that. They don't just sit in a room until election day. They get counted.
Well, some states are allowed to do it by law, aren't they? So yeah.
Exactly. So what we see is all the data flood in from those, more likely to be Democrat things. So we're expecting in quite a lot of states to see huge Democrat leads early on, and then as it closes up and it goes closer to 80-90%, we see Trump take the lead. And that's what happened in Florida.
Right. Can we just say our forecasts are both correct so far? Our forecast. Do you know whose forecast is wrong already, Connor? Let's Talk Elections.
our favorite channel.
He thought that Trump would win Georgia. He thought he would win Florida, and he thought he'd win North Carolina. He thought Biden would win all 3 of these states. Listen, Georgia, Florida look good. North Carolina still could go anywhere right now.
Let me explain the Let's Talk Elections reference for the viewers. So there's a YouTube channel called Let's Talk Elections, and he's got a very good channel. Lots and lots of viewers, lots and lots of subscribers. He's doing well, okay. So what he does is he sees a poll come in, and he reads the poll out, and then he puts the poll onto the map. And it's not going so well for him, is it?
Yeah, what he does is Nate Silver, his fucking god and overlord, releases a poll, and then Nate Silver will say, look, here's a poll from ABC. ABC rate this poll. Nate Silver rates these pollster an A-star company. And then they go, New poll in from ABC, A-star pollster, so it must be right. Trump down 18 points in Wisconsin. This is incredible. And, Trump just has no chance here now. No chance. He cannot win this one. I'm tempted to kind of start looking on Twitter and looking at like the reaction to Democrats, but I don't want to tempt fate. So we'll save that till after the election, if indeed. And we're impartial anyway. So obviously whoever wins, wins. But we have no horse in this race, obviously. But yeah, listen, Trafalgar Group, though, if they're correct in their polling...
We've done a video on it, haven't we?
Yeah. If they're correct in their polling, he's winning Florida by 3. He's winning Florida by 3. If they're correct in their polling, I think they said Georgia by 4.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think they said Georgia by 4. Here we go. Georgia by 4.3. What's the needle saying? 4. Oh my God, this man is just a visionary, isn't he? And I think yeah. So
Dassim says he thinks the polls are wrong, and yeah, that's exactly what's happening. The polls are being proved wrong before our very eyes. But sorry, continue your thought.
Yeah. So I just want to say Trafalgar, who we have tremendous respect for, tremendous, great guys, brilliant guys, doing a terrific job. They're saying as it stands, it looks like they're dead on Florida and Georgia. Yeah. And they also think that Trump wins North Carolina by 2. North Carolina's just tilted again towards Trump, 70% chance. He's ahead 1.1. Is the Biden camp starting to get a bit concerned now? I think so, possibly.
I mean, Biden put out a tweet saying, hold the line, folks.
Listen, Biden's probably in a fucking medically induced coma right now. Those guys that just tweeted that out, that's his campaign staff, I would say.
Stay in line, folks. New Hampshire's still voting. Hellfish, are you still here? They're still voting in your state.
Get back, Hampshire, get out. Fucking Hellfish, get out, vote again, man. Because, listen, the Democrats are probably doing it, so no. Don't do that. You don't need to. We can probably take a loss on New Hampshire, but yeah, it would have been nice, but we'll see. I mean, listen, it's only 7% in, actually. I guess, actually, I mean, with New Hampshire, just interestingly, because I said before they've got, like, really low turnout in terms of, like, the early voting, and they're 23%. And they still only counted 7% of the votes. So I assume New Hampshire is one of those places where they don't get to count the votes until Election Day. But yeah.
Hellfish saying we take forever to count up here, so that's probably the case. Polls coming soon for Arizona.
Wow. Sorry, they're talking on Fox News about Trump winning New Hampshire. I mean, they're not saying he's going to win it, but they're saying, hey, maybe. So
I think this is indicative of how this night's going. I think this is 2016 2.0.
It does feel a little bit like that.
We could still be wrong.
Well, it's all about the Rust Belt, because we said this before. Yeah. So Gareth, in New Hampshire, sorry, not New Hampshire, in North Carolina, 70. Yeah, they're in CNN. They're scrambling now. Sorry, North Carolina, 97% of the votes already in, early votes. So they had 97% of the 2016 turnout in early votes. So you would expect, as the night goes on, it starts with a Biden heavy lead, and then it just goes Trump, 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 Trump. And then when they count the Election Day votes, at the end, they're going to be predominantly Trump. So, but you're saying 75% of the votes counted in New Hampshire are just early votes. So, if that is the case, and Biden is only ahead by what, 270,000 votes? I'm trying to figure it out, but that's probably a fairly decent indicator. That's
Quick maths
probably
going.
yeah. I can't do it. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I can't. There's too much. Is New York? How's New York doing? Where is New York? There it is. No votes in yet in New York. Interestingly, Connor, you're kind of the social media expert. What's social media saying?
Expert. I don't think anyone's really an expert on social media, even though there is a significant industry built around people making tweets for politicians. The most overpaid job at the moment. So yeah, I mean, I think, and this might just be because on our Twitter it's very Republican tilted. But everything I'm seeing are things like this. Preston Byrne polls: Georgia is a battleground state, likely blue gain. Reality, forecast to take the state by 5 points. I think that's really indicative of what's happening. I think people are starting to realise polls are wrong. Something's gone wrong here, boys.
Okay, listen. Actually, the people here are talking about Texas.
What's this?
They're talking about Texas. They're saying, Texas, Biden do really well in the suburbs of Texas. So I guess that's interesting. What is the situation there? Let's take a look at Texas then. 47% in Texas, and Biden with a slim lead of 900,000 votes. 90,000 votes, which is slim for Texas. Okay, let's have a look at Starr County, because that's 53-45, and that's 100% in. Wow. Okay. Holy, what is going on? Can you explain this to me, Connor? Because I don't. Hillary Clinton won Starr County in Texas. This is Texas, okay? So a state that Trump's already doing incredibly well in. It's a Republican state. I mean, like, he already smashing it. Hillary Clinton had 80% of the vote in Starr County in Texas. Joe Biden's won 53% of the vote.
Did you just say those numbers again, please?
Hillary Clinton had 80%. Biden has 53% of the vote in Starr County in Texas.
Now, don't say these numbers to me again, man, because everything I'm hearing is Republican landslide. I don't want to say that right now because, like you say, I'm going to end up in a compilation.
In a compilation video. I mean, they've already edited out our bits anyway. But wait, let's have a look at the demographics in Starr County, because I have a feeling that they're going to be predominantly, 95% Hispanic. That is astonishing. His Hispanic vote has collapsed.
So we've been making videos for 2 months, and we've kind of we've seen this coming, haven't we? And we've predicted the collapse in the Hispanic vote, and we said it. And then I don't know about you, but sometimes I doubted my reality, because we say this, and who the hell are we? We're just two guys. And you have these people, experts, over the entire media.
Wait, Connor, you've gone robot, mate. You've gone robot.
Right.
Sorry, you have to say that again. Right, I feel like we've lost him.
Hey.
Right. Hello.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, you went robot the entire time there.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you were saying about the Hispanic vote, yeah.
Yeah, so the Hispanic vote. So we've been making videos for like 2 months, right? And I don't know about you, but for me, I just felt like in this weird thing, because what we were saying, we predicted this, right? And we've been predicting this for quite a few weeks now. But all the Democratic Party, the mainstream media, these so-called experts were saying exactly the opposite to us. So I started kind of trying to doubt myself, but we're being proven right.
Well, here's like Starr County, man. This is a 92%. This is a 96% Hispanic population. Okay, and it's gone from 79% Clinton to 54% Biden. That is huge. It's huge. Trump is winning 46% of the vote in an entirely Hispanic county, right? So here's the thing, right? We're looking at the polls and we're saying the polls are completely wrong. Like, going into this, we were like, yeah, the polls are wrong. And then people will say, what? They're wrong by a historic margin. And we're like, well, yeah. Well, why? Because you've got a bunch of Hispanics and black voters who are like, I'm not telling people I'm voting Trump, man. I don't want my house burnt down. I don't want my car have a Molotov cocktail. I don't want to be called an Uncle Tom because I've weighed up the candidates and I've realized that one is a literal fucking a guy that looks about 2 hours away from dying at any one moment in time, and a guy who's actually delivered record unemployment for people in my demographic, a guy who has committed to funding universities and colleges that are historically black in my areas, and a guy who's improved the economy to a level at a rate that no president has done maybe since like Reagan, right? And or beyond. And here's the thing, like, this is amazing. I don't know, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. But I'm just, because Biden, I think, has done really well with the white vote, right? So it's a case of, and it's incredible that we're saying this, isn't it? Because think back 4 years ago when when Trump was talking about rapists coming over from Mexico, and right now we're talking about, can Trump win enough of the Hispanic vote to counteract Biden's support with white voters?
Well, this is the thing, like, I think the outrage against Trump has been largely manufactured because actually, if you are a minority, yeah, you do care about taxes and you do care about having a job and you do care about all these things that everyone cares about. And then you look in the mainstream media and it's some white liberal who has never entered a black neighborhood in their life telling you that you are particularly outraged because President Trump said there's rapists coming over and there's actually rapists coming over and they're giving you a bad name. So, like,
yeah,
it's collapsing.
So-
And just very, 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 very quickly, I agree with chat. Maybe let's hold off a bit before we get excited.
Can you find a needle, like a needle, election chances needle, who's going to win the election needle?
I'll have a look for one. I looked for one before, but I couldn't find one. I'll have a look again.
Because who was it that had one famously that had Hillary Clinton ahead 99%? And perhaps someone could find one.
Times.
Perhaps someone could find one for us and send it to us. Okay, New York Times. So New York Times election needle. People are already searching for it. Oh, this is the one. This is what you got from the New York Times. Oh, I see. Okay. So predict it. Can we get them? Because their site is down because so many people, I assume, are trying to take advantage of the low Trump odds on there. But yeah, the New York.
So I was just going to say, Dassim, you're absolutely right there. It's an American vote, and I think it's high time that people stop saying, "Oh, there's a black vote and a Hispanic vote," because these people are just normal and they just want prosperity and
obviously,
they want to have stability in their lives.
The thing is, obviously, the ironic thing is that's the way that we think about it. But I mean, when we're talking about the election, everything's always broken down by race and demographic, and that tends to be the way that things go, is that people tend to vote as a block a little bit. So in terms of the election, obviously, but yeah, 100%. That's the thing, isn't it? And that's the absolute ironic thing is that the Dems do see people by their color first before anything else, or not even just their color, their sexual orientation.
Or whatever it is. By class, they're incapable of seeing people, and they see victims and with they see like a hierarchy of peoples, and at the top it's like white males who have the most privilege, so therefore they have no adversity in their life. And then all they do is they never see the potential in people, and they never see the good in people. They just see oppressed people who they need to save, because they're just helpless snowflakes dangling in the wind. It's all
Yeah.
rubbish.
So, oh, hold on. Something's crashed. In the stock market.
I think lots of things. What, the stock market's crashed or the website's crashed?
Well, the website's crashed. Predict it's crashed. Because here we go. Predict it. Oh, and now Trump is obviously the 98% winner in Florida, 67% winner in Georgia, 54% likely winner in North Carolina. Obviously, we don't have any of the vote in Arizona yet, so nothing's changed there. But just so people have an idea, I guess, of how things have changed so far from the votes that we have. Trump was something like a 60 likelihood in Florida. Now he's in 98. He was something like a 55% chance in Georgia. Now he's 67. And Biden was the favorite in North Carolina. And now Trump is. So it's kind of interesting. Wisconsin, though, it doesn't seem to be looking too good because his numbers have gone up there. I guess we need to start having a look at the Rust Belt now, don't we? Because votes are coming in the Rust Belt right now.
Yeah, so it's Rust Belt. We're going to be focusing on 9 minutes. Arizona closes the polls, and then their kind of vote will start to trickle up, won't it? But yeah. I think it's.
Well, listen,
I think the South is Trump now. Maybe North Carolina, whatever. But we're confident in the South.
We're getting giddy about Trump obviously doing really well in these Southeast states, but the reality is that's just, as I said, the first hurdle.
You need to take one Rust Belt state at least, preferably two. And so we were saying in our election day video, we're looking at Minnesota and Wisconsin, and we can lose these, that's fine, but we're looking for a close race, because that might put us over the edge in Michigan.
Yeah. So the big thing now, obviously, anyway, is I don't know. I feel pretty confident then about that Southeast hurdle. I feel like we've overcome that to a certain extent. North Carolina's looking good. Georgia's looking very good. Florida obviously looks brilliant. What's interesting, Connor, is these numbers are shaping up to exactly what Trafalgar said, though.
Yeah.
They're shaping up exactly what Trafalgar said, to the T.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just hope that because I think it's very feasible if you divide the US into roughly kind of 4 regions which tend to have similar voting concerns and voting patterns, right? So Rust Belt, the South, the West Coast, and the Central States. I just hope that Trafalgar are successful in the South as well as across the nation, and it's not that they've. Because it's possible they just get the South head on, don't they? And then everything else they.
No, 100%. What we do know anyway. Look, what we know now is that this is an election. As they would say in football, we have a game on our hands, right? That's what we have at this moment in time, a game on our hands. We've got some votes in Ohio. Let's take a look at Ohio because we've got a couple of counties reporting 100% in there. So Pike County is 75.
I'm just going to
73 to 25. Go on. Sorry.
I'm going to make myself a coffee whilst you have a look at Ohio. I'll be back in a second.
Okay. So Pike County in Ohio is right now 73-25, 100% reported in. In 2016, it was 30 to 66. So Trump's, again, improved his lead there by about 8 or something in Pike County, which is incredible. I don't know what the demographics are. I assume they're mostly rural area. I assume it's like... That's quite a big shift. I mean, God, the thing about Ohio is that Trump won Ohio by 8 points. So if he's doing better than he was before, then it's not. It's like we're not talking about he needs to just edge it. Like if he won it by 8 points, so I mean it should for Biden to win Ohio, he needs to be doing really well anyway. In a lot of these counties, he needs a 4% shift. So Summit County 68-31. That one's more interesting. There's a hell of a lot more votes in there, but that's 68-31. He's doing a lot better than Clinton did there, actually, to be fair. Yeah. I don't know. I think what we're essentially seeing is in areas where there's a lot of black voters, Trump's doing a lot of black and Hispanic voters. Trump is doing really well, and in areas where there's a lot of white voters, apart from the super rural areas, so just in the suburban areas, Biden is doing better. What are they saying? What they say? I don't see. The thing is, like, I really obviously was tempted to go on to politics, but I am just very superstitious about things, so I don't want to kind of tempt fate or anything. But I assume they've got a live election thread. Oh, it's been locked, or is it just a? Oh, I see. Here we go. Let's take. Let's. I mean, I think let's have. I'm gonna watch Fox. Let's see what Fox is saying. Why are they? Why are they so concerned about? Why they hating on CNN? Are CNN kind of like being quite negative or?
Hello.
Hello.
CNN being negative? Surely not.
Well, apparently all the lefties on politics are like really upset about CNN, and
Because they disagreed with them in some form.
yeah, probably they're not saying what they think is happening. What are they saying on CNN? Let's have a look.
Well, what happens with the left is, you slightly disagree with them in some way. You tell them a fact they don't like, and they turn on you. And so a few months ago, there's a Black Lives Matter protest in Brussels, and I wrote an article for a local newspaper, and I said, okay, cool, march for equality and everything, but probably don't like smash up the shops, probably don't loot it, probably don't like steal. That's a bad thing, right? Which is now the position of Joe Biden, by the way. And I got so much hate. I had people like harassing me. I had to call the police on one person. Like, that's how insane the left are.
Well, it's a good job your police haven't been defunded, I guess.
Oh yeah, true.
The thing about CNN is, like, I remember watching that. Like I said to you, Gareth, has Jake Tapper? I don't know if he's on there, but has he been talking like quite defensively about, or trying to? Has he been criticizing the Biden campaign at all in any way? Because if he has, like, I mean, that's what he. I mean, right, yeah, Sky Bet Australia, man. Oh, sorry, Bet Sky Australia. Yeah, they're literally always taking the piss out of Biden like nonstop. So I don't know. I feel like we need to probably turn our attention now to
It's closed. 1 second. There we go. Arizona polls closed.
our Arizona polls closed.
Arizona polls closed. And yet, lots of central states just declared.
Let's see then. Arizona. Trump seemed really confident in Arizona when he was doing his speech at the headquarters.
Did you see? I saw an article that the GOP head in New Mexico thought that New Mexico might flip.
Seriously? Oh yeah, no, I saw that. Yeah, I mean that seems like a long shot, but
we'll see what happens. At this point as well, can I just say thank you to everyone who's turned up and everyone who's like chatted and stuff? Because I'm actually humbled that you guys have chosen to spend election night with us, because it's kind of, isn't it cool? Isn't it cool?
it is cool. But I feel like more we're spending election time with them. You know, that's how it feels with me. Like it's everyone. Listen, I assume everyone here is a Trump fan, and you just kind of want to be there and share that excitement and the disappointments, and you certainly don't want to be there on your own. So it's kind of cool that we talked about when we first started the channel that we wanted to kind of just have that area where a community, you know, we've got a tiny community at this moment in time. So
actually, before we made our first video, we were talking about doing a stream on election night, weren't we?
So there's a bunch of states that have just been declared then. Here's the thing, actually, because it does seem that this is the picture that is being painted, and I keep repeating it, but I just want to talk about what it might mean for other areas. Michigan now, right, looks really good for Trump. Not because of any early voting. Michigan has significant black demographics, like, you know, cities with big black populations, and they're obviously backing Trump in places like Georgia and North Carolina and Florida. Are they backing him in places like Michigan? Because if that's the case, then those Trafalgar polls that we're always going on about look really good. And that's why he's doing well there. And that's why he's doing well in Arizona, or they say that he's doing well in Arizona because he has a Hispanic vote. Right now, anyway, I'm just looking at Ohio, when I was looking at before while you were away. Summit County, kind of like a bit of a suburban county. Biden has was it not Summit County? Summit County has really extended the lead that Hillary Clinton had there, and so it seems that basically because Hillary Clinton won 52-43, and now Biden has won it 67-31. So it's a big significant shift, like 15-point shift towards Biden. That's a big suburban area. So it's like the story of every state, it seems, is going to be Biden's doing well with suburban voters, Trump's doing really well with rural voters, and then in the urban areas, Trump is picking up the like minority votes, or whatever you want to call it. So it's a question of, are there enough in each state to like swing it each way? It's impossible to tell. I wish we had some more needles to help me kind of figure out some of these things.
I've been looking. They're not on the first page of Google.
Yeah.
And
North,
thank you for all the nice comments in chat. Sorry, go on. I just interrupt your flow of thought.
No, sorry. I'm just saying in the southeast, it's still there's not been any significant change there. It's still looking good. Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, they're all looking like Trump at the minute. So, when was the last time that? Georgia is just kind of weird because there's always so much like emphasis on Florida. It feels like Florida's just kind of like fizzled out really quickly, and it was Trump's won now.
Team Trump declared it, but I don't think it's been officially.
It's not been officially, but I think it is looking great.
Have you seen? One thing I do want to mention is the Senate race. So in Colorado, the Democrat defeated the Republican incumbent. I think the Democrats take the Senate, huh?
You think the Democrats take the Senate?
Mm-hmm.
The only way they take the Senate, I said. Well, I don't know because I think Trump carries up some of the senators and then he doesn't carry up some of the other senators. So if Trump's doing really well, which it looks like obviously he is doing better than expected, at the very least, then we'll see. But I mean,
no, in Michigan, the Republican senator, the Democrat incumbent, is seems to be losing out to the Republican challenger
in Michigan.
So maybe there's just a reshuffling, but.
Potentially, I mean, the projections are that the Democrats, the idea is that the Republicans could potentially swing a couple of seats in the Senate, but the Democrats could swing a few more seats. So this seat that they've won in, where is it they've won it? In Colorado. Yeah, I don't know if that's so much of a surprise anyway. That's a flip, but it's a 63 to 34% with the of 22% of the votes in. If they've called it this early, I imagine that's one that looked they were pretty confident in to begin with, especially with it being in Colorado. So a lot's changed in 6 years, obviously. But obviously some of the other demographics have changed as well in some of the other states. The Senate race, I don't know. It is an interesting one. Coming into it, like we kind of no one thought Republicans were going to take the House, the Senate, and the presidency, did they? So I think regardless, we're going to end up with I don't know. Obviously, there's the chance. I think for the Democrats to take all three chambers, they would have needed better numbers than have come out so far. I would have thought.
But the nightmare scenario is Trump winning the presidency and the Dems taking the House, the Senate, and just absolutely holding the nation for 4 years.
Yeah, I guess so. But I mean, Trump is. The thing is, it would. The point is, you got to look at that, and you've got to say, but that stopped the Democrats having everything, and the amount of danger and the amount of destruction that the chaos that could have ensued with Democrats having complete control of government. So, I think regardless, we came into this thinking. We thought, yeah, Trump's going to win, and we thought maybe he takes the Senate. But the reality is, it's not. No one has a clear thing across all three chambers anyway. So, but I don't know.
Gareth has a good point. The midterms could come to the rescue.
Yes, potentially. Obviously,
well, I mean that's a whole different live stream.
Obviously that's the difference. That's what the thing about American politics is. You've got a third of the Senate races up every 2 years. This year, the Republicans, just because of the way that the Senate races are massively on the defense. Majority of the seats they're defending, they're not being able to attack. 2 years from now, they're going to be more Democrat. They're going to be more of an opportunity for them to attack Democrat seats. But I don't know. Listen, we need to wait and see, I guess, what happens with the presidential race right now. But he's passed the first hurdle, and we should feel pretty good about that. Ohio's looking kind of interesting. I think even the polls had, even the left-wing polls, ABC and whatever, had Ohio as being a Trump state. Biden's doing really well in some of these suburban places, but it looks like Trump's got enough in the other areas to do it. So I think in terms of state by state, it's well, who's going to win where? it's because it really depends on the demographics of those states.
Mhm.
And
Definitely.
I do think, like in Michigan, Trump has that advantage because there's a big black vote. Did you see as well what I love about Pennsylvania is the Amish vote in there, because there's like 80,000 Amish guys.
The wagons.
And they've got the wagons with the Trump flags and
Yeah.
everything.
That was brilliant. And that's the thing, because I think you mentioned this as well in a video. You can't reach the Amish with posters, no. And they've actually a big section of the community. But in a tightly contested race, those people matter, and they matter bigly.
Yeah.
I just want to kind of divert on a tangent for a second, yeah, because in chat it's going on for UK politics, and I think we need to engage with our chat, obviously. So, is it a good time to reveal I work for the Lib Dems? It's never a good time, but
You don't work for the Lib Dems anymore.
No, not anymore. But it was a big mistake in my life. But I was saying before, the UK Reform Party actually quite appealing to me. I like all the classical liberal ideals. I like the anti-lockdown message. I like the kind of libertarian, less government message. Well, I never thought I'd be getting into bed with Nigel Farage, but could well be on the cards.
Yeah. Maybe we'll be correspondents for GB News in America in 4 years' time.
I'd love that.
That would be the dream job, wouldn't it? That would be a dream scenario. Yeah, so there's still, Michigan's, we're still waiting on like some big counties in Michigan, but they're 38% in now, which is interesting. Trump is in the lead there. Which, here's the thing, actually, I'll tell you what, Michigan, okay, so we looked at the early voting in Michigan and we were like, why are the Republicans doing so well? Because they've got 38% of the early voting in comparison to 31% of the early voting in 2016. And we were like, well, that doesn't seem right. Trump's winning right now in Michigan, and I don't know if there's a, if we can connect the two there or not. But I would imagine those are mostly the early voting that's coming in Michigan right now. And Trump's doing well, it would seem at the minute. Yeah. So
I'm excited for it, and I'm not sure if it's just because I've downed a coffee or what. But I'm certainly like, when you're so excited about something, you look at the results going there and you think, oh, no.
Yeah.
I'm not even thinking about that. No. That's kind of my
Did we? Okay, we've got another county in Texas here, Freestone County. Let's just have a quick look at that one. So Freestone County, 79 to 80. There it is. Sorry, 90. What was it? 20. So Trump's again. There's a consistent pattern now. I would be fairly confident in calling it a consistent pattern that in all of the rural areas he's like doing really well, and he's doing really well in Texas in the rural areas. Ohio, like, we need to see more votes in Ohio come through because they're 60% of the way in now, and Biden's got like a decent lead there right now.
And we both predicted Ohio goes for Trump quite comfortably, didn't we?
Yeah, I should think it will do. I mean, this again, we'll have a look at the rural counties in Ohio. The thing is, I looked at this one, Summit County. Biden has done really well in Summit County, like really, really well. But let's have a look at some of the rural counties. So, like Allen County is 59-39.
Ooh, so I've just seen a tweet from quite a respectable Republican pollster that the New York Times actually had a nationwide needle just before the election,
and they got rid of it.
Got rid of it
That's
because the chance of winning the presidency. I know this is Clinton, but they don't want another 2016 in their hands. But this apparently is happening now.
What? That they're getting rid of the need? That they're what? Sorry.
They're expecting. They've just got rid of the needle to avoid an embarrassment on the same scale of 2016.
Right. Okay.
Probably should have enunciated that better, shouldn't I? But I was just so excited.
discussion thread, general election part 6 in politics. What are they saying? Do you know what? Ohio is looking like it's going to shift a bit Biden. Like Trump won it. Sorry, I got caught up on the thing. Biden's doing well in Ohio, but obviously Trump won it by 8 or 9. And like he certainly tightened up a bit of the vote in some of these counties, doing a lot better than Clinton did. So I think Ohio is going to be quite tight, but I think it's hard to say at this moment in time because I don't know with all the counties, like 62% in, so it's hard to kind of project. But I think that's going to really tighten up. I think that could be close. Like maybe Trump only winning by a few. Like I say, he won by 8 last time. So that's kind of interesting. But then again, if you look at the actual, it doesn't make any sense because you look at the early voting and Trump's done really well there. But yeah.
And I'm seeing questions about North Carolina in the chat.
Yeah, sorry. So I just wanted to...
Estimates have swung. Trump is more likely to win in North Carolina despite currently being behind.
So these New York Times are saying 88% Trump in North Carolina. In North Carolina. That's because the counties that are left, he still obviously is predicted to do well in those. I mean, this is crazy, man. This is crazy. But
can we call Georgia?
I don't know if we can, because there's only 36% in. He's doing better in North Carolina than he is Georgia right now.
I just want to call another state.
I don't think we can call another big state just yet.
Okay.
What I was going to say, what's interesting is you said New York Times, right? They had that national needle on the New York Times, yeah? Mm-hmm. And, oh, look, that says there, why no national needle? They've gone, oh, we're not going to do that. We're just going to do an estimate for the states that we think if Joe Biden wins one of them, then we're really confident that he wins the election. And obviously now
Twitter tells me differently. Twitter tells me that they had one not 4 hours ago and they deleted it.
Okay.
Maybe Twitter's wrong. I'm sure that's never happened before.
Let's have a look what's saying on Fox News. They're looking at North Carolina and Georgia. Right. I'm just going to grab a drink. Back in a minute again. See, I mean, I don't know. You're, like I said, you're the social media man. I want to have a feel for what people are saying on social media, like actual campaign managers and stuff like that. Like, what are they saying, and what are the journalists and stuff saying? In the polling experts, shall we say?
Okay. Well, when you come back, I have one tweet for you at least, and I'll keep on looking. So what's going on in the chat? Biden's making gains when he makes them in the right way. Still comes down to the Rust Belt as it stands, unless something crazy happens in Texas and the big cities. Yeah. I'm trying to think of a scenario. I mean, Texas is like just kind of a body blow, isn't it? Because if we lose Texas, we have to be in Arizona, Nevada, and the entire Rust Belt, I think, and Ohio and Iowa. But I mean, it's still possible. I mean, I just don't know. I think, we do have cause for positivity, and it's looking like we're taking the South. And that is the first real big indicator that it's not the night that the mainstream media and everyone else imagined it would be. Maybe we'll be disappointed, and maybe the Rust Belt and everywhere else we lose. It could happen. But at the moment, everything's pointing to a good night for us. He is actually pissing like a racehorse. He's gone for a few. I think it's because he's drinking that American beer flavored water. He's drinking quite a lot of it. Oh, Democrats retain House control. This is official now on the Fox News. So we're not taking back the House, unfortunately, but I don't think we ever expected to, really, did we? Do we know when we can expect to have the final results? Well, it all depends, Ian. I mean, there are scenarios where it comes down to Pennsylvania and we don't know the final result for 8 weeks. That's an entirely feasible scenario, unless you're talking about the states. And we just don't know it. It just all depends on how fast they count things, when they process the data, when they put it out there. Um, we just don't know. Robert Bearden, hello. Welcome to the stream. A good Texan. We love Texas here. It's interesting because we were getting a bit panicky before about Texas because it seems to be a lot more blue than we'd like to hope. We didn't think before the stream that Texas would go blue, but things aren't looking too brilliant right now, and they still have the big cities to come, don't they? So I wonder what's your opinion, Robert, on Texas? Did you vote today? How were the lines? I love Texas. The best isn't Texas the best steak in America? The best state in America. It's got the best steak I've ever tasted. Ah, you voted early. It's quite interesting. The the breakdown of people here. Obviously, we had Hellfish before, who lives in New Hampshire, and he stood in line and he for an hour today and voted. I wonder just how many of our community chose to vote early or not. But then again, in Texas, because you guys had quite a severe coronavirus issue, didn't you? So I guess you guys all voted early. We don't like the riots and crazy malcontents. No, none of us do. And again, I think we were saying this before. We were saying this at the start of the stream. It's very possible that we see some significant violence on election day once the results are called. And like I say, I have friends in DC where they're boarding up shop windows and hiding their valuables. I have friends who have evacuation plans to go to a different friend's house in case the rioters get into their building, or they even have backup plans for the backup plans, just in case, because they're that scared and they're that terrified of significant violence coming from the progressive peaceful left. But I hope it won't come to that. I think what will really help is a Trump landslide. Because if Trump wins in a landslide, the left will be destroyed for a generation. And the same thing happened to the UK. So the UK audience can attest to this. Jeremy Corbyn was absolutely hammered. And the Remainers were absolutely hammered in the general election in the UK. And it just put an end to everything. It just put an end to the far left in UK dissolved overnight, and they were absolutely crushed. And I think if the same happens in America, you could be looking at a very, very pleasant 4 years ahead. So again, guys, if you're watching the VOD or if you're just tuning in, you're watching Political. We're a new channel. We're only 2 months old, and we have been covering the US election. We are a conservative channel, and we have tons of content planned for after the election. So please do subscribe if you haven't already, or follow us on social media at least. We're going to tell you about all the exciting things we're going to get up to. We're certainly going to be covering the election, the remnants of the election and what happens next. And we're just a community. We like to chat. We like to discuss things. We like to discuss everyone's opinion. We get lots of haters in the comment section in our videos. They're quite fun to mess with. So really, do feel free to join the community. We'd love to have you on board. The salt was excellent in the UK 2020 election. Yep, Corbyn supporters still try and hit over him all over Facebook. Yeah, and that's quite scary because he was removed from the Labour Party for facilitating anti-Semitism. And if you go on to one of these Corbyn supporters and you say, "Well, look, he should apologise for that," like, what on earth is going on? How can how is it acceptable in 2020 to facilitate anti-Semitism? And they defend him, like how can they defend a proven? I'm not saying he's an anti-Semite, but he certainly is a tacit anti-Semite. And so we have no news at the moment. Florida is looking. I mean, we called Florida before. We've won Florida. Georgia 42% in with a 14-point lead, so looking very good in Georgia. North Carolina, very very close with 81% in. And then what we're going to be looking for as well are the Rust Belt states. They're kind of the next major calls we expect to be seeing, or not, depending on how they count the votes. But certainly Minnesota and Wisconsin, we hope will give us an indication of how the rest of the Rust Belt is going to vote. And then we'll be looking at Arizona and Nevada as kind of potential key battleground states. Yeah, have you guys noticed just how shocking that anti-Semitism in the left is? Because it's a far more dangerous one because they deny it ever exists, and it's kind of if you said something that kind of denied racism towards black people, let's say, the first thing that would happen is you'd have a protest mob outside your house. They'll try to get you fired from your job, and there'll be 1,000 things to target you personally, whether or not you're a hateful person or not, whether or not you hate black people. But when the shoe's on the other foot, and you basically point out them being anti-Semitic, they just brush it under the rug. It's like they try to monopolize the cause for equality. I think that's wrong. I think all conservatives, believe in equality, and they believe in the power of the person to forge their own path in life, and not just to be an eternal victim. And the left can't handle that. Robert, I've not seen a Douglas Murray analysis, but if you share it with us, I'd be very, very happy indeed to check it out. Hellfish, I'm not liking that blue shaded Texas. What on earth would drive Texas to vote Democrat? Well, in Texas, it's very interesting, but they're being colonized, so to say, because there's lots of Californians who are just moving to Texas. I think it's something to do with tech, because certainly lots of live streamers go to Texas because it's kind of, I think their tax policy for big tech is one of the most, the best. You can make the most money in Texas. I think. I'm not too certain about that. Hello, just talking about why Texas might go blue. So I think lots of Californians are flooding into Texas, and they are changing those demographics quite a bit. And you are seeing those huge cities, Dallas, Houston, and Austin. They are just expanding at such a rapid rate, and they're outsettling the Cowboys, aren't they?
Yeah. I think this is and we talked about this before. It's like Californians going to Arizona and Texas, and then voting for Democrats. Like the reason that these states look so appealing is because they're so like liberal in the sense of classical liberalism. Like you can go and live your life and be left alone for the most part.
The Wild West not in practice, but actually kind of the same mentality, right?
But yeah, like so, I do see Texas going blue. Like not this election, but an election maybe 8 years from now. I don't know. I think Ted Cruz has probably been a nomination in 24, and obviously you'd expect him to carry Texas. But if that was the case, but yeah, I can see Texas going blue at some point in time. I think that's where the demographics are shifting. But then at the same time, like, is the Rust Belt now going to become like a likely Republican place? Like, somewhere like Minnesota, that's not voted Republican in 50 years. It was the only state that Reagan didn't win when he won 49 states. Again, although to be fair, Mondale was I think the governor in Minnesota. I don't know if there's a governor or a senator or whatever, but so it's interesting. The thing that, like, Florida, I think, how long has it been now that pretty much all our lifetimes Florida has been seen as like the ultimate swing state? Is that
and now it's safely Republican?
Yeah, it's becoming. It does feel like it's becoming a safely Republican state. What's going to be interesting is, and whoever wins tonight, the Republicans have captured a sentiment and spirit with like Hispanic voters now. Can they hold on to that going forward or not? Because if they can,
hold on. Texas, for the first time tonight, is shaded red.
It is. It's just flipped for Trump with 64% in. I imagine that vote keeps going up and up. Since we're not really, we've got 65% of the vote in Michigan, by the way. But
just to go back to the point you were making about Hispanics, which will be influencing the Texas vote. Well, I think the Republican Party can, because the more and more the Democrat Party veers towards the far left, okay, what you're doing is they're pushing away these people who fled socialism and communism, and they hated those regimes, and they knew the corruption and the severity of those regimes, and then they go and they have these rich liberals telling them that socialism is actually a brilliant thing, and it just completely clashes with their lived experience. But also, a lot of those people from the Hispanic world, the Latin world, are Catholics, and they are quite staunch Catholics, and they actually agree with the religious. If you're religious, you're more likely to vote Republican.
Yeah,
that's just a fact, and it's the truth for newly arrived people as well.
Yeah, no, 100%. So listen. The Democrats have kind of become the party of. They're not. Do you know what? They're not the party of like they're not against religion. They're just against American. They're against Catholicism. They're against being Christian. Like they try and make you feel bad for that. And we're not. We're not Christians. We're not actually religious. So, but why it does feel, doesn't it, at times like the Democrats are attacking American values.
Oh yeah,
they're attacking
absolutely.
all of the things that Americans, for the most part, hold as like sacred. Like, oh, these are the things that the country's built on. Why are you attacking it?
Of course, these people, they hate America. They see America as an oppressive construct designed to keep people down. So, of course, they're going to attack it. And it just completely flies in the face of what everybody knows, and that is that America is probably the greatest country in the world in terms of terms of the freedom, in terms of the almost everything, in terms of every measurable indicator.
Yeah,
is.
Okay, so I was just talking to my brother. We're a little bit concerned about Ohio at the minute. It's 67% in, and Biden has a 55,000 advantage at the moment. Looking at early voting in Ohio, 60% of the vote was early voting, which we expect Biden to have the advantage with the early mail-in votes. So we're actually at the point now where I don't know what percentage of the Ohio votes are actually thingy, but it looks like it's slowly swifting towards Trump again now. So, but by like this Summit County is the one I was super concerned about, because Trump had Hillary. That was a close county in 2016, and Biden's winning there convincingly. So I want to have a look at some of these rural states that have just come in now. So Brown County is 72-26. And that was, yeah. So like Biden is making up in all of these counties. He's making up a little bit of the vote. Gallia County, 76-20. Oh shit! And it's now 77-20. Okay, so do you know what? It's not actually as I thought there was going to be. I thought there was kind of like a swing in every county towards Biden, but it looks like some of them are still kind of like Trump has improved on. I think it's really like dependent upon the more suburban areas. The more suburban areas are going Biden. I just saw anyway, like on politics and that, they're like. So obviously these are all like the left-wing voters, so we get an indication of what Biden voters are thinking right now. Fuck me, this may actually come down to Pennsylvania.
That's a nightmare scenario because they just won't call that for a long time.
Everyone needs to chill out about. Here's Virginia, right? So Virginia, CNN called someone was it CNN? They called Virginia right at the beginning, did they not?
Yeah, but it's still showing a really, really strong Trump vote.
Yeah, it's looking good for Trump right now. So I'm just a little bit confused about that.
Fox too, to be fair. I mean, we're looking at the map, right?
Yeah. So anyway, Ohio, we've got to keep an eye on. Like, it's really tightening up though. It's just tightened up a little bit more now again. I guess we need to see more once some of these counties are in. I'm a little bit concerned about Ohio, but if Trump can overcome the hurdle in Ohio, then we can start focusing then at that point on Arizona and Nevada, really. But we need some of these counties in Michigan to come out fully. And same with Wisconsin, because once some of these counties come out, so Douglas County is 92% in, so that might give us a bit of an indication. That's in Wisconsin, and that's 53-44. That doesn't sound too great for Trump, in all honesty. Oh, okay. Wow. So Hillary Clinton won Douglas County in Wisconsin 50-43. Trump is winning it 53-44. He's doing better than Hillary Clinton did in Douglas County. And that's right in the north of Wisconsin. Big rural area again. So it looks like he's absolutely smashing it in the rural areas up in Wisconsin. But again, like, that's a good sign early on anyway.
I think this is the problem. We know a little bit about many states, don't we? And the only states where we really can be quite certain is Florida and a little Georgia and North Carolina. But they're just suspicions more than anything. But it's not fun at the moment. We just want more data.
We just need more data. Like, I'm really concerned. Look, I think we can feel pretty... Like, we can call North Carolina now, I think, officially on the Twitter.
We call in North Carolina?
We're calling North Carolina now, yeah.
Did you do the Florida one or did I?
No, you did it. I don't. Someone's retweeted our Florida one. Should we? Let's just go on Twitter. Let's go on.
Okay, so I'm going to call it then. So
you're calling North Carolina.
Official political 2020 news announcement. They're calling North Carolina for President Donald J. Trump. There it is, boys. It's official.
I wish I had an animation.
One with a swoosh.
So Ohio is I need to kind of like I need to calm. Oh look, okay, so Ohio's now within 5,000 votes. Okay, maybe I'm getting a bit over ahead of myself, getting concerned about Ohio. I think the counties that we were looking at might have been particularly suburban counties that were beneficial to Biden. Do you know what we need? We need like a number of smashed in windows counter. Like the number of windows that have been smashed in are like a good indication of how badly the Democrats are doing. So we need like a live stream of Washington, D.C., downtown Washington, D.C. And the number of rioters is like probably indicative of how well Trump's doing.
The number of mostly peaceful window smashings.
Okay, yeah. Like I want to get ahead of myself, but if Trump if he wins Wisconsin, and Nevada.
Really looking so good. If
If
that
he
happens,
wins Wisconsin and Nevada, he can win the election tonight.
Mhm.
Because those places will be called. Yeah, Biden's still ahead in North Carolina, ever so slightly, with 85% in. But North Carolina, the last 10% of the vote is going to be mega Trump vote, especially in the sort of bigger places. It's going to be mega Trump vote because pretty much 90% of the ballots, or about 85% of the ballots in North Carolina, were thingy. But yeah, it could swing the other way, but
so can
know.
I just bring some
95%.
attention? Can I just bring some attention to? You mentioned this before, back to Virginia.
Yeah.
So there are many tweets going ahead now, like this one, for example, with 96% of the vote counted in Loudoun County. Trump has 55% of the vote tonight in Virginia. Do we think that Virginia has a chance of going Trump?
If Trump wins Virginia, he's winning in a landslide. And the polls were wrong, and not only were they wrong, they were just completely so wrong that they are completely worthless. Completely worthless. If Trump wins Virginia, though, that to me, like, if I didn't know any polls, I didn't see any polls, I would assume that Trump is winning this election convincingly. I mean, I don't know. Are they saying Virginia is really in play?
This is what the Twitterati are saying.
Okay. I feel like I
feel like we kind of keep an eye on it, but maybe
Virginia's
not
been
take
called.
it so seriously.
Fox News have called Virginia for Biden.
But they called it like after 4 votes were counted.
Yeah. So have they made a mistake or what? Because CNN haven't called it. They keep going to it.
It's just the same like North Dakota and South Dakota. After 1 vote cast, but like, okay, sure.
So 41% in North Carolina is the early vote, apparently.
God, it's so exciting.
If that's the case, then it is totally competitive. Like, completely competitive. Although, looking at some of the counties, yeah. So you've got Biden 66 to 32.
Candace Owens says that she's heard that Fox might recall their Biden call for Virginia.
Right. Okay. 68 to 30. Yeah, so I don't know. North Carolina looks great for Trump. I mean, every county has Trump's increased his lead on that I've looked at. Even the ones, okay, so Wagtauga County is 53-45. And then it was 47-46. Oh, okay, so he's actually increased his lead. All right, I don't know. It's hard then because he's winning in some and he's losing in others. But I guess it depends. Like, what is the most populous county in North Carolina? I don't actually know. I guess we'll get an indication if we have a look here. So you're saying that oh my God, right, let's take a look at Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is tightened up mega. But we don't have any 100% counties in there, so it's hard to say anything right now. Same with Minnesota. I think North Carolina's looking good. Because and they seem to have it as they've got it as more than 95% Trump now in North Carolina. So, but it's looking like a slightly slimmer margin of victory than Trafalgar said. But they also then underestimated the Florida vote, didn't they? I don't know, kind of. What's your kind of opinion right now? What are you feeling?
I mean, my opinion is that I have no opinion, and what we have to bear in mind, I think we have to sober up a bit, and we have to say this was expected, and everybody knew, and everybody was saying it for weeks before. We're going to see some weird stuff, and it's going to be caused by simply the order of counting the votes, which is very particular this year.
Okay.
It's very boring to say, and it means we can't get very excited. But I think maybe we take a deep breath and take a look at this. Because at the moment, I don't want to say anything anyway.
Yeah. Okay. So Mecklenburg County. Okay, so Darius just said Mecklenburg County. That's the biggest county in North Carolina. That's currently 62% in, 67 to 31 Biden. God, where is it? There it is. Okay. So wait, what is it? So 62 to 33. Yeah. So Biden's improved in Mecklenburg County, the biggest county in North Carolina. There's only 62% in though, so I imagine that's predominantly the early votes, so that should probably tighten up, because if Trump is winning North Carolina, which they seem to indicate in the needles, then that he can't be losing by that kind of margin once all the votes are in. So it looks like he's about to overtake Biden in North Carolina as well. I wonder what they're saying on Fox News then. Oh, Fox have a national probability meter.
Well, yes, of course they do.
So let's see what they say once this comes back in. Look at Juan Williams. If Juan Williams is looking scared, then that is a good indicator.
Yeah, New York Times projects Trump as the projected winner of North Carolina with a 94% probability.
Okay.
I think with the way chat's going, we need to do another CNN test.
Okay.
And of course, we're going to be doing that throughout the night, checking CNN to see
Let's
how
have a look at
look.
CNN. We'll give them a refresh to see how they're looking on there. Just a little sad looking for paths to victory. If CNN are talking about Biden's paths to victory, that's a very good sign. I imagine that they're still talking about the Rust Belt. But here's the thing though, but Trump has passed his test on the South, right? So we're now at a situation where if Trump is winning all of these South states, we're not saying like, we're not looking at it like, oh, and Trump needs to win all these. Now we're saying Biden needs to win all the North states. Because right now he needs to win all the rest. Like, assuming that Trump wins. One sec.
You okay? Yeah, that's I think. With regards to the videos in the back, I don't think we ever intended to project the audio. We had some audio problems at the start of the stream too, and so we kind of.
I can put the audio from the streams on, from the thingy. I just didn't want it to distract away from...
The insightful commentary.
Yeah, exactly. If you want, though, here's the link anyway for the Fox News one, if you want to have that on the CNN. I'll put them in, so if you can put them on in the background then.
And just while we have a bit of no noise at the moment, I just want to say thank you again to everyone who's turned out. And I said it about
CNN
an
projection.
hour ago, but CNN projection.
They projected South Carolina.
Oh, wow.
In Alabama.
I thought we were going to get something good, but
I got to admit, at the start of the stream, I was like, what if Biden just wins in a landslide? I was like, that's going to be so depressing. We're going to have to turn it off. And it's just going to be, like, embarrassing. So I'm just glad, whatever happens, that we have a race. That we get to enjoy the night. That's what I'm happy about, and I'm kind of grateful for that. So
at the very least, we're making quite a few liberal bums clench, aren't we? Come on, man.
Let's have a look at Ohio, see if anything's I'll tell you what they say on Fox News, because they're looking at now. They're still looking at Georgia and North Carolina, so.
So Ohio at the moment for me says Trump 50.3% with 72% in.
He's overtaken in Ohio, and it seems that he's slowly improving his lead. So I don't know, but there's some big counties to still come out. What are the big counties in Ohio? I'm going to move away attention from North Carolina, because I feel confident that Trump's won North Carolina now.
Are you calling North Carolina?
I thought we already called it.
Yeah, we did.
The next one that we're going to call is Georgia, which is 83% Trump at the minute, but it's only 46% in. So we'll have to see.
Wonder why they haven't called Florida yet.
Well, they just aren't sure, I guess, entirely. The Miami-Dade is do you know what? Miami-Dade isn't looking that bad. That's improved for Biden now, at least. I mean, they're not winning. Biden's, oh no, that's Hillary Clinton. I'm looking at that like, oh, they're not doing all right. That's Hillary Clinton. How are they doing actually in Miami-Dade? Because they've surely got quite a lot of the votes in there now. It's nice.
Gareth's asking if we can analyse Florida. Could be a bellwether, and we might win bigger in Florida than the campaign projected.
So yeah, so Miami-Dade, right, is 94% in. Clinton won this 66 to 33. It's 53 to 46. So that is effectively that's effectively 400,000 votes, maybe, if that Trump has gained there in Miami-Dade. But where's the bellwether? Is it a particular county? Or are you talking about Florida as a whole? Trump is ahead by 400,000 with 91% in, and it looks like the Trump campaign manager was completely right. He said they were going to win by 500,000 in Florida. And he gave a bunch of other estimates where he said they were going to win. I think he said they're going to do well in Michigan, maybe, I think it was. North Carolina's looking. He's about to take the lead in North Carolina, it looks, but we're not too sure yet. He's extending his lead in Ohio, so I feel like we can start to maybe. So I was getting quite nervous about Ohio. I think I was getting kind of influenced by the people that just look at like the early votes and go, oh, Biden's winning. You've got to remember that all of these counties, every single state, Biden will lead to begin with, and it's a case of can Trump chip away at the lead and take the lead. He's taking the lead in Ohio now. I think
Iowa set to finish polling in a few minutes.
Brilliant. So Arizona, as polling's closed in Arizona, did you say? We should be expecting a big dump of votes in Arizona then. Like a big dump of votes. I want Trump to, like, oh God, I hope my prediction's right, but then at the same time, I want him to win as many states as possible. And I said that Arizona would be Biden, so I'm looking forward to Arizona. That should be a great indication. Texas is looking good. I mean, what I want to do, actually, something that we've maybe not really looked at is let's look at somewhere like that's got 100% of the votes in, that we know that Trump was going to win anyway. So Kentucky. Trump won Kentucky by 30% in 2016, and right now he is ahead by 27% with 7% of the vote to go. So it looks like a similar scenario then, maybe, perhaps. But the thing is, and we said this before, is like, we actually want Trump to be doing worse in states that he's going to win anyway, because it means that he's probably doing better in the battleground states.
Absolutely.
So I don't know, but yeah, I'm really interested about Nebraska, the second district in Nebraska, and whether or not that's going to go Biden or Trump, because there are multiple scenarios where the Nebraska second district decides the election.
Yeah, you've talked about. You've talked a lot about potential draw scenarios, a lot of things here. I'm just seeing a tweet that MSNBC revealed that Trump is winning more Hispanics along the border in Texas in 2016, which contrasts with Nate Silver, who said that the Florida Hispanics, being such a large Cuban community, he said he doesn't expect to see Trump make massive gains along the Hispanic communities as a whole because they're not a monolith, right?
Well,
Nate Silver's wrong about everything.
Nate Silver's been wrong about everything, and therefore so has Let's Talk Elections. But Starr County, and we talked about this before, Starr County, no, was it Starr County? Yeah, Starr County has shrunk by like 20%, and it's a 96% Hispanic area. Trump is absolutely... we talked about this in our videos, that people are going to be shocked that he's doing so well with minority voters. And it explains why the polls have been off so much so far in the states that we've seen. It explains why they've been off so much, because you don't want to tell a pollster that you're voting Trump if you're like of Cuban origin or whatever, or if you're black. You don't want to tell a pollster that you're voting Trump. So listen, I don't know, like when we're talking about Trafalgar Group, who have so far got it spot on in those 3 states that we were looking at, it might just be that their methodology works perfect for Trump, but it doesn't work in any other election. Right?
It's entirely possible.
Yeah. So
I just want to mention, sorry, you were mentioning about the minority vote and not being particularly inclined to tell a pollster which way they're voting. We've actually seen all the evidence for this emerge. And I saw this morning, or was it in the exit polls, amongst minority voters, are you more likely in 2016 to tell a pollster which way you're voting? And 31% said they were more likely not to tell the pollster which way they were voting, which is up 15% from 2016. Why would you tell a pollster you're not voting? Why would you not tell a pollster the way you're voting if you're voting for Joe Biden as a minority?
You wouldn't, exactly. But so far, all we've seen is in the South, Trump is looking good.
And Robert Beeden just said the Hispanic population in Texas will lean left, but they are red-blooded Americans too and believe in lands of opportunity like the rest of us. This is what we're seeing across the border. On the Texas border, the Hispanics are coming out for Trump. Again, it's because people want that land of opportunity. Even if you've just arrived in the United States, you don't automatically vote Democrat. You believe in the American dream.
Yeah, we say this all the time, like as people from Europe. Americans have no idea what kind of privilege. Like, I feel like a lot of Americans have no idea how great their country is and how privileged the lifestyle is that they have to live in the land that they do. And
values. the values and the principles put in place, less government. Why should the government tell you what you can and can't do? And we complain about this a lot in the UK. If you use lemonade stands as an example, in the US, every single child goes out and opens a lemonade stand and sells things to people on the street, right? And they learn about supply chains, they learn about making a profit, they learn how to be entrepreneurial. But in the UK, you literally get police officers turning up and arrest, asking the child for a permit and their health and safety permit and their whether they have a license to sell food and this sort of thing. Or what about taxes? I live in a country where I pay 55% income tax.
Yeah.
That's impoverishes people. In America, this principle that the government is a necessary evil makes it the greatest country on the earth.
Shall we? Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. I don't want to ruin your moment because I get an erection when I'm talking about the polls, and so I wanted you to have your moment talking about liberty and freedom and the flag and bald eagles. Why don't we take a look at the betting odds?
Absolutely,
because we've not really looked at them, have we? Much.
We should do it, and I'll just point out Iowa and Nevada polls closed.
Okay. So Donald Trump is now a 1-3 favorite to win the election.
Did you just say this right? Donald Trump is the favorite to win the election.
Not only is he a 1-3, not only is he a favorite to win the election, he's a massive favorite to win the election.
There we go. There it is.
This is astonishing, isn't it? I don't want to tempt fate. I just still don't want to do it yet. But holy shit! What is it? What is going on? How do we know this? And all the experts and all the amazing, brilliant people that have spent decades in politics, how can they not see this coming? But we can.
Well, and just to say, even if it turns out Biden wins,
they were still wrong.
Yeah, we were still closer to the final result than them. I'm just gonna make myself another cup of tea.
Yeah. So. Wow, astonishing. Absolutely astonishing. I thought this would happen in my heart of hearts, but when it does happen, I don't know. I feel like I've been gaslighted by all the media and everything for so long that I didn't know what to think anymore. I looked at the candidates and I thought one of them is clearly better than the other. But incredible. Anyway, listen, votes are in Arizona now. 50% in Arizona. So I'm beginning to wonder not if Donald Trump's going to win, but now by how much. But we still need, there's a possibility that Biden sweeps the Rust Belt. There's a possibility he sweeps the Rust Belt. If he does that, he can win still. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, if he wins them, he's won. So, and we don't have enough data in those North states. We don't have enough data in the North states to in the Midwest and the Rust Belt to determine whether or not he's doing well there or not. But I mean, this is astonishing. These statistics are absolutely astonishing. There could very well be a winner tonight, I think. Shall we have a look at what are they called? The Turk? What are they called? The Young Turks. That's the one. Have they got a live stream going? Is it too early to be... It's going to be fascinating to see what happens when Magaland, when Trump loses. I don't mean the potential violence or the initial urgent disbelief. I mean, what toxic conspiracy theory do they settle on and stew on for the next 40 years? How ironic that they're the ones talking about people conjuring up conspiracy theories to help them deal with the fact that they've lost an election. I mean, is that not what we've just had for the next 4 years? Which one, Hellfish? Do you mean this one from Fox News? If this is the one you mean, I've got this one here. I'll send that to you. You can see all the counties there, what's going on. This one, and if you want to compare it to the results, so and if you've not got this, if you want to compare it to the results from 2016, you can do it there, county. Let's have a look at CNN. Take a CNN update. How sad are they looking on CNN? Oh, can you send a link for the Young Turks stream? I want to see that. As if they're talking about Virginia. They're talking about Virginia like, oh, can Biden still hold on to Virginia? Oh God, they sound incredibly depressed. Daryl, send us a link of the Young Turks, man. Oh, Arizona then. So I saw in Maricopa County, Trump was outvoting Biden 3-1 in the election day votes. So the fact that they've got 77% in and it's down to that level is incredibly good for Trump. Those numbers. Send us the link for the Young Turks, man. I want to see that. I want to see the Young Turks. Oh, I'll just Google them. I'll YouTube them. Do they have a YouTube stream? I'm an idiot. Right.
Hello?
Hello. We're taking a look at the Young Turks.
Oh, are we?
Yeah.
They melt down in yet?
They're incredibly low energy, shall we say. That's probably the best way to describe them. Is low energy. They're very low energy on CNN. But imagine this, right? I'll watch all this in the compilations after the election. But when we started the stream, I was like, what if Trump loses? Like, we're gonna have to sit here brutally, like looking at the results, going, oh yeah, and it looks like this Biden's winning this state and this state and this state. That's what they're doing right now. That's their job, is to sit there and talk about how Trump's winning when they hate the guy.
My favorite YouTube videos of all time have been the Young Turks election meltdowns.
Yeah,
and seeing them slowly go further and further into despair.
So,
Joe Kingsley's here. Hi, Joe. Good guy, good subscriber. Always comments.
Yeah, man. We're not gonna. Well, do you know what? I'm not calling it yet. We've called North Carolina and Florida, haven't we? We're not ready to call Georgia yet, but that's probably going to be our next call. Trump's now 1-5. This is astonishing. Do you know what I'm interested in, though? I'm interested in the popular vote. I want to see what the popular vote turns out to be. How wrong is the popular vote going to be?
Well, it's like Gareth said before, can you actually win the popular vote when you're losing 80% of California? I think it's possible, right?
Well, yeah, I guess so. That's the thing, isn't it? How long? I mean, I want Trump to. I hope that Trump. I hope we can look at this scenario and go, it looks like Trump's winning really convincingly, really early on. Because I'd like to talk about what are the Democrats going to do for the next 4 years.
And actually, we've said this several times. The best thing that can happen for the Democrats is to lose this election.
Yeah.
Because they're actually going to have to take a good hard look at their party, which I think is the best thing. Of course, there should be a functional opposition. Of course, there should be a good opposition. It keeps everything competitive. If they get this absolute non-candidate,
the Senate
taking money from China elected.
Okay, the Senate are odds-on favorite to win the Senate. The Republicans are odds-on favorite to win the Senate right now.
So that early setback in Colorado, we're looking good. We're looking good despite it.
Yep. Oh my. Oh, okay. No, sorry, I got ahead of myself there for a second.
Well,
the Democrats look like they're probably going to hold on to the House, so Nancy Pelosi will be happy about that. But that's just the early projections right now.
Ian, the Labour Party's currently in a civil war, right? I think the Labour Party has done a lot of soul searching, and it's rooted out that kind of toxic, far left, anti-Semitic sentiment. And I think the Democrats need to do the same. Quite frankly, they have to get rid of these trash candidates that aren't popular.
They need to get rid of the dinosaurs in their party, because I'm not ideologically opposed to I'm not a tribal support. If a candidate like Trump came along and became the Democratic Party nominee, I wouldn't say I'm not supporting Trump because I dislike the Democrats. So it's about the personnel in the party. But I will never agree with them. I will never support them as long as they have people like Nancy Pelosi as the head of the House, as the Speaker, and Joe Biden as their presidential candidate.
Oh, absolutely. Or people like Bernie Sanders in with a shot of winning the party's nomination. Of course, he isn't part of the party, but you know what I mean. It's utterly insane.
Should we have a Fox News update, see what they're saying on there? They look very happy on there.
Oh, I think I'm behind. I'm just going to refresh my screen. You're okay. Take a deep breath.
It's tough, man. I'm getting a kind of a sense of relief that maybe things are going to be the way I expected they were, and I don't feel insane anymore. Because even right now, if Biden wins, he's won in a very close race, and that's what we said it would be all along. So I don't feel like an insane person anymore, which is good. Everyone was telling me I was insane. We had hate in all of our videos of people telling us that we're insane when we've looked at the polls and made predictions that Trump's going to win. So, or that it would be close. So,
Smith says Ohio done. He's 4% ahead without the votes being fully counted.
In Ohio, well, so Trafalgar had him 5% ahead there. So everything they've said has been spot on so far. If that's the case, then he's winning Arizona, and he's actually going to win Nevada as well, according to Trafalgar. So that could be very interesting indeed. Ohio.
Will he still need a Rust Belt state that
He
scenario.
okay, so he won't need Pennsylvania, but
He
he'd
needs
still,
one.
but he might need Michigan at that point. In fact, we can let's do it. We can go on here. So if we take a look, are we kind of like these are live results?
Gareth wants you to analyze Pennsylvania after this.
Okay. I'll have a look at Pennsylvania in a moment. Yeah, can we actually change this thing? No, it won't let us. Oh, so this is the map based upon. Oh no, that's the live map. Oh, why are they doing this to me? All of the maps have been taken over by the actual live votes. They're still forecasting Biden to win, right? Can you imagine if he wins a bloody state like Virginia has been called for Biden. I don't understand what's going on there. It's been called for Biden.
It's been called by media companies.
Do you think they got ahead of themselves?
It's looking like it. I mean, this is what conservative Twitter is saying. Conservative Twitter is saying so. There was a Fox analyst on Fox News, obviously, who was saying that it's just a skew because all the early voting was counted, and it just so happened that the Republican vote came in first.
Okay. Well, why were they so confident to call it early on then? I don't know. We'll see that. I don't suspect I don't think he will win that anyway. Let's have a look at Pennsylvania. 30% of the vote is in. Oh, okay. So we've got some rural counties here. These are the rural counties where Trump has been absolutely smashing it elsewhere, and then increasing his lead over his wins in 2016. So this might give us a good indication. So Jefferson County, 100% in, 78 to 19 Trump, or 79 to 20, shall we say, Trump in Jefferson.
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
What did
so that's
have for Pennsylvania again?
That's an increase. Trafalgar had Pennsylvania +2, I believe, but the guy what's his name? Cahaley. He said that he was concerned about voter fraud in Pennsylvania, and he thinks that Trump needs to be winning it by 4 to win. So, but in Jefferson County, there's one of these rural areas that we're talking about. It's 79 to 20 right now. Well, it is called. And that's basically spot on with what it was in 2016. So it doesn't look like he's made any gains in that rural county. I'll have a look at a couple others because that might just be one. So it's 71 to 27 in Forest. Yeah. Again, very similar picture. These Elk County might be a good one. 71 to 26 or 72 to 27. Yeah, so he's increasing it in all of these rural areas, even Elk County, which has got a big population for a rural county. They've got 14,000 votes. He's increased it there. So we're seeing the similar picture that he's increasing the vote in rural county in Pennsylvania as he was in the other counties.
Okay.
So
might I suggest after, if you're wrapping up Pennsylvania, we go to Arizona, because I'm seeing something on Fox News right now. 70% of the vote in.
Yeah.
Biden ahead by 6 points.
In Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's the case. Yeah, he's ahead by 7 points in Arizona right now, 71% in. But let's have a look at the early voting, because Arizona was one of those areas where the Democrats really showed up in the early voting. Mm-hmm. If you actually look at the registered party, they were 31 to 38 in 2016 and are 37 to 37 this year in terms of the early voting. That's with 94% of the ballots cast as well. So that's what made me concerned about Arizona, and that's why I said that I think it would go Biden in my forecast. And but it's a case of turnout, because you'd expect a bit of a swing towards Trump, obviously, but there's only maybe like on election day, there's only like I don't know, 250,000 votes to come on election day votes. So, and Trump is winning them about 2-1, 3-1, maybe at best. So, that would put him at what, like 60,000, 62,500. Sorry, no, it'd be more than that. It'd be 125,000. He's probably going to gain 125,000 beyond the early votes. So that's going to be close. That's going to be really, really tight, I think. Really tight. Arizona could be very, very tight. This is why I was concerned about Arizona. So, but at the same time, these could be the early votes, and then we could see, as we saw with all the other states, the less early but early votes come in, if that makes sense, and the in-person voting coming in. So we'll see what happens there. But right now, can we have a look at the needles, actually? What are the needles saying?
Yeah, and just to finish off Arizona, Hellfish says there's a couple counties not counted yet in Arizona. So not all lost by any means. It just, the numbers look bad at the moment, but it's statistically.
Yeah. Okay, we've got
still in the park.
We've got a full. We had a look at Wisconsin, and Trump's doing well in that one county that's been called in Wisconsin, in the rural area. In Michigan, we've got Eaton County in Trump, 51-40 in Eaton County. So we can have a look at that and see. Okay, yeah, big improvement. Again, rural voters in Michigan and Wisconsin are turning out for Trump in the same levels they're turning out for him in Florida and Georgia and North Carolina. I think we're going to see Wisconsin and Michigan potentially go Trump, or stay Trump, shall we say.
Gareth's just said, they're saying in Michigan, if you're a Democrat, you say, uh-oh, on CNN.
Oh, really?
CNN reporting bad news.
So they're looking at Arizona, Maricopa County. In Maricopa County, they had, like I said, I saw that tweet they were talking about, Trump's outdoing them 3-1.
That's
on election day. The needles, yeah, the needles are only giving us this. Which we're all, I think we can call Georgia maybe at this point.
Want to do it?
Let's give it a bit of time yet. We're not ready to call Georgia yet. I don't think we're ready to call it. Let's have. What was I going to say? Yeah, so Fox News election.
And after this, we need to do another CNN test.
Yeah, so I just had a look at CNN. They're focusing on Arizona, the one place that looks like Biden's doing quite well. There's just no surprise.
And now over to New York to analyze the results.
Yeah, Biden's doing really well in New York, guys. It's looking really good. Looks like he's going to take New York, so yeah, looking good. That's New York, and it's 29 electoral votes. I don't know how many are in New York. I think there's more than that, isn't there?
Oh yeah, and Gareth's saying that BBC is saying that Biden's Canberra having a reality check in Texas. Do you how many resources did they pour into Texas?
Yeah,
because they had this massive fundraising advantage, and if it turns out they spaffed it up the wall in Texas, it's going to be so sweet, isn't it?
Oh, Connor, this election so far, and I have to stress, so far, has turned out as a wet dream scenario, right?
It has,
everything that we thought could happen has happened, and it's so far happened in the way that we wanted it to, the way that would really force the Democrats to hopefully have a bit of self-reflection.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because they're going to have to look at it and they're going to go, well, we lost all these Black and Hispanic voters. We're supposed to be the gatekeepers of those guys' vote.
Yeah, even if things change and they win at this point, the Democratic Party has to change because this is a slap in the face and this is a wake-up call.
Yeah.
It's undeniable at this point. And, you know, when we were thinking about this beforehand, if you were to predict a best case scenario for Donald Trump, literally, you know, his path to the presidency and everything was to go right.
Yeah.
Everything's happened up to this point, right?
The odds of the odds have actually tightened a little bit now, and now Biden is only a 2-1. Trump was 1-5 before, now it's only 4-11, so it's tightened up. Something's happening, obviously. I think it might be Arizona. Now the votes are coming in Arizona, they're looking at and going, oh, hold on. Sorry, what was your question? I forgot.
No, I was saying, so if you were to plan a perfect scenario for Trump far, it looks a lot like this now. Okay, yeah, maybe Arizona goes a bit better, but up to this point, everything is looking very good for us.
It's looking very good, yeah. I think he's even doing better in places like Michigan, where we thought Biden had a better chance. Minnesota is again even. We've got Rice County in Minnesota. That's interesting. Okay, so Rice County is 40, basically even. I'm looking at the wrong place.
Sorry to change the subject again.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're just getting loads of bits of information from everywhere. So I'm seeing a tweet from the People's Pundit that there's still more red to come in North Carolina, and they predict that protests will take it by approximately 2 points. Texas is strongly trending to him. Dallas has chunked. And I think that addresses Gareth's comment about North Carolina still being in play.
Yeah.
There's a lot more red in that state.
Yeah. So in Rice County in Minnesota, that's really tightened up. And Biden's doing better than Hillary Clinton was. Rock County, another one in Minnesota, 68-30. Okay, Trump doing better there than he was. So interesting.
Can we have a look at? So I'm seeing a tweet from Nate Cohn, who New York Times, who's tweeted an ominous sign for Biden in Pennsylvania. Trump is running ahead of his 2016 performance in Trumbull County, Pennsylvania.
Oh, yeah. So we've got some stuff
on the western border.
Well, I looked at this before. I said Forest County, Elk County, Cameron County, Jefferson County. Trump is either doing about the same or a little bit better in all of them in Pennsylvania. And we've got another one coming in, Lycoming County, 70-28 for Trump. That was in 2016. 70-25, so he's improved his lead there as well. Oh no, Biden's slightly. He's got the same vote, but Biden's improved his lead a little bit there slightly, but ultimately kind of quite similar. We won't really know. We really need to see the extent to which Biden is winning in the more urban areas in Pennsylvania to have an idea. Obviously, Pittsburgh is going to be the big giant one that we're going to have an idea. That's going to give us some indication.
Yeah, I mean, the urban vote's going to be so massively important, isn't it?
Ohio's looking good.
Especially because the minorities.
Yeah, Ohio's looking good. Iowa is really early reported, so it's impossible to really read into that. We don't have any counties there, but Ohio now, which was looking kind of a bit bad, is now looking quite good for Trump because he's now taken a 6-point lead at this point. What's interesting is how the polls have really tightened up. It was 1-5 just now, right? Is that what I said? 1-5. It's now 4-11. It's just suddenly shifted very quickly to a more tighter race. So Trump's now winning. Trump has about the same odds that Biden did at the start of it. So
let's look at. Can we look at New Hampshire? Hellfish saying it's tightening up. Can we see?
Do you know what? It has tightened up with 35% in. We still don't have any counties 100% reported in though, so it's kind of difficult to get an idea of what's going on. We can have a look at. maybe Belknap. Sorry, Belknap. Which is because that's 87% in, and that was 55 to 44. So Biden doing a little bit better than Hillary Clinton so far, but that's with some more of that late election day vote to come in. So which I suspect it will drift a little bit back towards Trump again. He's still winning in Virginia with 56% in. So that's
surely this is fool's gold. If it takes Virginia, that's
Let's just double check New York. Okay. Okay. Yeah. No, Biden's won New York. They've given him Vermont, Massachusetts. He's won all of New England. I don't know what's wrong with New England, but I guess they're just too British, aren't they? I think that's the issue. And
that's Belknap County, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
With your scummy northern accent.
Belknap.
Thanks for the correction.
The K is silent. Okay. I guess that makes sense, actually. I don't know. Yeah. I would agree with that assessment. Trump is winning, but the race is closing. I think that this odd shift has come because of Arizona.
And bear in mind, the people doing the odds are looking for this, right? So all of the mainstream media are saying what we'll probably see is Trump taking the lead early on and then it narrowing up later. So they were looking for this moment, so that might account for the shift in the odds.
Yeah, it has gone back again a little bit towards Trump. Now he's 2-5. So yeah. Yeah, like you said, they're definitely getting a wake-up call in Texas. Trump's pulled ahead now, nearly 4 points there. Obviously, Florida's looking fantastic. Let's have a quick look at the needles, see if we can call.
Are you going to make Dassam happy? Still there, Dassam? This is your moment.
I don't want to call George yet. I don't think we can. Arizona is scary, but if you look back at my prediction, I said that Biden will win Arizona. And I still think that Trump wins the election. I just looked at it, and I just looked at the changing demographics, and I looked at what was happening in the early vote, and it looked like Biden was doing fantastic there, and he's doing fantastic right now. That's 75% in. It could change, but it doesn't look like there's a... if you look at 75% in, that means there's effectively, what? So there's 2.3 million votes in, or 2.35 million votes in. And 25% of that is what? It's just under 600,000 votes. Even if they go like, I don't know. You know what? It is possible, actually. Arizona could be very, very tight, but Trump might just edge it there. If he does, that's significant. I'd love to see him win Nevada, and he's not going to win Nevada if he's not doing well in Arizona. So we'll have to see what Arizona's saying, but it's far from over in Arizona. He's definitely still got a great chance there. Yeah, Ohio's looking fine now. I'm not too concerned about Ohio. Pennsylvania, Trump is now in the lead significantly there. Yeah, exactly. The math is getting hard in Arizona. Basically, Trump is going to need to win. He's going to need to be outperforming Biden on election day votes about 3-1 to win Arizona, and that will be 300,000 shift towards Trump. So right now he's 200,000 behind, but there's still about another 15% of the early votes to come in. But if he is winning Texas and Iowa and Ohio and North Carolina and Georgia and Florida, and he loses Arizona and Nevada, it still leaves him needing basically Pennsylvania or Michigan and Wisconsin, one of those, like that pair, or Pennsylvania. He's doing well in those three right now. Minnesota looks like early on, it looks like Biden, is going to still hold on to Minnesota. I mean, Trafalgar said as well, they were looking at Minnesota, they said, yeah, we don't think Trump will win Minnesota. We don't think he'll win it because Kanye West's got 3% of the vote there. and people laughed at him for that. So I can't. I really want to see. I'm eager to see how much of the vote Kanye West has in Minnesota.
They're talking about Biden winning without Pennsylvania on CNN. Oh yeah, this is where it comes in. All they need to do is split Texas, and okay.
Yeah,
By the way,
Michigan's looking great, but go on.
I'm. Well, do you want to elaborate on that? Because I was just going to go on to a funny.
No, go on. You go ahead. I was just
rambling about numbers. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't help myself. Sorry.
No, not at all. Just Republican Madison Cawthorn. So he's in North Carolina. He won his congressional race. He's 25 years old, so he's already more successful than us. And he announced his victory with a tweet: "Cry more, lib." And I think
a real Republican.
That is the quintessential message for tonight, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing about Pennsylvania. The Democrats had a giant lead in the early voting, but only about 30% of the vote is going to be early voting.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. We'll see what happens there. I'm gonna get another drink and let the cat out. So I'll back him up.
Okie dokie. So it always throws me a bit when you pass over control, but it's all good. How are we all doing then, guys? Let me know, because I've been asking you all throughout the night, basically. But at the start of tonight, I kind of asked, "What's the feeling?" And everybody was kind of a bit, cautiously pro-Trump. But really, this is kind of like our wildest dream scenario, isn't it? Like, are we feeling a lot more confident now? I certainly am. Just while you respond to that. Trump has a 12-point lead in Georgia now. I really want to call it, but he won't. He's too cautious. It is definitely getting exciting, isn't it? It's just, ugh. I don't know. Sometimes I want to pinch myself, and I want to say, because this is the dream scenario, and I want to pinch myself and say, look, okay, maybe there's a surge in Democrat votes, maybe Texas still gets flipped, maybe we don't win Georgia and everything, but it's just, that's my brain speaking. But there's another part of my brain saying that the likelihoods are all there. If we follow the science, if we follow the maths, we're on track. But I'm glad you guys are feeling confident. I hope Biden is currently sat thinking it's 1963 and everything is fine. Well, he'll be in the basement right now, right? Like, let's talk about Biden a bit. How contemptuous do you have to be? Because he's essentially taken the last 2 weeks off from campaigning, right? He took the entire week before the final debate. He took the entire week off to prepare for it. And then for most of the next week, he didn't do half as much campaigning. He had to recruit in Barack Obama to do his campaigning for him. Like, and isn't it maybe this is a big swinger? Maybe this is why we saw the polls tightening up in the last few days, because you had Donald Trump doing 5 rallies a day in different in different states. Like, he was literally sleeping on the plane and eating whatever he could. Compared to Joe Biden, who's sat with his feet up, he feels a bit tired, so he's resting. Oh, and Utah has just been called for Donald Trump. So if you're surprised about that, welcome to US politics. Bringing back memories of the original 2016 Brexit vote, the one that cost Cameron his career, definitely. There's going to be a lot of cost careers tonight if it continues like this, especially in the polling industry. Like, how do they survive this? They can't. He knows he can't win too many gaffes, too transparent. It's all a show. I think it's also DMC shooting from the public. Yeah, he is. And this is the thing. I didn't think they could pick a candidate as unpopular as Hillary Clinton, but they managed to do it. Empty shell, corrupt, vacuous. Yeah. And all he had to do, I mean, let's face it, with the coronavirus and with his own personality, Trump was at a massive disadvantage going into this, just in terms of, and he was the incumbent as well. Any Democratic candidate comes in and they put up a half decent performance, and let's face it, we might not like it, but they would have been favoured. But he hasn't done that. He treated at every single term the American voters with contempt and arrogance. Look at the debates. He would just turn to the camera and make these like random pitches, and he would just completely mumble away to himself. Look at the Hunter Biden story, where he just literally dismissed it and he refused to address it. Look at fracking. He changed his mind 1,000 times and then lied to the American people about it. As much as we dislike Barack Obama would have stood up and answered every single one of those criticisms of him. He would have dismissed them turn by turn, and he would have. I mean, he let hecklers into his rallies, right? And he talked to them. Joe Biden is no Barack Obama. Trump is a natural worker, go-getter. Yeah, he's not a politician. He's a businessman. And I think that's really showed through in this election. I think he was the only name that the people recognise. Anyone else would have been an ant compared to Trump. What about Bernie Sanders, though? Because we would have seen Reagan levels of a landslide then in that scenario. But who else was there? I mean, Kamala Harris was on there for a bit. But otherwise, it was complete no-namers. Who else have we got? Biden has serious anger problems. Yeah. He does, doesn't he? Like, a journalist ask him a question, and like you can see him like he has like a vein on his head, and it pulses with anger. It's crazy. It's really, really like, and the irony is he called Trump unpresidential in the debate. But he's the one, like, clenching his fist and, like, pausing midway through sentences because of anger. It's crazy. It's just a shame that much of the population allows themselves to be treated like that by Biden and the Dems. Well, you could say that, but then if he's not elected, the population hasn't allowed him. But I guess, like, some of them at large. Yeah, some of them convince themselves that that's the guy they want for president. And I guess we're not well placed to be able to look at them, and we're not well placed to be able to understand their mindset because we're completely different people, and that's okay. But yeah, I don't get it either. I think Trump is a man of his time, like Farage. He just is what he is, and he was on top all the time. A smarter creature, challenging people to fish. Yeah, he is, isn't he? And you see that in the impact on the Republican Party, because not only did he sweep the nation, he transformed the Republican Party, and he got rid of all the dinosaurs and the old guard and these kind of relics of American politics from the 1970s, who had never lost a seat, and therefore they never had to like deal with any adversity, so they never had to adapt and overcome or challenge themselves. They just muddled along. Welcome back. Dasson was asking where you were.
Oh, what is he letting out a target? Yeah, sorry, I was just having a chat with Gareth. New Hampshire, unfortunately, has been called for Biden.
Sorry, hellfish.
So I don't want to. But you know what? Every vote counts, because it's the closer it is. That's just more of the message. Yeah, so we were just saying, I think all eyes have to be on Arizona right now. He's looking good in Michigan and Pennsylvania, but we really won't know what's going to happen there until potentially a while if the situation is very close. We want a scenario where Trump is really sweeping the board so that it's called tonight, ideally. Because I just don't trust the Democrats if it's going to come down to, we need to see what happens in Pennsylvania. We've just found 100,000 mail-in ballots. I don't trust that scenario. I think Pennsylvania has been incredibly fishy. What's been going on in Pennsylvania, and Pittsburgh especially, there's been some very, very weird stuff going on in there. So, I think he needs to be winning Pennsylvania. He needs to be winning it quite convincingly. But we'll see. He's doing well right now. He's ahead right now, 40% in. So, same in Michigan. Ahead in Michigan. Ahead in Wisconsin. We've looked at some of the counties. I think we've got another county in Michigan. Actually, we'll have a look at this one and see how the rural votes are stacking up.
Hellfish, you don't have to be sorry. We did our best there. We did our best. And Ian Smith say 93% in North Carolina now with a 1-point lead. That's real squeaky bum time.
Yeah. Georgia is still not callable. It's actually tightened up a tad towards Biden. So certainly that's far from callable. There's a lot to come. Right now, though, we are looking at potentially Joe Biden's path to victory because he does need, at this point... Well, no, we're maybe not. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. I wonder what they're saying on...
So, whilst you were gone, Ian, I asked everyone for their kind of update on their feeling of the night. So, are you more confident? Are you less confident? What are you feeling?
From when? Earlier on in the night, or like when?
Yeah, like what are your feelings at the moment for Trump victory? On a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being least confident and 10 being most confident.
I'm feeling like a 9 out of 10 for Trump right now, but really what's happening is it's actually shaping up a lot like I thought it would be, which is a kind of close race, but Trump edging it. And what I was hoping for as the results came in, and it was happening as I thought it would, I was thinking, well, I hope Trump just starts taking all these states and takes a big lead. So I don't know if he's going to win convincingly or if he's just going to win well. But obviously I don't know. It's so right now my projection, my feeling is right, with maybe the exception of Wisconsin, which it looks like Trump might take as well. So I think I predicted 284, was it? Maybe I can't remember.
Yeah, it was 285 because it was 10 ahead of mine.
Yeah, and I'm thinking it might be 295 now. That's my initial thoughts right now. Is 295, yeah.
Wisconsin being the flip.
I think he might just take Wisconsin.
Gareth still thinks Biden's the favourite. Why do you think that, Gareth? Gareth, what's Biden's path to victory at this point? Like it relies on like heavy swings in the polling, right? Polling and the voting.
Right now, the odds are staying strong at 2-5 for Trump and 2 for Biden, 2-1 for Biden. Yeah, well, this is it. Basically, though, Trump has to be doing really well in Pennsylvania to win Michigan and Wisconsin. Or at least he needs to be doing really well in either Michigan or Wisconsin. Michigan or Pennsylvania to be doing well in Wisconsin. It looks like he's doing really well in Michigan, and therefore it might be enough to keep him winning Wisconsin. 52% in. I feel like that vote has tightened, that lead has tightened up a little bit for Trump now, but it's hard to say at this point.
This is what we were looking for all the time. All across the Rust Belt, we were saying, if it ends up being very tight in those states, then we're looking good. Because all he needs, effectively, is 1 Rust Belt state, 2 in the worst case scenario.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Let's have a look at the discussion thread on politics. Let's see what they're saying. How are they feeling?
Should we have a look at Iowa too? Because those are quite worrying numbers. 14 points behind, 50% in it. Yeah, Gareth, I'm on my third black coffee too.
Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Biden, Clinton, Obama, they all need to be abandoned on a desert island to starve. Useless, ineffective bunch of fucking losers. Well, it seems that some Democrats are starting to see the things the way we do.
Robert, we're politics nerds. It's actually we would have done this anyway. We
Yeah,
just
this,
wanted to share
this
it
is
with our community.
yeah, this isn't like oh yeah, we really want to do this scenario. This is like sorry, this isn't like we're doing this for the street. Like we would just be doing this anyway. We just figured, you know what, let's do a live stream. That would be cool. And then we've got a VOD as well of our reaction, I think, as well to everything that happened. So yeah, Iowa. Actually, God, that is a big lead. It does look like.
But then, as Ian said, about half the votes counted, and we've seen that pattern emerge in everywhere. In North Carolina, we still have a very worrying slim margin, but we saw Biden with big numbers at the start, didn't we? So.
So let's God, yeah, we've got a bit of stuff in Iowa we can look at. So Jackson County 54-55, and sorry, what did I say? Definitely not what I just said then. 54-44. Okay, we're 100% in. So
Gareth, do you think if Pennsylvania goes to court, he loses? Because the Supreme Court's probably the only institution that might be a little bit sympathetic to Trump in the United States.
Okay. No, I think Iowa's looking good just in terms of those two rural areas that have been counted so far. Trump has maintained the vote he has in Jackson County, while Biden's picked up some third-party votes. But in the Van Buren County, in the Davis County, Trump has increased his lead there. Johnson County, 71-27. Yeah, so Biden's doing a little bit better there as well, but Trump still maintained like a decent percentage of the vote that he had. So I was looking kind of similar story as last time, which I think was like an 8-point win for Trump. So I think for Biden to win it, he'd need to be seeing better numbers than he is right now. Nebraska district though is kind of interesting. I don't know which of these counties make up that second district, but oh, we can see it here. Sorry, okay, it's just got it like that, but I don't know. But I can't read much into it beyond that, so we'll have to find out.
Nate Silver has conceded that Trump's in a better position than he was at the start of the night. Biden's not going to win in a landslide, but there's still a ton there's still not a ton we know outside of Florida. And the data we do have is fairly mixed and not necessarily suggestive of as large a polling gather elsewhere. Okay, Nate.
I mean, I'm inclined to agree somewhat with what he's saying there, but yeah. Georgia's still only 60% in. It's very, very slow for the count to come through. It's still 82% chance for Trump. So that could go either way as more votes come in. That's kind of interesting, though, that the votes coming in so slow there. There's nothing to suggest any crazy stuff going on in Iowa or Ohio right now. They're looking okay. And we've still not had any more of the vote in Arizona yet. Oh, we've got two. Okay, here we go. So this might give us an idea. 6. Okay, well that's pretty much the same. Graham, 73 or 74 to 25. Arizona's actually looking really good in the rural areas. Um, maybe I shouldn't be. Maybe we need to let a bit more of that Arizona vote to come in.
Mm.
It's only it's 210,000 right now, but there's still 25% of the vote to come. So, like I said, Trump really needs to be smashing that like a 3-1. It's all coming pretty much vast majority of the votes. I think like 60% of the votes are from Maricopa County. So, um, right now that's 54-44, which is interesting. That's actually kind of good for Trump. Oh no, those are for Biden. Yeah. So, we need to see more what's coming out there. Yeah, 100%.
100%
Well, I was going to say to Ian, like there's like still so much to come in Arizona, but we do need it to start. We do need to start tightening up a bit more towards Trump again.
we do. I've just seen a concerning thing. So it was a reminder that in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, on the day votes are counted first, and mail-in ballots counted later.
Mm-hmm.
So, do we need to be seeing a larger Trump margin there?
Not
You think?
necessarily, because in Michigan, or at least the model party shows that Biden only had a slim lead on early voting. About a 4% lead in early voting. That's model data, so it could be wrong, obviously, but that's the model data. So what's he got right now in Michigan? He's got that. Sort of 250,000 lead.
Okay.
So it's hard to, it's kind of hard to tell at the minute. We need more counties. We need more full counties. All I would say is in the rural areas in Michigan and Wisconsin, they're a similar story to as they are in the South. Trump seems to have enthused his base considerable amount in those counties. We've got a bunch of counties reported in Pennsylvania now, actually.
Mm.
So we can have a good indication. I want to take one of the bigger ones. I know we've already looked at like Elk County and stuff. Clinton County, let's look at that one.
Abbott, what particular opinion of mine are you interested in?
Right, I've kind of forgotten where that was. Oh yeah, 75-31.
For those of us watching, by the way, this is how the videos go too. Ryan mumbles numbers for 20 minutes and then comes up with this brilliant analysis. And I'm just kind of there playing Slitherio.
Yeah. So
what do I think of what, Gareth?
Pennsylvania's a bit of a mixed bag so far.
What do I think on Pennsylvania? In my prediction, I predicted Pennsylvania going against Trump. I think that there just might be enough of a Biden support and a Biden swing there. And bear in mind as well, you have quite a few people who kind of it's right between New York City and DC, right? You actually get quite a few people there who are just kind of these like super liberals who have migrated there over the years. You have places like Philly, places like Pittsburgh, where Biden can actually pick up quite a lot of votes. I think that's too strong for Trump to win in most scenarios. I think if Trump's doing very, very well, he takes Pennsylvania. Um, I think Trump's ahead. I think we're not talking about Trump turning it around. I think we're talking about Trump holding on at this point.
Yeah, that's what it feels like, isn't it? Oh, California's just been called, as well as Oregon, for Biden. Oh, look, here's Lindsey Graham doing an acceptance speech.
Hmm. Arizona. Sorry. I think, and I predicted that Trump would win Arizona, and I still stand by that. And the reason why I'm saying that is that I think so. I think with and the kind of basis I was using for that is we're seeing a large surge in support for Trump in Hispanic communities all across the southern United States. I think that carries him through in Arizona. Now, I was a bit concerned before that the kind of Hispanic vote boost might only be limited to Florida because it's mostly Cubans there, and the Hispanic community is incredibly diverse, and they have different needs, they have different concerns. What's shored my belief up throughout the night is that we're seeing the Hispanics turn out for Trump across the board. In Texas, they're turning up for him. Florida, they're turning up for him. In Georgia, they're turning up for him. Anywhere there's a Hispanic population, they're coming out for Trump, at least in increased numbers. So that's why I think Arizona's going towards Trump.
Arizona, yeah.
Hmm.
I think, you know what, that's a good point, because when we're looking at projections, their projections aren't taking into account how well Hispanics are voting for Trump right now. They're just kind of looking at the inroads that Biden's making in Maricopa County and forgetting about everything else.
And I actually think we're in a shot of Nevada here as well, especially.
Well, yeah, I desperately want to see a state that no one really thought about flipping for Trump. That'd be amazing. But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What were you going to say?
No, I'm just saying in the best case scenario. Yeah. If we think about it, because I mean, it's only one county, the one with I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but it's the one with Las Vegas in it, right? That's the only Democrat stronghold in Nevada, and I think particularly in urban areas, the increased Black and Hispanics, I think if Trump mobilizes them to in the same way he's doing in the southern states, why can't he win it? Why can't he? Because he's making gains in Democratic heartland territory.
Yeah.
At 8 points behind with 75% counted, it's worrying, but I think we were in a similar position with North Carolina too.
I think it's fair to say that the projection of Trump winning sort of like 3 or 4 points in Arizona, like we saw from Trafalgar, I think that's off. It's certainly much tighter than that. I did say Florida's just been called though, by the way.
That's Florida been called? Yeah. Oh yes.
It's always a great moment. Let's look it up.
Yeah, you know what? We're 2 hours ahead of the mainstream media.
Looks like they're going to hold on to the Senate though, 100%.
Yeah, Gareth. I just think it's still possible to win. I think it's the election where we're going to see sequential number counting, and this is across the board. Because of the way the order the votes are counted in, you see 100,000 Democrats come in, 100,000 Republicans come in. It's not like any other election. If And I believe in Arizona, the mail-in ballots counted first and on the day second, unless I've got that up in my head. So I think we have a lot more red to come in Arizona. And yeah, it's a tough ask. Not gonna lie, it's a tough ask, but still possible.
Here's the thing about Arizona, by the way, as well. We're looking at Arizona and we're saying 73% of the vote in, right? That's based upon a projected turnout. It's not based upon the actual turnout. It's possibility that the turnout is much higher than is projected as well. It's possibility that a lot of people that have never voted before are coming up and turning out and voting for Trump in Arizona. Maybe Hispanics, like we've seen in the other states. So it's been kind of stuck on that 73% figure for a while now.
Florida was for 2 hours on 91% counted, right?
Yeah, it's 97% in now, Florida, and it's looking like a 3.5 point win for Trump.
Which is exactly on for Trafalgar.
Yeah. Quite astonishing, really. Bearing in mind, Trafalgar then, who predicted that in Florida, have Trump ahead. I think it was like 4 in Arizona. CNN are saying it's going blue, apparently, in Arizona. We'll have a look now. I've been concerned about Arizona this entire time. I really have. But, like I said, I'm also feeling the Rust Belt. So I think that was what it was always going to come down to.
Robert, thanks so much for tuning in, mate. Yeah, really thanks for sticking around with us for these few hours. Take care of yourself, get some good sleep. Thanks for following us on Twitter. Make sure you subscribe as well and check out all the videos we put out.
Yeah, Rob. See you later, mate. I hope you. I hope we. I don't know. At least provided a little bit of, analysis and coverage. A bit of insight into what's going on.
I hope Rob wakes up tomorrow, Donald Trump as president, and it's the greatest day of his life. Gareth, does that mean CNN are conceding Minnesota, or are they assuming that's going for Biden?
They're assuming that's. I would think that's consumers going to win.
To myself before that I was going to treat myself to a nice bottle of whiskey. I just forgot to go to the shops, and I'm really regretting it now.
Because there are no shops now. You're in lockdown.
Yeah, true. I've just seen this Dan Bongino he tweeted this 43 minutes ago that the Dems spent $84 million in Kentucky to try and unseat Mitch McConnell.
Wow.
They lost.
Do you know what's incredible as well?
That's what I was talking about before in terms of wasting resources. Go on.
Michael Bloomberg spent $100 million in Florida, and Trump won bigly, and bigger than he did in 2016. Michael Bloomberg should just not do anything. It gives his team a better chance of winning.
Poor man. Like, honestly, just imagine the egg on your face you have.
This guy, Bloomberg, he hates Trump, but he can't stop losing to the man. And I just kind of feel pity him. I will give this out. Any advice to anyone right now, do not go against Donald Trump regardless, because this man apparently will just beat you at everything. Like at this point, if Donald Trump, was playing for like Man United, right, I feel like he could probably score a hat trick in a game now.
Well, hold on. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But do you not think Michael Bloomberg and Donald Trump, relationship?
Yeah,
it's like Ash and Gaz and Gary from Pokemon, right? Like Ash just always wins.
Yeah, no, Bloomberg, he hates this man's guts. He hates Trump's guts. So many people hate his guts, but he keeps proving them wrong. I just think it's mental. 100 million in Florida.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely insane. And still to lose, what a cook. Ian, I don't have 1 day left. I live in Belgium, and we've been in lockdown for a week at this point. Hellfish thinks Bloomberg likes being dominated by Trump.
Could be.
That's the sickest image in my head ever. Thanks for that.
I'll tell you what, North Carolina is starting to shift a little bit now. It's shifting towards Biden, perhaps a little bit. He's back in the running on it.
Are you nervy?
I am nervy. I thought North Carolina was settled. I thought we were done with North Carolina.
Listen, have confidence in the call, man. Have confidence.
It's tightened up a little bit. 50,000 votes. 5% of the vote to come in. Most counties reported 100% in. It seems unlikely. But there's a little bit left to report in, so you would probably need some big numbers in those counties that we're not expecting. New Mexico. What's interesting, New Mexico and Arizona look very, very similar right now.
And we said this at the start of the night, which was, 6 hours ago, that the GOP chief in New Mexico was talking about flipping it, which is optimistic to say the least.
Yeah.
The numbers are looking good at the moment.
They're looking really good, actually. Let's have a look at New Mexico. What were the odds in New Mexico? Not the odds, but I think it was. I tell you what, New Mexico. Hold the line for a second there. Okay, she won it by 8%, actually, so that's quite a considerable amount. I would say it could very well, yeah. It would be. I think it would be close. But 65% in. I don't know, actually. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I think that's probably still too much of a gap for him to get over. I'm waiting for more stuff to come in Arizona. Then 73%, and it's been that way for like ages now. Nothing's come in. No new information has come in. It's down to 200,000 though. I think it was 250 before, so it has closed in slightly. Well, I guess we'll have a good indicator hopefully there soon. I imagine Montana will be called for Trump relatively soon. What's interesting now is most of these states, most of the states are called now, actually, which is interesting. Like, once Montana's out the way, we are just down to the battlegrounds then.
With regards to Alaska, Hawaii too, but
oh yeah, Alaska, Hawaii. I mean, Hawaii. God, They're still voting right over there, I think, right now. Um,
They're just waking up on
yeah, they're just waking up now
election
for
day.
election day. They're just like, let's do it.
Okay, shall we? Do you fancy doing a Pennsylvania analysis?
Yeah, so look at
Because
Pennsylvania saying it's not looking great.
Ian's saying 29,000 mail-in ballots still to be counted. Gareth's saying it's not looking great. What do we think?
29,000 is not a considerable number, but
unless he means 2 million or 3 million. I don't think so.
No, that would be Pennsylvania. Like I don't know. When I look at Pennsylvania and I look at what's happening in the rural counties, it's a similar situation to what's looking down in the southeast. But again, it's one of those like, has Biden got enough with the in like, you know, the more urban areas to kind of like counteract it? That seems to be the story of the whole election. But I think right now we're not going to get a call from Pennsylvania. We're not going to get a call from Michigan tonight, probably not, or at least not for some considerable time. The one that we should be looking towards, probably that we might be able to get a call from tonight that Trump could win, is Wisconsin, up in the Rust Belt anyway. 1 million mail-in ballots.
That would be a real sweet win, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So in terms of Pennsylvania, they outvoted the Republicans by about 1 million ballots, 1 million votes early on, but that was only 40% of the vote that came in. So it does look like it's going to be quite intense. What happens there? Trump 1-3 though to win the election still at the minute. I would suggest with what's happening in Pennsylvania, how many mail-in ballots do you say they've got left? 1 million mail-in ballots to count in Pennsylvania. And there were 2.5 million votes, and that should swing a kind of more than 2-1 advantage towards the Democrats. So of those 2 million ballots, you'd expect them to end up with a kind of 600,000 votes extra. They're 400,000 behind now. So it's really a case of only 46% in. I mean, it's going to be incredibly close, but at this point, all you could do is say whether it's going to be close within sort of 5% one way or the other, and we knew that anyway. So all I do know is from the early counties that have come in, that Trump is a similar story for Trump as it was in the other counties, that in the rural counties he's like got a super enthusiastic base in the rural counties, and they're coming out big and much bigger than they were before. But whether or not that'll be enough is hard to say.
I guess as well, Pennsylvania was always a state we expected the most confusion and the least ability to call in. And I mean, just looking at those two numbers, it's either 30,000 votes or 1 million votes left to count for the mail-in ballots. So, you know, I think maybe the best ticket would be to kind of not place too much hope on Pennsylvania. And no one really wants to do it, neither Democrats nor the Republicans, because if it does come down to that state, it's going to be very, very nerve-wracking indeed. So I think we've won. Can we call Ohio, Ryan?
I don't think we can call Ohio just yet.
Why not?
We've called North Carolina, and that one's tightened up well, not considerably, but like it's tightened up a bit now. I guess because some of the late votes that we've got coming in.
Point lead with a 8% remaining.
Yeah, North Carolina is actually quite close. But in Ohio,
listen, if we have to delete the tweet, we delete the tweet.
Yeah, Ohio's looking very close. Anyway, I'm just going to grab another drink and then I'll back in a minute.
Okie dokie. What's the chat looking like? 7 viewers still. Thanks very much for tuning in, guys. You are watching Political's election night coverage with me, Connor Allen, and with Ryan Smith, who's just gone to get himself another coffee because it's a long night indeed for us. We're both Europeans. It's 5 a.m. in Belgium where I live, and it's 4 a.m. in the UK where Jan lives. And at the moment, what we're really doing is we're just kind of waiting for more data to come out. We've got through the exciting bit. We've got Florida. We are waiting on the rest of these key battleground states to come through. So in Georgia, 70% in, and Donald Trump with a 10-point lead. So we're looking quite good in Georgia. We were scared we were going to lose this one. North Carolina is at the moment the scariest, a 2-point lead with 94% in. Texas, we're looking good in. We've got a 4-point lead with 74% in. One place where we don't expect to pick up votes, or at least Ryan doesn't, but perhaps we can see, is Arizona, where we have an 8-point deficit with 25% to go. And then it comes down to the Rust Belt, and we all know anything can happen there. Iowa has tightened up, Elfish says, and indeed it has 71% in, with Trump trailing by 1.5% in the votes. Yeah, with Iowa, we can go either way, but we expect Iowa to go to Donald Trump, don't we? Like, I don't think any prediction really had Iowa going Biden. Yeah, so Ian, are they just like super behind in Pennsylvania then? Ian was saying this to me like for like the last week, and actually, if you look at the pollsters, like the guy from Trafalgar, almost everyone is saying they're worried about Pennsylvania because there's a lot of laxity there. There's a lot of scope for fraud. There's a lot of real odd practices going on, and it's just a huge outlier.
Yeah.
Oh, welcome back.
Hello. Yeah, it was just saying. I just noticed a message there.
Arizona called for Biden
It's been called for Biden.
by Fox News. Yeah.
There we go.
So Arizona called for Biden. Run us through the path to victory for Donald Trump then, because this is our first setback of the night, isn't it?
Well, I did predict this in my thing, which is now correct at the moment, still on course. Yours is now false, but
you just had to get that in, didn't you? You just had to.
Yeah.
You just had to get that one.
But yeah, I mean, this is really worrying. This is really worrying in the sense that they've called in Arizona now. But I think we were just saying, is there a possibility he can come back? I don't know. I thought there was, but maybe there's not. Then I'm surprised that they're calling it this early with only 75% of the vote in. I think that feels a little bit premature, but obviously we'll see.
And losing the Senate seat.
Yeah.
Too.
So shall we just have a little look at the prediction. I can't remember. Can you remember the website that we used to do this? I can't remember anymore.
For which one, sorry?
You know, when we just the electoral vote map. Oh, here we go. Maybe something like this.
I thought we used 538.
We'll go with this one here. So, oh, okay, here we go. So, just like in terms of what we know or what we think we know so far, which is this scenario, with Biden winning those, and in terms of what is kind of hard, these for me are kind of like this sorry, that would be Biden as well. These are for me kind of like the states that are hard to call now at this moment in time. Like obviously Minnesota's still actually, so I add it in. We don't have anything from Nevada yet, so let's not jump ahead there. But this is what the situation looks like now in terms of the voting. I imagine Trump wins the 2nd district in Maine just based upon what's happening, but I imagine that Biden wins the 2nd one in Nebraska. But so you have basically this scenario. Trump needs then at this point 2 essentially two of these states now. I don't think it really matters. Does it matter which two they are? Yeah. No, unless it's Minnesota and Wisconsin, it doesn't matter which two they are. So Michigan and Wisconsin would be enough, or like Pennsylvania and one of these would be enough, like Michigan, this was my prediction coming into it early on. That I did my thing, it was 284. So if they're calling it for Biden now at this point, then he's basically Trump needs to win two of these states, unless the two states are Wisconsin and Minnesota. That's now the scenario. Having said that,
we're starting to get nervous.
Well, they're starting to get nervous in the sense that it's not going to be a clean sweep like it looked like it might have been. But we are starting to get nervous because obviously Biden's had his first win of the night. But having said that, the odds still look really strong for Trump. Oh, they've tightened up significantly, actually. It's like 1-2. So it's kind of like a sort of 60-30, or 65-30, or 66-33 sort of kind of thing. But so they've called Arizona. I think interesting that they've called Arizona, but then a state like New Mexico hasn't been called yet. So you got to remember as well, there is the potential for Trump to still win these, like Nevada or New Mexico. We really don't know yet in those states.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Tyler Smith. Okay, I've decided he doesn't need Arizona, but he's got to do the Rust Belt. Yep.
Yeah.
At this point, yep.
He's taken the lead in Iowa, and he's looking good in Ohio, so I think we can feel confident about them. These are still kind of similar scenarios they were before. North Carolina's getting closer and closer now towards 100% called in, so it's kind of like difficult but to call it, but it's still quite tight. Georgia is quite tight. The odds have tightened up a little bit as well. So we are seeing now a little bit of momentum perhaps on the Biden side. But he still basically has to, I don't know, I suppose like you might call it, maybe not a coin flip. Trump possibly still has the edge just because of the advantages that he has in the states already. But I don't know. It's an interesting dynamic. I was very, very concerned about Arizona, so much so that I thought that Biden would win it, and I said I think he would win it early on. And I guess I'm not happy to be proven right about that because it would have been nice. But at the same side, the point is that this doesn't surprise me. That based upon the data that I was looking at, I thought Biden would win Arizona. That's what I said in our prediction video that we did yesterday.
Because your prediction is still exactly on track, isn't it?
It's exactly on track with maybe the exception of Wisconsin, which is maybe looking a little bit more pro-Trump than I thought it would.
But even in that video, you said that it would go for Biden, but then only very slightly, didn't you?
Yeah, I think the thing is, like, Michigan and Pennsylvania are absolutely down to the wire, and as people are concerned, people have said like they're concerned about the vote fraud in Pennsylvania. I'm concerned about it too.
On Fox, they have their calendar, and they're talking about Pennsylvania being declared on Friday. So if we are in a position where we are just waiting on Pennsylvania to call the election, that's going to be an intolerable few days, isn't it?
Yeah. What are they saying?
No, they just had the calendar up. I am going to go and get myself another coffee.
Okay. I really don't want to go on BBC. I don't want to jinx anything by even like going on their website. I think the key thing is that, I mean, if Arizona are calling Arizona and saying Arizona's out of reach, I don't know. It feels like a premature call to me. It just doesn't. I guess looking at it, they're looking at the early voting and they're feeling kind of confident about it, but it feels kind of weird. Georgia and North Carolina are coming, getting close. North Carolina's close to all counted. Um, but at this point, anyway, it's a case of it's pretty much coming down to the Rust Belt. Iowa and Ohio look fine for Trump. Um, Iowa's nearly fully. Sorry, Ohio's nearly like 95% in, and he's got a pretty far lead. So it seems like it's unassailable now. Yeah, I wouldn't believe that exit poll. In all honesty, um, that exit poll looks wrong to me. But I think Trump's doing really well with black vote in Pennsylvania. Yeah, Florida has been called for Ohio, but sorry, Florida has been called for Trump, but Ohio not yet. But I think it should do soon, just because it's seems like an unassailable lead for Biden with that many votes in. I mean, I guess because they can still count the ballots for a long time afterwards. Like, I don't know, maybe there's a big Biden support that comes in, but I don't know. Iowa, Iowa's just seen Trump consistently gain as the votes have come in, so I don't know. It seems pretty good there. North Carolina is like really tightening up. It looks like it's going to be a very tight race at the end of it. Most of the states, in fact, all of the states are in, apart from two: McDowell County and Union County. So I don't really see, especially since both of them are a Trump, that if you've got 100% in all the others, I don't see how he can win there. Yeah, Minnesota was one of those where it was like, you know, it was kind of going to be close, but you just kind of felt like Biden was going to edge it. Even on like even the best polls showed that Trump was going to struggle to win Minnesota. But Michigan and Wisconsin were kind of Wisconsin's supposed to be quite tight. Michigan is supposed to be looking quite good in. Just in terms of the early voting in some of the rural areas, I think it looks great. But it's hard to say and hard to draw anything from it at this point. We need to see a good percentage of the votes in Oakland and well, yeah, Oakland mainly and places like that though to determine. I think in terms of the campaign, no, like Biden, we said this before, but they've made so many mistakes. They basically convinced their voters that it's too dangerous to go out and vote on election day, and they didn't do any like door to door grassroots stuff for ages. Shouldn't have had to wait so long in the night for Arizona to be the first flip if Biden was winning contender this year. Yeah, right now the advantage is with Trump. There's absolutely no doubt about that, but the race is tightening up a little bit now. 100%. It's not going to be as clear cut as we thought it would be. But should be only a matter of time until hope. I mean, we need these places to still stay Trump. as the vote comes in, firstly, Georgia and North Carolina, we can't get ahead of ourselves there. But if he does take them, Texas looking great, Ohio looking great, Iowa looking good. New Mexico's been called now as well, so.
Hello.
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 New Mexico's been called.
Not surprising. Annoying, but not surprising. So, okay, if we divided the race into like kind of three sections, the South, the West, and the Midwest, we got through the South, swept the South, lost the West, and now the key is the Rust Belt.
Shall we go to 538? And I know, listen, okay, it's 538, I know, but we'll have a look at 538 and put in the actual states that we're like confident on that have already been called and see what they're projecting from the rest of it.
Sure.
Because that might be kind of interesting. So Florida, so we're what else has been called? Well, we're confident in North Carolina, we're confident in Georgia, confident in Ohio and Iowa, and Texas in case that was in question.
Nate, speaking of 538, Nate Silver is speculating about it coming down to Nebraska too on his Twitter.
Oh, really? So finally they've caught up with my analysis.
He's also saying Biden could withstand a 5-point polling error in Michigan and Wisconsin, and that would take Pennsylvania to the recount margin.
Yeah. So right now, according to 538's forecast, if we plug in the sort of data that we know, in fact, let's plug in more. They would still favor Biden.
But this is in 538.
This is on 538. Yeah.
With the confirmed massively wrong polls.
Yeah, exactly. I think they put too much weight on Arizona because with Trump winning Florida, if Trump won Florida, which he has, he was supposed to win Arizona like almost certainly as well, which obviously he didn't. And I think that's really down to the change in demographics, as I said. The race has tightened up super now. It's coming like close to evens at this point in terms of the odds. So it really could very well come down to the Rust Belt states. God, it does seem like fun. we're not gonna have a fucking call tonight. Then at least I think that much is clear.
Yeah, could be in the weeks to come, my friend.
The only scenario that happens is if Trump win. I mean, Trump basically really needs to be doing well in Wisconsin at this point. He's winning them now by 5 points at this minute, which is decent. 100,000 votes, 105,000 votes in Wisconsin. We've got more counties actually, so let's have a look at these. Biden 56 to 42. Which is a bit better than Clinton was doing. Vilas County 60 to 38. Which is a bit better than Clinton was doing. Lincoln 60 to 37. Which is a bit better than Clinton was doing. So it's weird because some of the counties, like, so you got Lafayette 57 to 42. Oh, so it's weird because then that's like a bit worse than Clinton was doing. So in terms of the rural area, it looks like a mixed bag, really. You've got a few where Biden's outperforming a little bit, and you've got a few where Trump is performing a little bit better. It's going to come down to the urban areas really in the turnout. Dane County 90% in. He's doing well there. Biden. Trump doing better in Jefferson, no county next to it. I mean, this really, really is going to come down to the wire in Wisconsin. It's very, 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 very close at this point. So it's hard to really infer anything from the numbers there. 49% in Michigan.
I mean, we were saying we wanted it close in Wisconsin. We wanted it close in Minnesota.
We've got a couple more. I think Michigan's looking really good. Wisconsin is looking kind of like a toss-up, like very much a coin flip, 50-50. There's a couple more counties in Michigan, so I'd say go 66. This one's just come in, 66-32. Biden performance basically the same, but Biden performing a little bit better. Eaton County 100% in, 49. Yeah, Biden kind of improved. There seems to be a kind of like the third party vote. What's interesting, the third party vote is gone this election. You don't see any of it at all. Because when you're looking at the numbers, you're seeing like both candidates improving on their vote count, which can obviously only be explained by the third county, by the third party not coming in. Michigan's looking like a similar story to 2016, but it's kind of like hard to tell. Wisconsin, like I say, is very, very, very tight. It looks like 70% in that Biden could very well flip it. The odds are almost like evens now at this point after Arizona being called. They seem very reactive though. I was kind of like looking for something from the odds to like give us an indication, what was happening before it was happening, before we could see it was happening. But it seems like they just go, well, Fox have called Arizona, so they just like suddenly switch. But yeah, it really all comes down to the Rust Belt again, as we thought it would, I suppose.
Here's a possibility that might not make it come down to the Rust Belt. So I have a tweet here from Jason Miller, who is a senior advisor on the Trump team, who is criticizing the call for Arizona. He's saying it is way too soon. He says that we believe over 2/3 of those outstanding election day votes are going to be for Trump. And he can't believe Fox was so anxious to pull the trigger here after taking so long to call Florida.
Yeah, well, I said it was a premature vote.
So we could see Arizona swing back into play, perhaps.
What a weird fucking scenario.
Gareth, what in which state are those counties? Oh, by the way, conservative Twitter is very angry with Fox. I don't.
For calling things quite prematurely.
Yeah, and they're saying that they think Michigan and Wisconsin will go Biden, which is not going down well. Giuliani's just tweeted Trump leading in Pennsylvania 51 to 46%, 51% counted. Crooked Philly Democrat machine stops counting. All their ballots should be impounded and counted by independent monitor, not by crooked hack politicians. I like Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah.
Welcome, Joshua. Who do you guys think is going to win it on what we've got so far? At the start of this live stream, we were very nervous, but we thought Trump. And then the first results came in and we took the South. And then we were very confident for Trump. Now we've just seen Arizona go blue, and we're a bit kind of downhearted by that. But I think, for me, I think it's a 50-50 at this point. What do you think, guys?
Yeah, it's like a 60-40, really. Maybe 50-50, I don't know, towards Trump. I think it's annoying because it's turning out like I thought it would and as I predicted it would, but that makes me nervous because I thought it was going to be very tight, and I prefer it if it wasn't very tight. I prefer it if it was like a clear Trump victory. So at least early on, because now I'm getting quite nervous about the whole situation. But yeah, go on.
And there are some absolute mental scenarios. Okay, so we're going off Fox for our kind of numbers and the calls and everything. But conservative Twitter is very, very angry about Virginia and Arizona being called, and they believe Trump has a big chance in those states. So in the weirdest scenarios, one of these states comes back into play.
Yeah, which would be so strange. I can't believe that they have called this so early in Arizona, because I thought it certainly looked like Trump could pull it back a little bit. We're expecting like still of the remaining votes, they were saying sort of 2/3 towards Trump. But yeah, if you look at what's left, it's probably like they were saying 25% of the vote, and then when you've got what 1.4 million, 2.4 million votes in, yeah, it's just a hard one, isn't it? There's over 600,000 votes left. If Trump's winning 2-1, that means that there's 200 votes that he can make up, which would put him the winner in Arizona. So I find it kind of bizarre that they've called it so early. I guess it depends on what votes are left.
I guess Nen's called it. What's another kind of? Let's go for Breitbart. See if Breitbart have called it. A good, unbiased poster. Yeah, so Breitbart haven't called it. I don't know where I was going with that, what it proves it was. But it's not a completely unheard of thing for media companies to just kind of bring it back into play, right? Probably happened in previous elections. Antifa are rioting in Washington, D.C.
Well, there's no shot there.
Exactly as predicted.
Georgia's starting to swing a little bit back towards Trump again. We've not called that yet because we were a little bit hesitant. We're not sure. It's 75% of the vote in no, so they are slowly getting through those votes. Trump doing okay, though. North Carolina ticking along, but it's quite close. 6% of the vote to come. I'm really... Sorry, I was going to say Arizona is a very strange one. It's now down to 204,000 votes with 74% in. I just think there still is a very slim chance that Trump can win that one. I don't think you would call it. I find it strange that they've called it. Oh, crap.
Especially when Georgia and North Carolina and Texas are still apparently in play. I was just saying, Ian, they are apparently rioting. A few videos on Twitter. We knew this would happen. Seeing an interesting graph here. So, according to the Edison exit poll, Donald Trump did better in 2020 with every single race and gender except white men. Compared to 2016, white men, he's down 5 points, but with white women +2, black men +4, black women +4, Latino men +3, Latino women +3, other +5. So there you go.
So Michigan 10% lead. I mean, I find it bizarre. Nevada, like, when are we going to see some votes from Nevada, man? Because they're all mail-in ballots as well. And Montana surely will be called for Trump at some point in time.
I thought we had started to see Nevada votes come in, but it was just me staring at the screen for too long. Anyway, what do you think?
Wow. That's an interesting one. So they're talking about Kenosha there. So Kenosha, Trump did a I don't know actually where it is. Trump did a rally in Kenosha, and obviously that's where a lot of crazy stuff has been happening. Trump's winning in there with 96% in. 63 to 34 in Kenosha. And
That's incredible.
Clinton, it was even. It was even. It was 7. There was 250 votes in it in Kenosha in 2016. And right now, with 96% in, Trump is winning by 13,000 votes.
Wow.
So, if there was any indication of, do the riots make us think that people are swinging towards Trump or Biden? There's all the evidence that we need. The riots are causing people to flock to Trump.
I think that's a very interesting post-election video. We could look at all the Black Lives Matter hotspots and see just how badly they've treated the American people.
Yeah. So Wisconsin is shaping up to be super, super close, like really, really close. The odds are tightening up as well right now, but yeah, Wisconsin is really, really close. 71% in now. This is one of the states that we expect to get a decent percentage of the vote in early. So, and maybe even have it called today. If Trump wins there, then it's going to look really good for his chances. So, 70% in Wisconsin, Biden ahead by 11% there. Still quite a lot to come in.
Just to kind of show you up on the odds, and so before you said it's probably a 60-40 race for Trump, Betfair have now said that Trump has a 61% chance compared to 39% for Biden.
Oh, there you go. If there's anything we've learned, Noah, it's that the odds are just total shite, isn't it? Let's be honest. The odds are total shite. The polls are total shite. Because they've told us everything. They've told us Trump's smashing it. They've told us Biden's smashing it before the election. So I don't believe in any of that right now. It's a good indicator, I guess, but let's be honest, it could shift at any moment now. North Carolina 95% in. Trump still apparently the likely winner there, but the probable winner. But it's hard to say. Georgia tightened up a little bit now, swaying again back towards Trump. Looks like he'll probably see it over the line, but it's hard to say at this moment. Really, everything comes down to the Rust Belt still, I think.
Yep, absolutely right. I've got a funny for you.
Go on.
Ben Cougar, our favourite person. He's got a tweet here on November the 2nd. It's all over, but the cheating now. The lead this large, it would basically have to be a coup for Trump to retain power. It's not at all credible to say that somehow Trump could win with this big a lead for Joe Biden. And no, this is not like 2016. This lead is way, way bigger. So a man on point as usual.
Yeah. So, I mean, just if we have a look at Wisconsin, if we have a look at Wisconsin, Milwaukee, I guess, is the biggest county, isn't it? Milwaukee. Although, yeah, Milwaukee's biggest county in Wisconsin. So that was 65 to 30 for Clinton. Let's see if we can see. I don't know how much does come in there. All the 95. Oh wow, okay. 95% in from Milwaukee, Wisconsin's biggest county, and Trump has closed it by 10% in their biggest county. He's looking very good in Wisconsin then, if that's the case. Very, very good. 72% in. He's got quite a considerable lead there, 120,000 votes at this point. That's in Milwaukee. 99% in Milwaukee. Right now, Biden, 60 to 40. Clinton in Milwaukee, 65 to 29.
This is killing me. This is absolutely killing me.
Trump has increased 10%. Biden down 5% over Clinton in Milwaukee. Wisconsin's looking great. Look, if the rural areas are showing Trump ahead and the urban areas are showing Trump ahead, Wisconsin's looking fantastic.
Texas just called for Trump, finally.
Okay, finally. They're afraid to call Texas, but apparently happy to call Arizona, so that's interesting. 74% in Arizona still not really seeing much going on there. What Arizona does is it means that we're not going to see a scenario where we're going to know who's won tonight. Yeah. That's the problem, because it will now come down to Pennsylvania and Michigan, and we're not going to know what happens there until quite later.
Until 2022.
Yeah. So let's assume that Alaska and Hawaii go the way that we think they do, and let's assume that Montana goes the way we think it does. Someone's replied saying this won't age well. It's Cenk from Young Turks saying it's all over, but the cheating now with lead this larger. Oh yeah, that's the one that you talked about, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Liberals on Twitter are already blaming Russia. We knew they'd do that anyway.
Yeah. It's still, they're showing very, very, very tight scenario. I think looking at the numbers coming up from Milwaukee in Wisconsin, I think you've got 3.2 million people that voted in 2006, so you're probably expecting something like 3.5 in 2020. So if we are looking at 3.5 in 2020 in Wisconsin, then there's still about 1.3 million votes to come in Wisconsin. Or is there?
Blah.
No, maybe not. I don't know. It's hard. I'm trying to do quick maths. Yeah, there's less than there's about a million-ish votes or whatever to come in Wisconsin potentially. I don't know. They're saying 73 votes in. It's looking good though for Trump. I don't know what the odds are in Wisconsin specifically. Let's have a look. Oh, it's about neck and neck. 4-6, 10-11. So that's interesting. I don't know. I'm looking at those numbers in Wisconsin, and I think like Biden's doing quite bad in Milwaukee, which is the biggest county, or at least one of the biggest counties. I don't know if it is the biggest county.
So if someone was to put a gun to your head now and force you to predict Wisconsin, I'd feel very sorry for you. But what would you go for?
Oh, do you know what? It's hard because then you look at Dane County, and he's doing better there. But then you have the rural areas, which is. I don't know, because then you got somewhere like Kenosha that's doing great for Trump. Let's look at Greene County, actually. That's 50-47. What is it? What was it back in the day? Well, I can't find Greene County. Where the heck is that? Well, it's confusing. It doesn't exist, apparently. Oh, I'm looking at Minnesota like an idiot. Okay. Greene County, Hillary Clinton won 48-46. And right now, it is basically a similar scenario. Slight edge for Biden, but nothing massive. Oh God, I couldn't call it, mate. I really couldn't call it. It's honestly, it's literally a toss of a coin right now. When are we going to start getting some results from Nevada? That's the question.
I will research that now. NBC has results coming in for Nevada already.
What do you say, sorry?
NBC has results coming in for Nevada already. ABC, sorry. I'll send you the link in Discord.
Okay.
Yeah, Ian, Wisconsin's really. It's one of those, isn't it? It could go either way, and that's not fun when there's things riding on it. And yeah, Hellfish, Texas and Ohio called for.
Oh, they've been called,
Trump.
yeah. Brilliant. Iowa's looking good. Well, oh, here we go. So in Nevada, we've got 78 to 20 in Wine Pine. Okay, he's doing brilliant there.
So we are optimistic about Nevada, or
Just from the one county that I've seen, yeah. But Clinton won Nevada by what? 2 points? Yeah. 2.5 points. So from the one county I've seen, that looks quite good. It might not be enough, but it looks quite good. Just from ABC.
Ian's calling Trump Wisconsin.
Wow. Okay, that's intense. That's a big call, mate. That is a big call.
That's brave. They hope you're right, and Godspeed. But and yeah, Gareth. Yeah, though. And Ian's been saying this for a couple of weeks now, haven't you? Really could come down to those one vote districts.
Yes, I said this actually a few months back. I said that there are a few scenarios where it comes down to one vote. And that's why it's important that Trump wins that Nebraska 2nd district. I don't know if he will or not. I don't know. I don't even know what's happening there right now. But yeah. Georgia's getting a bit more reported in. As more reports comes in, it's starting to lean a bit more towards Trump. So maybe we can start to feel a bit more confident about Georgia. But Nevada might be an unexpected scenario. It might be an unexpected scenario.
How would that change things? For those 6 votes, would we need just one Rust Belt state in that scenario? How would those 6 votes change?
Well, I've lost my thing because I can't do this all on the top of my head. Let's have a look at. Okay, so the Financial Times have got it happening as it's happening. If we assume that Trump wins, I know we've got Biden on Arizona. So, we know what they are. We don't need to think about these. Minnesota, they seem to be pretty confident about still. So Nebraska 3rd district. Yes, I'm pretty sure that one's Trump. Maine statewide, I assume that Biden wins it. Maine District 1, I assume that Biden wins it. Minnesota, I'm going to assume Biden wins that at this point. So, of those remaining, if he wins Nevada, then it means, my God, Michigan. Yeah, okay, Michigan would probably be enough then if he wins Nevada. Without Nevada, he needs Michigan and one other. He needs Michigan and Wisconsin. Or Pennsylvania and Nebraska 2nd district. So with a win in Nevada, you're looking at just Michigan. Without a win in Nevada, then Pennsylvania and Nebraska 2nd district would be enough. Otherwise, he'd need one of Michigan and Wisconsin. It would be enough in the sense that it's a tie, and then it comes down to the state legislators, which Trump should have 26 to 24. So, I mean, just crazy, really. Update on the odds. You'll be happy to know that Trump is starting to increase his leads in the odds again.
Oh, thank God for that.
Yeah, I was starting to get tense. If Biden took leads in the odds, I would have potentially had a meltdown and been part of a Trump
started
compilation.
rioting.
So yeah, Hawaii's been called for Biden.
Yeah.
I don't think this is a surprise though. Wisconsin is looking good though. You're right. It is absolutely looking good.
And Trump has a nice lead in Michigan. Only half the votes counted so far, though.
Oh, sorry,
But
Michigan.
yeah,
You
now
said,
it's
Michigan looking good.
now it's squeaky bum time though, because now we count the early votes, right?
Yeah. So just based upon what's left in terms of getting a result tonight, it's not going to happen now. Because Pennsylvania and Michigan are going to take too long to count their votes. We know that. The only way we get a result tonight is if Trump wins. As if Trump wins Nevada. Or, sorry, not even necessarily a result. Trump can get to tie scenario if he wins Nebraska 2nd District, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. Yeah. That's the second tie. That's a tie scenario. I don't know what the Nebraska 2nd District is looking like. I don't know, because when you click on it, obviously everything's Trump, but I don't know which of these counties make up the 2nd District, so it's kind of impossible to say. I guess we'll find out tonight, though.
It's just, you know what? And we said this a bit earlier in the night. No matter what happens, this is a shock to the Liberals, and we should be thankful for that.
They're just looking at Michigan now. Really, it comes down to the level that Biden is leading in the rural areas. A lot of counties still haven't. He's just saying like this map seems to be a little bit behind, but most of these rural counties have checked in. Whereas there was a few that haven't. But it really comes down to places like Oakland. I mean, Oakland 52% in is 52 to 45 for Biden. Yeah, Clinton won that with 51. So 51 to 43. And now it's 53 to 46. So I don't know. That's kind of mental. It's kind of similar scenario there in Oakland. If anything, Trump has a slight advantage. He's closed the gap a little bit. But that's only 52% in.
Iowa called for Trump?
Iowa's been called, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought it would be. It was only a matter of time. Really. It's got quite close. We need Georgia and... Oh, Georgia's looking like Biden right now. Oh, no. This is not good. It seems they've tilted it towards Biden, I assume, from a big sort of amount coming in from somewhere. Let's have a look.
Yeah, Darcy, you spoke to Zoom, mate. Now it's scary.
That's quite interesting. Why is it flipped so suddenly like that? That must be a mistake.
If we lose Georgia, need to sweep the Rust Belt.
Yeah, do you know what I said to you? Like how many times that I'm concerned about Georgia. But yeah, no, that's an interesting scenario. I'm wondering where all these votes have come in then that have done this. Georgia's 82%. I feel like that's a glitch. but I could be wrong. I feel like that's a glitch because those aren't the actual results that are in right now. A sign of confidence from Biden. Well, one of the deputy campaign managers tweeted before that we're going to win. That's interesting. Yeah, that doesn't look right to me in Georgia, but I could be wrong. Just because based upon the vote, it looks a bit strange. Yeah, Republicans are clear favourites there. I don't think that's right. I think it's a glitch on the website, maybe a convenient glitch on their end. But it doesn't look right because they're saying that Biden's now gone up to 70% winner there, which is kind of bizarre. Because it looks like pretty much like the Republicans win it. It's looking really good. The vote there looks fine. Then it doesn't look like they're going. I'm not going to pay too much attention to that because I think it's a glitch. I don't see why it would flip that fast. Trump's winning by 300,000 votes there, with 82% in. And in terms of the counties that still need to report, Houston is big Trump. We don't have anything from Hancock. All of these counties here that are big Biden counties in Atlanta still have to report in, to be fair. So there are some votes there that he can get. 95% reporting in Walton. And that's a Trump county. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't say how many reporting in there, so I'm not too sure. Trump's still slight favourite. And the odds.
According to the NYT screen, I'm on
Yeah.
the white area in Georgia is always blue.
Yeah, but like, so in the count, most of the counties are 100% in. The ones that aren't 100% in is in Atlanta, obviously, in this area here. I guess like Cobb County is mostly in. I mean, Cobb County is 99% in, so we can have a look at that. It's a big population. 55-42. Yeah, so he's increased definitely on his lead there. I don't know. I find it strange that I feel like that is a glitch though on this thing here because it doesn't make any sense. It wouldn't make sense for it to shift that quickly so fast. It's saying that Biden is ahead by 0.5 right now, which obviously is wrong, or is it wrong? I don't know. We can have a look at Fox and see what they're saying on thingy. I'm back in a moment anyway, and we'll have a look in a minute. I'm just going to grab a drink.
No worries. So yeah, if you're hearing a lot of silence, I think it's kind of understandable. So it's 6:30 my time, 5:30 Yaren's time, and yeah, it's been a long run, been an exciting run. We had our ups and we had our downs, and we're at the moment in the down. We're trying to figure out what's happened in Georgia. Ian thinks it's bug two. Ah, yeah, cheers. I hope it's not too off-putting, especially if we're viewing this on the VOD later. I mean, this Georgia thing, it could kind of kill us, couldn't it? I mean, the thing is, we say that it's worrying, but we always knew we need, in almost every scenario we forecasted, we predicted we would need the Rust Belt. We predicted we need at least one, probably two. North Dakota just went to Trump.
No shock over that one.
Oh, and Montana too.
I'm curious what's going on with Georgia. It doesn't look quite right.
Biden to speak in Delaware soon. Should we watch that on the stream? This is so close. This is really dropping my stomach, man.
Yeah, it's just so close, isn't it? It's apparently the votes are coming in really slow in Wisconsin. They were saying something about Ian said something about the counting machines there. That's what I just saw as well. It is coming up to approaching 80% in, and Trump is winning by 150,000. Sorry, not 150,000, 120,000. I don't know. I said that. That's in Wisconsin. It's going to be so incredibly tight. Door County is probably going to be a good
Yeah,
indicator.
Ian, I have the same on my page, man.
So we'll look at some of the counties. 87% in there, so I don't want to read too much into it. That one's just come in. Look, right, 60 or 59 to 38. Yeah, Trump doing better in all the rural areas in Wisconsin.
So Biden delaying his speech by about 15 minutes. No great surprise. Not much to say.
What did you say? Sorry.
He was due to speak, in about 5 minutes, but it's going to be delayed about 15 minutes.
Interesting. I don't know what's happening in Georgia. This is weird. This isn't right. Because what they've got with 81% reported in is not what's actually happening in the state. It's from what I can see anyway. From here, because this is saying 83% reported in. I guess we'll just see if they come up with saying anything like that on the stream.
You're still drinking Budweiser in your beer now? I own coffee now, so. Hello?
Hello?
I just asked, are you still drinking beer, or are you on
Oh,
coffee
yeah,
now?
no, sorry, I am, yeah. Sorry, I couldn't hear you quite over this stream here. Yeah, just finishing off the last few Budweisers, mate. My energy levels are dipping. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, me too.
It's looking. I think we're certainly looking at a situation where we're not going to get a call today. I'm curious. Apparently, they've given up on Georgia and they're going to come back to it tomorrow. The thing is, these kind of things, when they're talking about that, it really scares me in the sense that I think to myself, will you know, surely that facilitates a situation where they can start to be fraudulent with things. So, I don't know, but yeah, it's weird. It's a mixed bag in everything I'm looking at in Wisconsin. That it's a mixed bag. They've called Minnesota. They've called Minnesota just now.
Okay. Minnesota blue, not looking close. That's not good. It's not surprising, but it's not good either.
It's not surprising. So far, nothing's been called that I had not predicted, but it's all down to Michigan and Pennsylvania. We've not had a look at Pennsylvania for a little while. Trump seems to have quite a significant lead there. Let's have a look at some of these counties. Potter County, 80 to 18. Yeah, it's about in line with the last election. Lawrence, 64 to 34. Trump doing a bit better there. Somerset, 77 to 21. Again, doing a little, I mean, it's about the same. I mean, Pennsylvania looks so tight. It looks basically the same scenario as last time. He won it marginally, 83 to 16. Same scenario. All of these rural counties are voting in the same way that they did. It's going to come down to Biden's support. We've got this one 94% in Dauphin County. So that might give us a good indication. 53-45. Yeah, he's doing a bit better there. He's doing a bit better. A little bit of the vote to come in still, but Trump's like not lost support. It's just that Biden's gained, seems to picked up all the third party or a lot of the third party votes. Are there any else that are sort of quite a lot in? What's oh, that might be a good indicator. So Lackawanna County, 54-45. Yeah, again, slight like Trump not losing the percentage, but Biden just kind of like gaining a percentage and picking up third party votes. So Pennsylvania looks okay. I think, well, say it looks okay. It looks like, what I mean is it looks like super tight, really. It's like 50-50 at this point as well. Same with Michigan. Same with Wisconsin. I'm really looking. Go on.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So, what are the odds for Kanye at the moment?
Fairly
He's had
low.
a rough one. He's had a rough one so far.
Yeah.
Can we expect to see a swing towards him?
You know, I want to know what Kanye West's vote is in Minnesota. Man, they were saying that he was doing really well in Minnesota, like 4% of the vote or something. Kanye West says he's going to win in 2024. Oh, I don't know about that, but Minnesota's interesting. They're calling that already. It is going to come down to, I think, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Trump needs one of them, really.
Mm-hmm.
Wisconsin's looking quite even. There's still a bit more of the vote to come in. I still don't see anything in Nevada.
No, me neither.
I mean, ABC seem to have some stuff in Nevada, but
yeah, but it's like, so little as to be unuseful.
It doesn't even say how much reported in. 90% reported in Churchill, 73-24. It's a weird now. Trump's doing better, like high percentage, but also Biden high percentage. Oh, there's some stuff in Nevada now. There we go. Nothing significant though. Nevada looks okay though. Like considering Clinton had the lead for 2.4, it looks like it would be okay for Biden. I mean, just from the early indications. Georgia, I don't understand this. I feel like I'm not sure what that means, like why it's come up with that, because you don't see that. You don't see that Trump's leading by a significant amount. Obviously, there's quite a bit of the votes come in with the last 15%, but it's all going to be coming from Cobb County and that they're all in. So I guess we might get a bit of the Georgia vote to come in soon. We don't.
It's just so frustrating. We don't have this data. Like someone needs to kick some ass over in Georgia.
They do. So a couple of indication we might be going at.
Ooh! Nevada's starting to come in on Fox.
Oh, is it? Oh, good.
Not a lot, but it started. Yeah, I don't know about North Carolina either, Hellfish. Do you, Ryan?
What's that?
The last 6% in North Carolina just seems to be so bizarre.
Yeah, I feel like they've given up there. It's super close. 80,000 votes in it. They seem to be kind of swinging it towards Trump. Georgia, different story. I don't know why. Like, I don't. So strange scenario. Let's look at the odds. Oh God, they're really not shifting that much, but Trump just has a slight edge again. I guess just because he has more paths to victory at this moment in time. That's why. If Biden was winning Georgia, then I don't suspect that was the case. It just looks like a bit of a glitch to me. I don't understand, because the vote share that they have towards Biden is not what's actually happening in reality. So I assume that is a glitch. Did I look at the odds in? Yeah, the odds in Georgia. Oh, now like 1 to 2, so they have tightened up a little bit. Um,
Yeah, I think Ian might be right. They might just be in off those
hmm.
counting those votes till tomorrow.
They call states for Biden with a ton of votes still out, but they saw votes and these are our Republican base followers on Twitter, so they could kind of gives you an idea of what Republicans are thinking.
Okay, so the New York Times has a vote counting timeline. Okay, and what it says for North Carolina is that they estimate 97% of ballots cast will be reported on election night. However, postmarked ballots can arrive until November the 12th. So if it is 1% in it, I think they'll wait, right? Let's see what they put for Georgia too. Georgia expecting a couple of days for them all to be scanned and counted. He expects winners of most races to be announced by Wednesday.
So I guess it's hard to say then in those. Some stuff coming
Wisconsin between 3 and 6 a.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, so it's going to take a bit of time to report in.
We still got a few hours left for them yet.
Lackawanna County, 5345. Let's have a quick look at that one. In Pennsylvania. Yeah, I don't know. Pennsylvania is incredibly close, isn't it? It's hard to even have an idea.
Say Philadelphia, 300,000 million ballots left to count. We just won't know Pennsylvania for a long time.
Trump's still the odds on to win at the minute. Which is incredible when you consider where we were at the beginning.
Yeah, we expected to have 1 hour in. I mean, what could have happened tonight is that Biden won Florida, Biden won Georgia, and we got a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
I'm quite happy with it.
Wait, what is that? Oh no, I was looking at the wrong one. Never mind. I thought North Carolina had been called for Trump. Then I was like, what? Yeah, it's incredibly close there. 80,000 votes actually. 94%.
So they'll just wait until every single vote is counted, won't they?
Yeah. Love to know what was happening in Nebraska 2nd District. I think, anyway. I don't know if we're going to have an idea what the hell's going on today, anyway. I wonder if we should just come back to this tomorrow morning now at this point. Because the best case scenario was obviously that Trump won enough that he could claw it back, that he could basically get it called on election night. And that would have relied upon Wisconsin. And now that Wisconsin are saying, oh no, like we've got issues and we're not going to have the vote out early. And obviously Nevada's only just started putting out some results. Pennsylvania and Michigan, we know we're going to take days. So really it'd be a case of coming in, I think, in the morning and having a look at the situation again.
I'm down for that.
Yeah.
I think we both flagged in energy, and there's very little point, isn't there?
Yeah, at this point, it doesn't look like there's going to be many shifts right now in terms of what's going to happen. So, yeah.
Holy hell!
What?
Isn't our community amazing? They stuck with us for the entire stream.
Yeah.
So much, guys. Honestly, like,
incredible.
To me, it means a hell of a lot.
We've been streaming for 6 hours now.
Or
6 hours at this point.
Much more. We started at
yeah. I think Biden's going to make a speech of some sort.
Yeah, should we wait for the Biden speech and then head off?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you to everyone who watched. If you're watching in the VOD and you've just watched the whole thing, I don't know, maybe we're like, massive YouTubers when you're watching and you're viewing us back to see if we said anything racist or something. Props to you for going through the whole thing too.
Yeah.
Cheers, Das, and cheers, Ian. Guys. All right, let's listen to Biden. He's on now.
If he's going to come on. Oh, he's got his cow horns. Here we go. They're obsessed about Pennsylvania, and that really annoys me. I just feel like there's... I'm telling you, there's some dodge stuff going on. Right.
His wife just reminded him as well of the names.
Yeah.
Wasn't worth the 2 minutes to wait for that.
No, that was
See you, Dawson.
that was
Take care,
embarrassing.
mate.
There was nothing happening there.
Do you want to set a time to pick this back up? Because I kind of feel like Wisconsin will get called at some point,
Yeah.
and then everything else is just kind of, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna try and sleep for like a few hours or whatever, and then come back to it. But yeah, I don't know. Let's say like in about midday our time or something. So in about 6 hours, we might have a better idea of what's going on. We hopefully Wisconsin gets called in that time, as well as Nevada and Montana and Georgia and blah blah blah. And then we're gonna have a good idea of what's actually gonna happen. Hopefully, we're gonna go into it really relying on a couple of states that Trump is doing well in, but I guess we'll see. He's 60% in now in Michigan, and he's got a pretty good lead there, over 100,000. So, we'll see what happens.
We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see.
I'll keep an eye on the odds. They'll give you an indication. Slightly edged towards Trump now, but obviously it has been tightening up. So, yeah, I don't know. I just really don't know, and that annoys me because we've been sat here for 6 hours and I don't know. But yeah, yeah. Listen, we'll come back to it tomorrow. We'll have an idea what's going on. So, yeah.
Thanks so much, guys. Thank you.
Thanks for
wait. Montana called.
Okay, Montana's called. Okay, we're going to end on that. Montana's been called for Trump. Yeah. Or Biden, that's it. Or no, okay, Trump. Yeah, they were saying that might be a close one, so there you go. Yeah, so Montana called. Oh, God, it's really just come down to the Rust Belt, hasn't it? Mm-hmm. Like we expected. Well, my prediction's online so far, but I wish it wasn't. I wish it was just an easy call. But yeah, we'll come back to this tomorrow in like 6 hours and we'll see what's happening. Yeah. But yeah, so thank you very much for watching.
Thanks, guys.
And I'm going to put the outro in. I'll see you